The Zen'in clan estate was a sprawling labyrinth of traditional wooden corridors, pristine courtyards, and suffocating expectation. For 12-year-old Jito, it was less of a home and more of a cage. Despite his striking appearance, long, shaggy brown hair framing soft, almost ladylike features, Jito was an anomaly in the worst way possible. He possessed a pair of sharp, naturally blood-red eyes that gave him a permanent, fierce glare, even when he was just looking at a passing butterfly. But that fierce gaze was a cruel joke. In a family that valued cursed energy above all else, Jito's pool was a pathetic, microscopic drop of 37. He had no curse technique to speak of, while his younger brother, 10-year-old Naoya, was already being hailed as a prodigy. "Hey, worthless," a voice sneered from the edge of the training tatami. Jito shrugged his skinny shoulders, tossing his shaggy hair out of his eyes. Despite the constant whispers and the cold shoulders from the clan servants, Jito leaned back against a wooden pillar, a bold, lazy smirk playing on his lips. He was brash, outspoken, and completely unafraid to speak his mind, even if it usually got him into trouble. Traditional masculinity didn't interest him. He wore his elegant features proudly, fully confident in exactly who he was. "You're late for sparring, Naoya," Jito called out. His voice bright and entirely lacking the deference of failure was supposed to show. "Did you stop to fix your hair again? You know, if you spent half as much time practicing as you do looking in the mirror, you might actually land a hit on me today." Naoya's face twisted in immediate rage. To a prodigy of the Zen'in clan, Jito's nonchalant, high-energy attitude wasn't just annoying, it was an insult to the entire hierarchy. The sparring match was a brutal, one-sided affair, just as Naoya intended. Without a curse technique or enough energy to properly reinforce his skinny body, Jito was entirely reliant on raw, unrefined reflexes. Naoya moved like a blur, fueled by the projection sorcery technique he so fiercely boasted about. A heavy strike to Jito's ribs sent the older brother crashing into the dirt, coughing violently. "Look at you." Pathetic, Naoya spat, dusting off his heavy sleeves as he looked down at Jito with pure disgust. "You don't deserve the Zen'in name. You don't even deserve to breathe the same air as the rest of us." Jito wiped a smear of blood from his lip, his bright, defiant smirk somehow still intact despite the pain racking his frame. "Is that all you've got, little bro? I've felt harsher breezes from a fan. You're going to have to hit harder than that if you want to wipe this smile off my face." Naoya's eyes narrowed into slits. Jito's complete lack of fear, his refusal to break and bow down to his superior strength, drove the young prodigy to a point of sudden, malicious cruelty. Before Jito could push himself up from the dirt, Naoya lunged forward. His fingers locked tightly into Jito's long, shaggy brown hair. With a violent, sudden yank, Naoya dragged his older brother across the courtyard stones. "Let's see how long that loud mouth stays open where you belong," Naoya snarled, marching directly toward the heavy, iron-reinforced doors of the disciplinary zones, the dark, forgotten sectors of the estate where the clan kept cursed spirits trapped for training and punishment. The nonchalant, playful facade Jito wore like armor shattered the moment the iron-reinforced doors loomed closer. The chilling dread radiating from the disciplinary zone was a physical weight, even to someone with as little cursed energy as him. "Naoya, stop. Let go of me," Jito screamed, his voice cracking as he thrashed against his brother's iron grip. Tears welled in his fierce red eyes, blurring his vision as he was dragged across the rough gravel. The pain in his scalp was blinding, but the terror bleeding into his chest was worse. "Please, stop. I'm sorry, okay? Let me go." Naoya didn't even look back, his grip only tightening as he dragged the howling 12-year-old toward the threshold. Standing near the edge of the courtyard, watching the entire spectacle with crossed arms and an expression of profound boredom, was their father, Naobito Zen'in, the head of the clan. "Father, father, please." Jito sobbed, bowling his eyes out as he stretched a skinny, desperate hand toward the older man. The dirt caked his face, mixing with the tears streaming down his cheeks. "He's going to throw me in there. Father, help me. Please." Naobito didn't move a muscle. His cold eyes drifted over Jito's weeping form, completely indifferent to the terror of his firstborn. To Naobito, a child without a technique or a respectable pool of cursed energy wasn't a son, it was a waste of resources. If he dies, he dies, Naobito muttered softly to himself, turning his back on them completely. A Zen'in who cannot survive a few low-grade curses has no place in this world anyway. With a final, violent heave, Naoya slammed the heavy iron doors open and threw Jito headfirst into the pitch-black darkness of the disciplinary zone. Jito tumbled across the freezing stone floor, skinning his elbows and knees. Before he could even scramble to his feet, the heavy metal doors slammed shut behind him with a deafening, echoing thud. The lock clicked. Have fun in the dark, failure. Naoya's muffled, mocking laughter echoed through the thick door before his footsteps faded away entirely, leaving Jito in a suffocating, absolute silence. Jito scrambled back until his spine hit the cold stone wall. He was hyperventilating, his chest heaving as he stared into the void. His eyes were wide, those natural, fierce red irises straining to find a single shape, a single silhouette. But there was nothing. Because his cursed energy pool was so abysmally low, he couldn't even see the curses. He knew they were there, though. The air was thick, smelling of rot, copper, and damp earth. Heavy, static pressure began to settle over the room, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. Then came the sounds. A low, wet squelching from the shadows. A skittering noise, like dozens of misplaced limbs scraping against the stone ceiling right above him. He was entirely blind to the monsters hunting him, trapped in a pitch-black box with his own terror. A sudden, violent gust of foul air slammed into Jito's face, accompanied by a wet, clicking sound right in front of him. Instinct took over. He threw himself to the side, rolling frantically across the stone floor just as a heavy impact shattered the ground where he had been sitting a millisecond prior. He couldn't see the blow, but the shower of sharp stone debris slicing into his cheek was entirely real. Get away from me. Jito shrieked, his voice raw, the playful and arrogant boy from the courtyard entirely replaced by a terrified child fighting to breathe. He scrambled blindly on all fours, his hands scraping against the freezing, uneven floor. The darkness felt alive, pressing in on him from all angles. Every scuffle of his own feet was echoed by the chaotic, unnatural shuffling of the unseen monsters closing in. They were playing with him, drawing out the hunt. As his hand swept frantically across the dirt, his fingers hit something cold, heavy, and jagged. His grip locked around a broken piece of rusted metal. It was the shattered remains of an old training sword, forgotten and left to rot in the disciplinary zone. The edge was jagged and uneven, but it was solid. It was a weapon. A low, guttural growl echoed from the dark directly above his head. Jito didn't look up, he couldn't see them anyway. Clutching the rusted shard with both hands, his knuckles turning white, he prepared to swing blindly into the void. A wet, heavy weight dropped from the ceiling, slamming into the floor mere inches from his feet. The sheer force of the impact knocked Jito off balance, but the raw, frantic adrenaline coursing through his veins refused to let him freeze. With a desperate, throat-tearing scream, Jito swung the jagged piece of metal wildly into the dark. Squelch. The blade bit into something thick and rubbery. A spray of foul, burning fluid splashed across Jito's face and chest, stinging his skin like acid. The unseen creature let out a high-pitched, agonizing shriek that rattled the bones in Jito's ears. It thrashed violently, its flailing appendages clipping Jito's shoulder and sending him sprawling backward. He didn't let go of the metal shard. Gritting his teeth, his fierce red eyes wide and unseeing in the blackness, Jito scrambled forward on his knees. He didn't think, he didn't plan. Guided. Purely by the grotesque sounds of the creature's thrashing, he brought the jagged metal down. Again and again in an act of pure, unadulterated desperation. He hacked blindly into the dark, his arms swinging with every ounce of the pathetic 37 points of cursed energy he possessed, driven by a primal, burning refusal to die in a hole. With one final, Heavy downswing, the metal shard cracked through something solid. The creature gave a final, sickening gurgle and its presence abruptly vanished, dissolving into a rapidly evaporating pool of residual energy. In that exact fraction of a second, the suffocating darkness of the room vanished, completely overwritten by a blinding, anomalous phenomenon. Right in front of Jito's eyes, a massive, pitch-black screen manifested out of thin air. Thick, crimson blood dripped heavily from its edges, pooling at the bottom of his vision. In the background of the screen, a grotesque, shifting illustration of a weeping, multi-eyed demon flickered like a broken television set. Spanning across the center of the bleeding black void, glowing text began to burn itself into his retinas. Innate technique activated. Unlimited progression. Residual energy absorbed. Recalculating vessel attributes. The glowing text hovered in the air, but the reality of the dark room crashed back down instantly. Jito could barely process the bleeding black screen before the suffocating void swallowed him again. "Let me out. Father. Naoya. Let me out." Jito screamed, his voice cracking, raw from the smoke and terror. He threw himself against the heavy iron doors, pounding his bleeding fists against the cold metal. "I killed one. I did it. Please, just open the door." There was no answer from the outside, only the mocking silence of the Zen'in clan. Suddenly, a massive, heavy weight slammed into Jito's back, throwing him violently away from the door. He hit the stone floor hard, coughing up a mouthful of copper-tasting blood. This wasn't like the small, frail creature from before. The sheer pressure radiating from this monster was suffocating, a heavy, malicious weight that practically crushed the air right out of his lungs. A grade 3 curse. The unseen monster lunged again, a massive, bludgeoning appendage striking Jito across the chest. He heard a sickening crack as a rib fractured, sending a blinding wave of agony through his skinny body. "Help! Someone help me!" Jito shrieked, tears and blood mixing on his face as he swung the jagged metal piece wildly into the dark. The blade clanged uselessly against the creature's hardened hide, vibrating violently and nearly tearing out of his grip. The grade 3 curse clicked in twisted amusement, pinning his legs down with a heavy, slimy limb. Jito thrashed, his fierce red eyes wide with a primal terror as he realized the truth. He couldn't win. He was going to be eaten alive in the dark, and no one was coming. Then, the atmosphere in the room completely shifted. The air didn't just grow cold. It became entirely, unnaturally still. The heavy, suffocating pressure of the grade 3 curse was instantly overwritten by a monstrous, terrifying presence that made Jito's soul shudder. Yet, strangely, Jito couldn't sense a single drop of cursed energy from the newcomer. It was as if a ghost, an invisible predator oozing an intense shroud of deep, hollow depression, had materialized out of the ether. A sharp, metallic clack echoed through the room. The heavy iron door swung open, casting a narrow beam of dim courtyard light into the dark. Silhouetted against the gray light stood a remarkably tall, muscular man with short black hair and a prominent scar cutting across the corner of his lips. He didn't even look like he was trying. In a fraction of a second, before the grade 3 curse could even react, the man stepped forward. A brutal, casual kick from his plain footwear shattered the curse's upper torso into a spray of black mist, exorcising it instantly. Jito lay gasping on the floor, trembling violently as the massive, terrifying man looked down at him. "You aren't dying today," the man said, his voice deep, lazy, and utterly indifferent to the grand hierarchy of the Zen'in clan. He leaned back slightly, hands shoved into his pockets. "Believe me when I say that life is way too fun to die so young. Find a new way of living if the old one doesn't suit you." Jito sniffled, his chest heaving as he wiped his teary eyes with a trembling, blood-stained hand. He looked up at his savior, completely awestruck and bewildered by the sheer, effortless power of a man who possessed no cursed energy at all. Who are you?" Jito asked, his voice a frail, trembling whisper. The tall man paused at the threshold, glancing back over his shoulder with a dull, cynical look in his eyes. "The name's Toji," the man responded simply. Without waiting for a reply, Toji turned and began to walk away, his footsteps entirely silent against the gravel outside. A profound wave of gratitude and pure, overwhelming relief washed over Jito. Forgetting his pride, forgetting his broken ribs and his bleeding hands, the 12-year-old dragged himself to his knees. He pressed his forehead directly against the cold, dirty stone floor, bowing deeply in the traditional manner. "Thank you. Thank you so much," Jito repeated over and over, his voice cracking with emotion as the tears finally spilled over, pooling on the gravel. "Thank you for saving me." He kept thanking the empty air long after Toji's presence had completely vanished from the courtyard. When he finally forced himself up, reality began to set in. He was a complete mess, his clothes were torn, his long shaggy hair was matted with dried blood and dirt, and his chest throbbed with every breath. He desperately needed to get back to his quarters to clean himself up, but a burning sense of shame and caution stopped him. He couldn't let his father or Naoya see him like this. If they saw him broken and weeping, the torment would only get worse. Sticking to the shadows of the outer walls, Jito began the agonizing, quiet crawl back toward his room, praying he wouldn't cross paths with a single soul. Jito managed to slip undetected into an old, abandoned tool shed near the outer perimeter of the estate. It was cramped, smelling of rusted iron and damp wood, but it was safe from prying eyes. For a little over an hour, he sat huddled in the corner behind a stack of broken wooden crates, clutching his fractured ribs and breathing shallowly through the agonizing pain. More than the physical torment, his mind was racing, trying to comprehend the bizarre, bleeding black screen that had manifested the moment he killed that first curse. He closed his eyes and focused on that strange sensation, a deep pull within his core. Instantly, the pitch-black void flashed before his mind's eye. Blood dripped heavily from the borders, and the grotesque illustration of the weeping, multi-eyed demon flickered violently in the background. Innate technique, unlimited progression, residual energy absorbed, grade 4 curse, 100% value, grade 3 curse, 25% proximity value. Available attribute points, 17. A wild, breathless laugh escaped Jito's lips, turning into a sharp wince as his ribs protested. He had gained 17 points. It was real. Looking at the list of his pathetic stats, he decided to distribute the points as evenly as possible. He allocated 2 points to his cursed energy pool and 1 point to each of the remaining 15 attributes. The moment he confirmed the distribution, Jito expected a sudden rush of warm, magical power. Instead, absolute agony erupted from every single nerve ending in his body. MMPH. Jito clamped a bloody hand over his mouth, biting down hard on his own flesh to stifle a scream that would have alerted the entire estate. It wasn't a gentle, feel-good upgrade. It was a violent, systematic demolition and reconstruction of his physical and spiritual vessel. Inside his chest, his meager cursed energy pathways tore open, expanding forcibly to accommodate the new pool. His muscle fibers ripped apart and knitted back together with denser, tighter tissue. His bones popped and groaned as his skeletal structure reinforced itself, and his brain felt like it was being pierced by white-hot needles as his precision, reaction speed, and control were forcefully rewired. Sweat poured down his face, mixing with the dirt and dried blood as he thrashed silently on the shed floor, his fierce red eyes bulging in sheer, unadulterated torment. When the agonizing metamorphosis finally receded, Jito lay gasping in a pool of his own sweat, his skinny body trembling violently. He was exhausted, but as he pushed himself up, he noticed something staggering. The sharp, throbbing pain in his fractured ribs had dulled significantly. He felt lighter, sharper, and denser. With a shaking breath, he called up the bleeding black interface once more to look at his new reality. Status window. Attribute. Strength. Value. 10. Classification. Below normal. Speed 10 below normal. Endurance 10 below normal. Dexterity 10 below normal. Cursed energy attribute value classification, cursed energy pool 39 below normal. Cursed energy output, cursed energy control. Reinforcement technique, mastery technique, versatility, barrier skill, reverse curse technique. 10. 10. 10 10. 10. 10 10. Below normal. Below normal. Below normal, below normal. Below normal. Below normal, below normal. Note: 100 to 300 points required to reach normal sorcerer tier. The walk back to his quarters was a masterclass in stealth born from pure desperation. Jito clung to the deep shadows cast by the high wooden walls, his movements noticeably smoother and quieter than before, a small, subtle gift from his newly upgraded dexterity and speed. He timed his dashes between the moonlit corridors perfectly, dodging the routine patrols of the hay and the low-ranking servants. His body still throbbed with a dull, echoing ache from the brutal stat distribution, but the sheer adrenaline of his survival kept him moving. Finally, he reached the sliding shoji screen of his mother's quarters. He slipped inside with a ghost-like quietness, sliding the wooden frame shut behind him. He took a ragged breath, letting his shoulders drop in temporary relief. Then, his fierce red eyes widened in horror at the scene before him. The room was dimly lit by a single, flickering candle. In the center of the tatami mat knelt his mother. Her long hair was unkempt, and her face was a mask of hollow, weeping despair. Resting against her abdomen was the gleaming, unsheathed blade of a family heirloom katana. Her hands trembled violently against the hilt, the tip of the blade already pressing into the fabric of her kimono, right over her stomach. Having heard the rumors of her eldest son being thrown into the disciplinary zone, she was certain he was dead. In the brutal, unforgiving structure of the Zen'in clan, the mother of a deceased failure had no honor left to live for. MOM. Jito shrieked, his voice abandoning all pretense of stealth. The blade stopped. His mother's head snapped up, her tear-stained face registering absolute shock as her eyes locked onto the skinny, disheveled figure of her 12-year-old son standing by the door. The katana slipped from her trembling fingers, clattering loudly against the wooden floor. Jito, she whispered, before her face hardened into a complex whirlwind of intense rage, grief, and pure maternal instinct. She scrambled across the tatami, rushing over to her son and gripping his skinny shoulders so tightly her knuckles turned white. "You foolish, worthless boy," she cried out, her voice a harsh, strained mix of venom and profound relief. She slammed her forehead against his chest, holding him with a fierce, true, motherly affection that contradicted the demeaning words pouring from her lips. "The people in charge of this world are those who are stronger. You are so weak and pathetic. How dare you make me think that you are dead? It is kill or be killed in this family. You are not allowed to die. You are my son." Jito stood frozen, letting his mother weep into his torn shirt, feeling the overwhelming warmth of her embrace despite the harshness of her reprimand. He knew this was the only way love was expressed in the Zen'in clan, wrapped in a layer of absolute terror and conditioned survival. Pushing him back slightly, her sharp eyes scanned him over, and her expression softened into deep concern. He was covered in jagged cuts, his ribs were visibly bruised through his torn shirt, and his pants were damp and stained with urine from the sheer, primal terror he had faced in the dark room. Without another word, she immediately guided him toward the private bath adjacent to her quarters. She filled the deep wooden tub with steaming, hot water. Stripping him of his ruined clothes, she stepped into the bath with him, gently washing the caked dirt, dried blood, and sweat from his skin and long, shaggy brown hair. As the warm water soothed his aching muscles, she carefully applied healing salves to his bruised chest and bandaged the deeper cuts with practiced efficiency. While she tended to his wounds, Jito leaned his head back against the edge of the tub, his red eyes staring up at the steam-filled ceiling. "Mom," Jito muttered softly, his usual playful tone completely absent. "I unlocked it. My curse technique. It finally activated when I killed one of the curses." His mother stopped scrubbing his shoulder, her hands freezing in place. What? A technique. Jito explained it to her as best as he could, the bleeding black screen, the shifting multi-eyed demon, and the strange numbers that allowed him to forcibly rebuild his strength by absorbing the residual energy of the dead. He didn't show her the window, but he detailed how the 17 points had altered his very biology. His mother listened in absolute, stunned silence. She searched her memories, tracing through the extensive lore of the Zen'in clan and the jujitsu world, but she had never heard of a technique like unlimited progression. It defied the traditional laws of jujitsu, where a sorcerer's talent was largely decided at birth. Listen to me very carefully, Jito, she whispered, leaning in close, her eyes burning with an intense, protective gravity. You must hide this. You cannot tell your father, and you absolutely cannot let Naoya or the other elders know. A technique that allows a failure to infinitely grow will be seen as a threat to the clan's hierarchy. They will either lock you away to study you, or they will execute you before you can become a danger to them. Hide it. Keep your lazy, arrogant smile on your face, and play the part of the fool until you are strong enough that their opinions don't matter anymore. Jito nodded slowly, the gravity of her words sinking in. His mother reached into the water, wrapping her hand over his smaller, bruised fist. Her voice dropped to a cold, razor-sharp whisper that echoed the foundational philosophy of her soul. And remember this, my son, all debts deserve to be repaid. That includes debts of kindness, such as the one you owe to Toji for saving your life tonight. But it also includes debts of absolute cruelty. Her eyes darkened, thinking of her youngest son's malicious actions, such as the one from your half-brother, Naoya. When the time comes, you ensure every single debt is paid in full. By the end of that fateful day, Jito's mother called him into her chambers once more. Resting across her knees was the very weapon she had held against her own stomach, a beautifully crafted katana with a dark, polished tsuba and a wrapped hilt that molded perfectly to the hand. Without a word, she held it out to him. It was a silent passing of the torch, a gift of survival from a mother who had chosen to live for her son's future. A month passed. Thanks to the slight bump in his endurance and his mother's diligent care, Jito's fractured ribs and lacerations healed completely. For the first time in his 12 years of life, his mother took him outside the suffocating walls of the Zen'in estate. She knew that to survive, Jito needed to learn how to hunt. His mother was only a grade 2 sorcerer, a rank she had achieved not through a powerful inherited technique, but through sheer, unadulterated weapon mastery and flawless control over her meager cursed energy. Deep in the abandoned, overgrown forests and dilapidated structures outside the estate, she began his brutal training. She taught him how to read the faint, lingering tracks of residual energy to find where low-level curses gathered. She drilled him on the fundamentals of the sword, how to plant his feet, how to follow through with a slash, and how to make every swing of the katana fluid and lethal. The only thing she couldn't teach him was how to properly channel his cursed energy. You're relying too much on raw muscle, Jito, she would chide, striking his stance with a wooden practice sword. Cursed energy flows from negative emotions. You have to direct that spark from your gut. But Jito just lacked the mindset for traditional jujitsu. His naturally nonchalant, playful, and high-energy personality made it incredibly difficult to brood over negative emotions or control the volatile spark within him. He was too bold, too lax, and too unbothered by the world to channel sorrow or rage on command. Instead, he relied on the cold, hard numbers of his innate technique. Over that grueling month, they hunted relentlessly. Because they could only find weak, fragile grade 4 curses, the progress was slow and steady. Yet, by the end of the month, Jito had successfully amassed a whopping 86 attribute points from his kills and the residual energy he absorbed. Standing in a quiet clearing away from his mother's watchful eye, Jito wiped a strand of shaggy brown hair from his forehead, cracked his neck, and summoned the bleeding black screen to finally distribute his hard-earned spoils. Chapter 1, Part 11. Mito never pried into the specifics of the bleeding black screen. She understood that a sorcerer's relationship with their innate technique was sacred, but more importantly, she wanted Jito to forge his own path. If I tell you how to build your strength, Jito, then you are just a weapon crafted by my hands, she told him one evening, watching him stare into the flickering campfire. The Zen'in clan breeds mindless soldiers who blindly follow the hierarchy. If you want to survive them, you must learn to think, analyze, and decide for yourself. Your survival depends on your own critical thinking. Jito took her words to heart. Looking at his 86 unassigned points, his sharp, red eyes narrowed as he weighed his options. He didn't dump them blindly this time. He knew his flawed mindset made controlling cursed energy nearly impossible for now. Instead, he decided to lean heavily into what kept him alive: physical dominance and fundamental efficiency. He pumped 25 points into speed, 25 into strength, 16 into endurance, and 20 into cursed energy pool, bringing his total pool up to 59. The agonizing restructuring tore through him again, but this time, Jito didn't cry out. He gritted his teeth, his bold, brash smirk cutting through the sweat pouring down his face. When it passed, he felt a terrifying surge of explosive power coiled in his skinny muscles. He was still below a normal sorcerer, but the foundation was hardening. A week later, on November 7th, the fragile piece shattered. It was Jito's 12th birthday, but the Zen'in clan offered no celebrations, only a trap. The cursed tool Kasumi is missing from the secondary vault, Naoya's squeaky, arrogant voice echoed through the main courtyard. The 10-year-old prodigy stood flanked by 3 elderly clan judges, a malicious, triumphant grin plastered across his face. He pointed a finger directly at Jito, who was casually leaning against a wooden pillar. And a servant saw the failure sneaking near the treasury pavilions last night. He stole it to make up for his pathetic lack of a technique. Jito let out a loud, dramatic sigh, tossing his shaggy brown hair back. His fierce red eyes locked onto his younger brother, entirely unbothered by the heavy gazes of the elders. Naoya, seriously? If I was going to steal a cursed tool, I'd take something worth my time, not a dusty grade 3 butter knife. Besides, last night I was asleep. Your witness probably saw their own reflection and got scared. Silence, Sprat, one of the judges barked, slamming his staff against the stone floor. A theft from the treasury is an insult to the clan head. Do you have proof of your whereabouts? Can anyone vouch for you? Jito's expression remained neutral, though his mind raced. He had been in his room, but in the Zen'in clan, the word of a worthless failure meant absolutely nothing against the word of a prized prodigy. He had no proof. He was entirely innocent, yet completely cornered. The punishment for trespassing and theft from the treasury is clear, the judge declared coldly. 7 days in the secondary disciplinary zone. Jito's breath hitched. The secondary zone. That wasn't the shallow pit Naoya had dragged him to before, where only low-grade training curses were kept. The secondary zone was a massive, subterranean prison filled with actual, untamed, and aggressive curses, grade 3s and potentially worse, used to test the limits of full-fledged sorcerers. To send a 12-year-old with virtually no cursed energy in there for a week was an execution sentence. Naoya's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with sadistic victory. He wanted Jito dead, wiped completely from the family tree. Before the clan guards could step forward to seize Jito, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the courtyard. Wait. Mito stepped forward from the shadows of the corridor, her posture perfectly erect, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her spare katana. Her eyes were like ice as she looked at the judges, completely ignoring Naoya. Jito is a child, and his duties fall under my jurisdiction as his mother, Mito stated, her voice echoing with a fierce, unbreakable resolve. If the clan demands blood for a missing tool, I will take his punishment. I volunteer to enter the secondary disciplinary zone in his place. Jito's nonchalant facade completely shattered. Mom? No. What are you talking about? I didn't do it. You can't go in there. Mito didn't look at him. She kept her gaze locked on the judges. The clan rules state that a guardian may assume the disciplinary debt of an unranked minor. Do you accept, elders? The judges whispered among themselves for a brief moment. To them, a grade 2 sorcerer like Mito entering the pit was actually a proper show of discipline, and it didn't disrupt Naoya's standing. The exchange is permitted. The lead judge closed his eyes. Mito Zen'in will serve the 7 days. No, father. Someone stop this. Jito yelled, taking a step forward, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles bled. For the first time, his playful energy evaporated into pure, desperate panic. It's my birthday. Naoya lied. You can't let her do this. Naobito, who had been watching from the upper balcony with a cup of sake, didn't even blink. He merely waved his hand, signaling the guards to lead Mito away. As the guards escorted her toward the heavy, iron-reinforced seals of the secondary zone, she finally turned her head to look at Jito. She didn't look angry, she looked proud. Her eyes held a burning message, a silent reminder of the philosophy she had drilled into him. All debts deserve to be repaid, Jito. Grow strong. Pay them back. The heavy stone doors of the secondary zone groaned open, revealing a terrifying, dark abyss that echoed with the horrific, multi-layered shrieks of powerful curses. Mito stepped inside without a single tremor in her stride, and the doors slammed shut, locking her away in the dark. Jito stood frozen in the center of the courtyard, his long, shaggy hair casting a deep shadow over his face. His fierce red eyes were wide, burning with a mixture of suffocating guilt, terrifying rage, and an absolute, awakening clarity. He turned his head slowly to look at Naoya, who was giggling quietly with a servant. Jito didn't say a word. He didn't scream. But within his chest, a dark, roaring vow took root. The countdown had begun. He had exactly 7 days to get strong enough to ensure that when those doors opened, he would tear the Zen'in clan's hierarchy to shreds. This is a joke. Naoya's voice shrilled through the courtyard, cutting through the heavy silence that followed the closing of the stone doors. He stomped his foot, glaring up at the judges and then at his father on the balcony. A guardian taking a debt? Jito is the one who stole it. He's the failure. If his worthless mother goes in there, he doesn't learn anything. He's just going to sit in his room laughing at us. The judges blinked, looking up at Naobito. The clan head paused, setting his sake cup down with a dull click. His cold eyes drifted from Naoya down to Jito, who was staring at the sealed doors with a pale, trembling face. Naoya is right, Naobito muttered, his voice carrying effortlessly across the stone courtyard. Discipline is meant to forge a sorcerer or break a weakling. If the boy feels no weight, the lesson is wasted. Guards, chain him to the observation grating. If he cannot fight, he will watch. No, wait. Jito snapped out of his trance, his fierce red eyes widening in pure horror as two. Hulking guards grabbed his skinny arms. Let me go. If she's in there, let me go in with her. Put me in the pit. I'll take the whole week. Just let me join her. Shut your mouth, thief, a guard grunted, dragging him violently toward the heavy iron grating that overlooked the subterranean arena. They threw him down, locking heavy, cursed energy-suppressing cuffs around his wrists and anchoring them to the iron bars. Jito slammed his face against the cold iron grating, sobbing openly as he looked down into the pitch-black abyss below. Mom, can you hear me? Demand them to let me down there. Don't do this for me. Down in the dark, a massive array of torches suddenly ignited around the perimeter of the underground arena, flooding the cavern with a harsh, flickering orange light. Standing in the center of the massive stone floor was Mito. She looked up, her sharp eyes piercing through the dim light to lock onto her son's weeping face. She didn't look afraid. She didn't even look angry at the sudden change in rules. Quiet down, Jito. Her voice rang out, remarkably steady, echoing off the cavern walls. Save your breath. You are a Zen'in, and today you are going to learn what that actually means. From the shadows surrounding the arena, the heavy iron pens groaned open. The sound was deafening, a chaotic, overlapping chorus of clicking mandibles, wet slithering, and guttural, multi-layered shrieks. A sea of grotesque shapes began to pour into the light. Jito's breath caught in his throat. It wasn't just a few training curses. The arena was crawling with them. 82 curses in total, none of them below grade 3. And lurking at the back, towering over the rest like shifting monoliths of pure malice, were 5 massive, terrifying grade 1 spirits. Elders. Father. Stop this. Jito screamed, his body thrashing violently against the chains, the iron biting into his wrists and drawing blood. He was bowling his eyes out, the nonchalant, arrogant boy completely gone, replaced by a terrified child begging for his mother's life. She's a grade 2. A grade 2 can't fight this many. It's an execution. Please. I'll confess. I'll say I stole it. Just let her out. Naoya strolled over to the grating, leaning over to look down with a twisted, joyful smirk. Look at him cry. This is perfect. Watch her get torn apart, failure. That's what happens when your bloodline is weak. Down below, the first wave of grade 3 curses lunged forward, a chaotic mass of limbs and teeth. Mito didn't flinch. She drew her katana, the steel flashing beautifully in the torchlight. She didn't possess a grand, flashy inherited technique. She didn't have projection sorcery or 10 shadows. But as she took her stance, a staggering, monumental shroud of blue cursed energy erupted from her core. It wasn't the volatile, wild spark of a novice. It was a dense, perfectly controlled ocean of power, compressed tightly around her body and her blade. With a single, explosive breath, she moved. Flesh tore. Black blood sprayed. Mito became a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated sword mastery. She ducked under a swinging, multi-jointed arm, her blade slicing through a curse's torso with fluid, terrifying precision. She didn't run. She didn't retreat. She stood her ground in the very center of the arena, meeting the tide of monsters head-on. Mom, please, run. Jito choked out, his tears blurring his vision as he watched her fight like a demon-possessed. Look closely, Jito. Mito shouted back over the shrieks of the dying curses, her voice cutting through the meat grinder noise of the pit. She parried a heavy blow from a grade 2 spirit, using its own momentum to decapitate it in a single, clean sweep. Her uniform was already soaking in black blood, but her stance remained flawless. Stay there and bear witness not of the world's cruelty, but of my strength. I don't run from people. I don't run from anything. Not people. Not curses. Not myself. Hour after hour, the brutal siege continued. Mito's movements never slacked, but the sheer volume of enemies was draining her. She was forcing an impossible amount of cursed energy through her body to make up for her lack of a technique, rawly overpowering the traditional limits of a grade 2 sorcerer. By the 5th hour, the 5 grade 1 curses finally moved. Jito watched in agonizing slow motion as his mother was systematically pushed to her absolute physical limits. Her skin tore, her blood mixed with the curse's filth on the stone floor, yet she refused to drop her knee. She used massive, concentrated bursts of cursed energy to shatter the grade 1's foot domains before they could even form, hacking away their defenses with sheer willpower and master-level execution. She killed the first grade 1. Then the second. Her breath was a ragged, burning wheeze. She didn't cry. She didn't scream in pain. Every time a blow landed, she simply gritted her teeth, reinforced her body with a massive spike of energy, and struck back harder. By the time the final grade 1 curse dissolved into ash, the arena floor was a silent, desecrated graveyard. All 82 curses were gone. Defeated. Exorcised by a single woman with no innate technique. Mito stood in the center of the carnage, her katana still held in a perfect, rigid guard. Her eyes were still locked onto the observation grating where Jito hung from his chains. Mom, Jito whispered, his voice completely raw, his face stained with dried tears. Mom, you did it. They're all gone. You won. Mito didn't answer. A breeze from the ventilation shafts stirred her hair. Slowly, the thick, heavy shroud of blue cursed energy around her body began to dissipate, scattering into the air like fading embers. Her heart had simply stopped. She hadn't given up, and she hadn't been overpowered. She had entirely consumed her own life force, burning every ounce of her physical and spiritual energy to secure her son's future, making the impossible possible through sheer, unyielding will. She died exactly how she lived, standing tall, refusing to bow and protecting her own. Up on the balcony, Naobito stood up, his face unreadable as he stared down at the corpse of the woman who had justified every metric of the clan's hierarchy. Impressive mastery. Clean up the arena. Naoya's smirk had completely vanished, replaced by a pale, unsettled look. He looked at Mito's standing corpse, then back at Jito. The guards unlocked Jito's cuffs, throwing him to the floor. Jito didn't move. He lay there in the dirt, his long, shaggy brown hair covering his face. The crying had stopped. The begging had stopped. Within the absolute silence of his soul, a massive, bleeding black screen flickered to life, dripping with thick, heavy crimson. Multiple targets exorcised within proximity, absorbing 25% residual energy from 82 high-grade casualties. Recalculating. Jito slowly pushed himself up. He looked down into the pit, his natural, fierce red eyes burning with a terrifying, hollow light that made even the nearby guards take a subconscious step back. He didn't look like a 12-year-old boy anymore. He looked like a debt collector. The bleeding black screen hovered in the dark corners of Jito's mind, pulsing with a heavy, suffocating crimson light. Proximity recovery complete. Total points acquired, 240 points. A monumental haul, paid for in the lifeblood of the only person who had ever loved him. Jito didn't distribute them. He couldn't care less about the numbers right now. It took him several agonizing minutes just to drag his trembling legs up from the grating, his long shaggy hair veiling his face as he began the hollow walk back to his quarters. As he turned the corner of a grand, polished wooden corridor, he caught the sound of voices. He paused in the shadows, his expression completely blank. Standing a few paces ahead was Junichi Zen'in, a massive, hulking man with a wildly scarred face and a fiercely intimidating presence. He was currently looking down at 10-year-old Naoya, who was still trying to shake off the unsettling shock of witnessing Mito's final stand. "You're coming with me today," Naoya, Junichi said, his deep voice rumbling through the quiet hallway. "It's time you start learning the true nature of what you'll have to do in the future. The clan demands more than just training in a safe courtyard." Jito stepped out of the shadows. His uniform was still stained with his mother's blood. His face was caked in dried tears, but his natural, fierce red eyes were completely devoid of emotion. "Why not me?" Jito asked. His voice didn't shake. It was flat, hollow, and cold. Naoya flinched, scoffing quickly to hide his discomfort. "Because you're a failure, Jito. You just watched your mother die and you're already barking like..." Junichi cut Naoya off with a raised hand. He stared down at Jito, inspecting the 12-year-old's blood-stained form and the eerie, unblinking glare in his red eyes. Junichi didn't offer a grand speech about worthlessness, tradition, or the clan's hierarchy. He didn't waste words lecturing a child. "Fine," Junichi grunted, turning on his heel. "Follow." He took them deep below the estate, far past the standard disciplinary zones, into a heavy, reinforced basement sector where the Zen'in clan kept wild, highly volatile Grade 2 and Grade 1 curses bound by heavy seals for execution and weapon testing. The air down here didn't just smell like rot, it was thick enough to suffocate a normal human, dripping with pure, concentrated malice. The moment they entered the main chamber, the seals were partially opened to let the pressure bleed out. The monstrous, crushing weight of the curse's negative energy slammed into the room. Naoya instantly gasped, his face turning entirely pale. The young prodigy staggered backward, his hands flying to his throat as he struggled to breathe under the terrifying, invisible gravity of the elite spirits. He was visibly trembling, completely overwhelmed by the raw horror of high-grade jujitsu. But Jito stood perfectly still. His face remained entirely expressionless. Junichi kept a sharp eye on him, fully expecting the boy to panic, scream, or pass out from the sheer terror of what he was witnessing. None of it happened. Jito didn't even blink. Within Jito's chest, The lesson his mother had left him was burning bright. I don't run from anything. Not people. Not curses. Not myself. She had given him the strength to stand tall, and now he was going to use it to hollow this clan out from the inside. As Junichi began to systematically execute the bound curses to demonstrate the clan's power, the bleeding black interface in Jito's mind began to spin like a frantic slot machine. High-grade casualties detected in proximity. Points acquired. 500 points. Combined with his previous haul, he now held a staggering 740 unassigned attribute points. It was enough to completely alter his destiny. But Jito kept his hands steady and his eyes cold, refusing to touch the interface. He wasn't going to trigger the agonizing physical reconstruction here where they could see him break. He was going to save every single point until he was in a safe place, completely hidden from their sight. They thought they were teaching him a lesson about his place in the world. They had no idea they were just feeding the monster that would eventually tear them down. The execution of the bound Grade 1 and Grade 2 curses was a grand, macabre display of the Zen'in clan's sheer martial might. But to Jito, it was simply data. It was raw material to be harvested. He knew he needed to find his own path now. He couldn't stay here. A month ago, Toji had walked away from the clan completely, leaving the suffocating traditionalism behind. Jito decided he would do the same. Later that evening, Jito marched straight into the grand reception hall where Naobito Zen'in sat, heavily intoxicated, nursing a giant porcelain bowl of sake. "Father," Jito said, his voice flat, completely devoid of his usual bright, mocking energy. "I want an apartment outside the estate. And I want to be enrolled in a regular middle school." Naobito paused, the sake bowl hovering near his lips. He blinked his bleary, bloodshot eyes at his eldest son, a mocking, heavy chuckle vibrating in his chest. To the clan head, the waste was simply discarding itself. A failure asking to leave was a blessing that saved him the trouble of an eventual execution or forced labor assignment. "Fine," Naobito muttered, waving a dismissive, heavy hand toward his attendants without looking at Jito again. "Get it done. Clear him out." The attendants moved quickly. By the end of the day, a basic apartment lease in a quiet sector of Sendai was signed and the keys were thrown at Jito's feet. The middle school enrollment, however, was a bureaucratic mess that would take exactly 1 week to fully settle. Jito didn't care. He packed his few belongings, including his mother's gifted katana, and left the estate without looking back. The moment the door of his new, empty apartment clicked shut, the heavy silence of the room crashed down on him. Jito dropped his bag. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the pristine tatami mats. The cold, unfeeling mask he had worn in front of Junichi and Naoya shattered into a million jagged pieces. He wept. He cried until his throat was raw, clutching his stomach as the agonizing reality of his mother's death completely consumed him. Through the tears, he forced his mind to focus. He thought about everything he had learned. The clan used strength to crush the weak, to subjugate, and to breed malice. But his mother had used her strength to protect, to defy the impossible, and to give him a future. And Toji used a monstrous, unseen strength to live entirely by his own rules, completely unbothered by the gods of jujitsu. Strength isn't meant to crush, Jito realized, his chest heaving as he wiped his eyes. When you become strong, you can enforce your own intent. You become the absolute strength that others need. Remembering the terrifying, beautiful ocean of blue energy his mother had channeled in her final moments, not out of hatred, but out of pure, protective intent, something finally clicked inside Jito's soul. The mental block shattered. The volatile spark in his gut smoothed out, transforming into a dense, freezing current. For the first time in his life, he could actually feel and manipulate his own cursed energy. He summoned the bleeding black screen. He had 740 points total. 240 of those points had been bought directly with his mother's life. He looked at those 240 points, a profound sense of reverence washing over him. He wouldn't dump them all at once. He didn't want the sheer physical overload of a massive, sudden evolution to kill him right here on the floor. He decided to allocate exactly 17 points into every single one of his 12 attributes, utilizing the precise points his mother had given him to uniformly elevate his baseline. The moment he locked in the distribution, Jito's vision went completely white. Snap. It started in his spine. Every single vertebra violently popped and realigned, sending a blinding bolt of white-hot agony straight into his brainstem. Jito fell backward, his body twisting into a horrific, unnatural arch as his muscles clamped up in a total, full-body seizure. AF! A strangled, wet scream tore from his throat, echoing off the bare apartment walls. The pain was an absolute, living monster. Inside his skinny arms and legs, the muscle fibers weren't just stretching, they were violently tearing apart at a microscopic level, liquefying before knitting back together into denser, terrifyingly efficient strands of pure steel. His skin bubbled and burned as his sweat glands violently purged impurities, the intense friction of his cellular restructuring radiating a palpable heat through his clothes. Worse than the physical metamorphosis was the spiritual one. Because he had finally unlocked his cursed energy, his newly expanded cursed energy pathways didn't just widen, they bored through his nervous system like drilling iron spikes. The 39 points in his pool forcibly tore open, expanding to swallow the new influx of energy, causing his veins to bulge against his pale skin, glowing with a faint, volatile hue of cursed light. His skull felt like it was being cracked open with a chisel as his reaction speed, dexterity, and barrier skills were forcibly hardwired into his gray matter. Jito thrashed violently across the tatami, his fingers clawing at the mats so hard his nails cracked and bled. He vomited a small amount of dark fluid, his chest heaving erratically as his lungs expanded to accommodate a vastly superior stamina capacity. It was a systematic, brutal demolition of the failure he once was, a agonizing rebirth paid for in blood. When the torment finally receded, Jito lay completely limp in a wide, dark circle of his own sweat and expelled impurities, his long shaggy brown hair matted to his forehead. His breathing was heavy, rattling, but as he slowly opened his eyes, those natural red irises gleamed with a terrifying, crystal-clear clarity. He pushed himself up with a single hand, noticing that the tatama beneath his palm slightly groaned under a raw, effortless physical weight he had never possessed before. Jito lay gasping on the floor for several minutes, the phantom echoes of the agony still vibrating through his bones. Even though he had distributed the points evenly, 240 points was still a monumental, concentrated injection of power into a single human vessel. Slowly, he pushed himself up onto his knees. The air in the apartment felt different now, lighter, less restrictive. His vision was razor-sharp, and his ears caught the faint hum of electricity running through the walls of the building. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, and called forth the bleeding black interface one more time to see the direct results of his mother's final gift. Status window, attribute strength. Speed. Value 27. 27. Classification below normal. Below normal. Endurance 27 below normal. Dexterity 27 below normal. Cursed energy attribute value classification. Cursed energy pool 56 below normal. Cursed energy output 27 below normal. Cursed energy control 27 below normal. Reinforcement 27 below, normal technique mastery 27 below normal. Technique versatility. Barrier skill. Reverse curse technique. 27. 27. 27. Available attribute points, 500. Below normal. Below normal. Below normal. Note, 100 to 300 points required to reach normal sorcerer tier. He was still classified as below normal across the board, but the gap was shrinking rapidly. More importantly, he still had the 500-point hoard from the execution chamber tucked safely away. Jito stood up, his movements fluid. He washed the sweat and grime from his body, threw on a simple black hoodie, and strapped his mother's katana firmly to his waist, concealing it beneath the heavy fabric. The grief in his chest hadn't vanished, but it had hardened into a cold, driving hunger. He needed to test his new body. He needed to hunt. Leaving the apartment building, he navigated the quiet, dimly lit streets of Sendai until he reached the iron gates of a sprawling municipal graveyard. Cemeteries were natural breeding grounds for low-level curses, born from the collective grief, fear, and sorrow of visiting mortals. The moment Jito stepped past the threshold, his fierce red eyes narrowed. Before, he would have been completely blind to what lurked in the dark. Now, with his unlocked cursed energy and heightened attributes, he could see them clearly. 3 grotesque, multi-legged grade 4 curses were skittering over the tombstones, their bodies resembling warped, weeping porcelain faces fused with insectoid limbs. They clicked their teeth, instantly locking onto Jito's presence. "Perfect," Jito muttered, a shadow of his old, brash smirk finally returning to his lips. "Let's see what these new legs can do." The first curse lunged, launching itself from a stone obelisk with a wet screech. Jito didn't even draw his sword. He simply stepped to the side. To his newly elevated reflexes, the creature's movement looked entirely sluggish. Pivoting on his heel, Jito channeled a burst of his newly unlocked cursed energy into his right fist, reinforcing his knuckles, and delivered a brutal, fluid punch straight into the center of the porcelain face. Crack. The curse shattered instantly under the raw physical force and energy reinforcement, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke before it could even hit the ground. The remaining 2 curses hissed in unison, scrambling forward from left and right. Jito's hand blurred, gripping the hilt of his mother's katana. He drew the blade a mere 3 inches from its scabbard, shring, and slammed it back shut. A precise, crescent wave of compressed cursed energy sliced through the air, cleaving both curses perfectly in half. They evaporated into nothingness. Surrounding residual energy absorbed, plus 2 attribute points, Jito breathed out slowly, wiping a stray strand of shaggy brown hair from his eyes. The combat was effortless. The fluid synergy between his physical speed and his weapon mastery felt entirely natural. He felt a deep surge of gratitude toward Mito. Her brutal training had laid a flawless foundation. Wasting no more time in the graveyard, Jito turned back toward the exit. He walked back to his quiet apartment, slipped inside, and locked the door behind him. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami, he rested his hands on his mother's katana, ready to plan his next move. The next evening, Jito sat in the center of his dark apartment, staring at the bleeding black screen. He knew he had to be smart about how he used his hoard. Dumping all 500 points at once might tear his body apart completely. 25 each, he muttered to himself, a small, confident smirk returning to his face. "Let's see how much this hurts." He allocated 25 points into every single one of his 12 attributes, burning 300 points of his hoard in a single keystroke. The agonizing restructuring hit him like a freight train, slamming his body down onto the tatami. His bones groaned, his muscles tore and knitted back together with terrifying density, and his expanding cursed energy pathways burned like liquid fire. But Jito didn't scream. He locked his jaw, his fierce red eyes wide in the dark, forcing himself to bear the pain. When the torment finally receded, he stood up, feeling a staggering, explosive surge of power thrumming beneath his skin. For the next 6 days, this became his absolute, unyielding routine. By day, he waited for his school registration to finalize. By night, he became a ghost haunting the darkest corners of Sendai. He mapped out the local graveyards and sneaked into the heavy, sorrow-soaked corridors of municipal hospitals after visiting hours. Over those 6 days, he systematically distributed another 150 points from his hoard, carefully pacing his growth to avoid killing himself from the physical overload. He hunted relentlessly. He cleansed the city of several hundred grade 4 curses, his mother's katana moving like a blur of silver and blue light in the dark. On the 5th night, inside the abandoned isolation ward of a major hospital, Jito encountered something different. The air was thick, smelling of copper and old rot. Crawling along the ceiling was a massive, multi-armed creature with hollow eyes, his very first solo grade 3 curse. The monster lunged, but Jito didn't flinch. His speed was monstrous compared to a week ago. He stepped inside the creature's guard, his katana flashing in a perfect, upward crescent slash. Slick. The grade 3 curse was cleaved entirely in half, dissolving into a massive cloud of residual energy before it could even screech. Jito stood in the quiet corridor, sheathing his blade with a satisfying click. A genuine, bright smile broke across his face. He knew his mother would be incredibly proud. He was doing exactly what she had done, using his strength to make the world safer and to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. By the end of the week, Jito was finally back to his old, normal self. His bold, high energy, and completely nonchalant attitude had returned, his loud and brash laugh echoing in the empty apartment once more. Yet, beneath the smiles and the playful smirks, a deep, hollow pain remained locked tightly inside his chest, a lingering scar from the birthday he would never forget. But he carried it proudly, letting the ache remind him exactly who he was fighting for. High-grade target exorcised, residual energy absorbed from grade 3 casualty. Points acquired, 83 points from a single grade 3. Jito watched the numbers burn into his retinas before closing the interface with a satisfied pop of his gum. Combined with the leftover points from his execution chamber hoard and the hundreds of grade 4 crumbs he'd been vacuuming up all week, his reserves were looking incredibly healthy. But the numbers would have to wait. Today was November 14th, and it was his first official day of middle school. "All right, Sendai," Jito muttered to his reflection in the hallway mirror, tossing his shaggy brown hair with a sharp flick of his wrist. He was wearing the standard school uniform, but he'd completely ignored the rules by leaving the top 3 buttons of the high-collared jacket undone, exposing his collarbones and a flashy silver chain. "Try not to fall in love with me all at once." With his long, elegant, almost ladylike features and those naturally fierce, blood-red eyes, he looked less like a student and more like a high-fashion model who had lost a fight with a lawnmower. He slapped a piece of toast between his teeth and sauntered out the door, his posture completely lax, a bold, high-energy grin plastered across his face. The hollow ache in his chest was there, but he wore his vibrant spirit like armor. By the time he stepped into Class 1B of his new school, the morning bell had already rung. The homeroom teacher, a tired-looking man with a clipboard, cleared his throat. "Class, we have a transfer student joining us today from Kyoto. Please be welcoming to." Jito didn't wait for the cue. He slid the door open with a dramatic slam, letting his hands slide casually into his pockets as he strolled up to the podium. He scanned the room, his permanent, intense glare automatically making half the front row flinch, even though his actual expression was incredibly bright and cheerful. "Yo, good morning, people," Jito announced, his voice loud, brash, and entirely lacking the nervous sweat expected of a transfer kid. "The name's Jito. No last name needed. I like sleeping in, taking long walks in creepy places, and speaking my mind. I completely hate boring hierarchies and people who take themselves too seriously." He paused, leaning his skinny body against the teacher's desk with absolute confidence, entirely unbothered by the sudden, stunned silence of the classroom. "I know I look a little pretty, and yeah, my eyes are naturally red. No, they're not contacts, and no, I'm not a vampire, though I wouldn't mind the aesthetic," he chuckled, a playful, nonchalant smirk cutting across his face. "If anyone's got a problem with any of that, feel free to step up after class. Otherwise, let's be best friends." "Teach, where am I sitting?" The teacher blinked, completely derailed by the kid's total lack of traditional modesty or deference. "Yua, the empty desk in the back row, next to the window." "Perfect." The classic protagonist seat, Jito laughed loudly, throwing a playful wink at a group of girls who were already whispering furiously among themselves. He sauntered down the aisle, his movements fluid and effortlessly light. He threw his bag onto the desk, slouched deeply into the chair, and propped his chin up on his hand, staring out at the autumn sky. He was noisy, brash, and completely unapologetic about who he was. The Zen'in clan had tried to break him, but as he looked around the bustling, normal classroom, Jito knew. He was exactly where he belonged, and he was going to live every single second of it completely on his own terms. 2 years went by in a spectacular blur. To the Zen'in clan, Jito was a forgotten ghost living a mundane life in Sendai. To the rest of the world, he was a force of nature. He breezed through middle school, graduating top of his class not because he cared about the curriculum, but because his upgraded brain processed data like a supercomputer. He spent his nights clearing whole wards of curses, vacuuming up residual energy, and letting his loud, brash laughter echo through the dark. He was no longer a caged bird. He was a predator waiting for the right sky. It was now November 1st, 2028. The sleek smartphone in his hand buzzed, displaying an unknown but instantly recognizable Kyoto number. Jito leaned back on his apartment sofa, tossing a piece of popcorn into the air and catching it effortlessly in his mouth. He picked up. Yo, to what do I owe the displeasure? Jito, Naobito's deep, gravelly voice rumbled through the speaker, accompanied by the familiar pouring of sake. You've reached age. The higher-ups are inquiring about your placement. Will you be attending Jujutsu High, or should I officially strike you from the registry as a civilian? Jito let out a loud, mocking bark of laughter, his long shaggy brown hair swaying as he tilted his head back. Well, how else are you going to monitor me, father? If I stay a civilian, your little spies won't have an excuse to follow me around Sendai trying to figure out how the failure is still breathing. There was a brief pause on the line. Naobito snorted, entirely unbothered by his son's sharp tongue. Relax. You are my son, but you are not special. Do not mistake surveillance for importance. If you wish to die on a mission, so be it. The line went dead. True to his word, the paperwork was pushed through. Jito was officially enrolled into Tokyo Jujutsu High. A week later, Jito found himself standing in the center of a large, traditional training hall lined with hundreds of strange, felt-stuffed corpses. Sitting cross-legged at the far end of the room was Masamichi Yaga, his massive frame hunched over as his thick fingers meticulously stitched. A miniature green bear. The atmosphere was heavy, suffocatingly quiet. Jito, true to form, didn't show a single ounce of nerves. He stood with his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his modified, loose-fitting Tokyo High uniform, his top buttons characteristically undone. His natural, blood-red eyes scanned the room with a playful, completely nonchalant curiosity. Jito Zen'in, Yaga said, his booming voice vibrating the wooden floors. He didn't look up from his stitching. In jujitsu, we do not care about clan names. We care about resolve. Sorcery is a path that leads directly to a horrific, lonely death. So, I will ask you plainly, why do you want to become a jujitsu sorcerer? Jito's playful smirk faded, replaced by an expression that was entirely bold, high energy, and fierce. He took a step forward, his voice ringing out clear and loud, completely unafraid to speak his mind before the imposing principal. To enforce my own intent, teach, Jito declared, speaking his philosophy aloud to the world for the very first time. The world is full of people who think strength gives them the right to treat others like garbage. My clan thinks that way. Curses think that way. But they're all wrong. Strength isn't a tool to crush the weak or look down on people from a golden throne. Yaga's hands stopped stitching. He raised his sunglasses slightly, his sharp eyes locking onto the 12-year-old. My mother showed me what real strength is, Jito continued, his voice dropping into a razor-sharp, unwavering register. It's a shield. When you become a monster, you don't use that power to dominate, you become the absolute strength that others need to survive. I'm going to climb to the very top, and I'm going to take everything this jujitsu world has to offer, just so I can be the one who decides who gets to live and who gets to die. I'm here to pay back every debt of kindness I owe, and to ensure the debts of cruelty are paid in full. Yaga stared at him for a long, heavy moment, the felt doll in his hands twitching slightly before relaxing. A small, subtle nod escaped the principal. An arrogant answer, but a grounded one. Welcome to Tokyo High Judo. The classroom of the first years at Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High was already home to three of the most absurd anomalies the jiu-jitsu world had ever seen. Sitting lazily with his legs kicked up on his desk was Satoru Gojo. Even at 15, his white hair and round, dark sunglasses couldn't hide the absolute, overwhelming aura of the strongest. Next to him sat Suguru Geto, his long black hair partially tied back, a calm, polite smile on his face that didn't quite reach his sharp, calculating eyes. Slouched in the corner was Shoko Yeri, casually twirling a pen between her fingers, looking utterly exhausted and deeply unbothered by anything happening around her. The door flew open and Jito sauntered in. His long, shaggy brown hair was messy, his uniform top was wide open, and his fierce red eyes scanned the trio with a bright, fearless grin. "Yo! What's up, icons?" Jito announced loudly, clapping his hands together. "The name's Jito. I'm the new kid, the pretty boy, and the guy who's going to keep things interesting around here." Satoru slowly lowered his sunglasses, his bright blue six eyes locking onto Jito. A massive, mocking grin broke across his face. "Huh. So this is the Zen'in clan failure everyone whispers about? You don't look like much, pretty boy. Where's your cursed energy pool? It's like a tiny puddle." "Careful, Whitey." Jito shot back instantly, entirely unbothered, stepping right up into Satoru's personal space with a playful smirk. "That puddle has enough kick to drown you if you're not looking." Suguru chuckled, standing up and brushing off his uniform. "Bold words. Satoru, Suguru, and Shoko, those are our names. Since you're the new addition, how about we head out to the training field? Let's see where the newbie is actually at." Shoko didn't move from her desk, waving a dismissive hand. "Have fun breaking each other. I'll stay here and prepare the bandages." The training field was wide, the autumn wind whipping through Jito's shaggy hair as he stood across from both Satoru and Suguru. Over the last 2 years, Jito had steadily allocated an additional 250 points into every single one of his attributes. Now 15 going on 16, his growth had slowed down drastically. Sendai simply didn't have enough curses or strong enough curses to feed his system anymore. He had plateaued because his hunting grounds were bare. He needed Jiu-Jitsu High to give him access to higher grade targets. "Don't cry if we push you too hard," Satoru taunted, blurring forward with basic martial arts. The clash was explosive. Jito didn't win, but he absolutely didn't lose either. To their utter shock, his raw physical baseline was monstrous. His speed and dexterity, forged by hundreds of point investments, allowed him to read Suguru's fluid martial arts, ducking beneath a sweep and driving a brutal, reinforced palm strike straight into Suguru's chest, sending the curse user skidding back across the dirt. "Oh? Not bad." Satoru laughed, lunging in with blinding speed. Jito's red eyes tracked the movement. He knew he couldn't pierce Satoru's infinity through normal means, but utilizing a precise, sudden spike of his cursed energy control, he timed a fluid, desperate feint. He swung his fist, intentionally letting his cursed energy flare to trigger. Satoru's automated defense, but used his sheer, ungodly physical dexterity to snap a kick. Underneath the barrier's active zone just as Satoru moved to counter. The heel of Jito's shoe cleanly clipped Satoru's chin. The fight ended in a tense draw as Suguru's curses swarmed the field, forcing a separation. Both teenagers stared at Jito, thoroughly impressed and deeply unsettled by a boy who possessed such low initial energy but moved with the terrifying precision of a seasoned killer. At the moment, he wasn't as strong as them, but looking at them, Jito knew he soon would be. As he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a familiar, bleeding black screen flashed before his eyes, but this time, the multi-eyed demon illustration violently warped, revealing a brand new, grotesque text block. Higher grade synergy detected, anomalous progression threshold reached. New function unlocked. Grotesque Forge the Vessel may now craft and forge cursed items, tools, and augments utilizing the structural scraps of humans, curses, and objects. A wide, unhinged smirk crept onto Jito's face. The game had just completely changed. The first official assignment came down from the higher-ups the very next morning, a sweep-and-clear mission in a massive, sprawling industrial sector on the outskirts of Tokyo that had become a breeding ground for a heavy cluster of low to mid-grade curses. In the courtyard, Satoru and Suguru were already bumping shoulders, grinning like high schoolers heading to an amusement park. "Hey, Suguru, bet I can exorcise double whatever you pull," Satoru laughed, lifting his sunglasses. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Satoru," Suguru replied with a polite but competitive smile. "My curses are already hungry." Jito sauntered over, his hands tucked into his loose pockets, his trademark brash smirk firmly in place. "Yo, icons. Sounds like a party. Mind if I tag along with one of you? Two's company, but three's a vanguard." Satoru didn't even look back, waving a dismissive hand as he walked toward the auxiliary. "Vehicle. Pass. A rookie with a tiny energy puddle will just get in the way of my score, pretty boy. Go hunt some bugs." Suguru offered a sympathetic but ultimately exclusionary shrug. "Sorry, Jito. We already have a flow established. It's safer for you to watch from the sidelines for now." Jito turned his fierce red eyes toward Shoko, who was leaning against a pillar, idly lighting a cigarette. "What about you, Shoko? Want to pool our talents?" Shoko took a slow drag, blowing the smoke up into the crisp morning air without a hint of emotion. "Don't look at me. I'm a non-combatant. I only go out if there are corpses to fix or examine. Good luck, newbie." They left him there, treating the upcoming hunt as nothing more than a casual game. Jito watched the car pull away, his long shaggy brown hair swaying in the breeze. His smirk widened, turning sharp and predatory. If they wanted to race, they would find him standing far beyond the finish line. If they wanted to exclude him or compete with him, he wouldn't back down for a single second. Gripping the wrapped hilt of his mother's katana, Jito set off for the industrial sector on foot. The 4 first years ultimately split up across the massive factory complex. The power dynamic between them was wildly skewed. Shoko was already a recognized Grade 1 sorcerer due to her incredibly rare reverse curse technique, while Satoru and Suguru were monstrous special grades, walking natural disasters. Jito, on the other hand, was classified by the conservative jujitsu higher-ups as the weakest, most pathetic Grade 4 in history. They entirely misjudged him because they only looked at conventional metrics. Satoru's 6 eyes only looked at his shallow, unassuming cursed energy pool. Suguru only saw his lack of flashy, catastrophic output. Shoko just wasn't in the mood to be bothered by a Zen'in outcast. But what made Jito strong wasn't one specific, over-reliant gimmick. It was his absolute versatility, his terrifying balance, and his complete self-mastery. If he had wanted to, he could have dumped his thousands of accrued points into a single stat, easily pushing his strength or speed well over the 3,000-point mark to become a blunt instrument of physical trauma. But he had chosen the path of a perfect vessel, flawless dexterity, reinforced endurance, optimal energy control, and a balanced foundation. He didn't depend on an inherited birthright. He depended on himself. Stepping into the rusted, shadow-drenched interior of the primary warehouse, Jito drew his mother's blade. The steel hummed softly, coated in a perfectly compressed, dense layer of blue cursed energy. "Game on, special grades," Jito whispered into the dark, his red eyes flashing with an unhinged, joyous intensity. "Let's see who clears the board first." Jito had exactly 6 days until his 16th birthday on November 7th. It was a date burned into his soul, a marker of the day his mother had died to give him a future. By the time that date arrived, he wanted to hit a monumental milestone, 500 points in every single attribute category. Inside the sprawling industrial complex, Jito moved like a ghost with a scythe. With 2 years of practiced ease guiding his blade, he tore through the cursed manifestations hiding in the rafters and assembly lines. His mother's katana didn't miss a beat. He wasn't flashy like Satoru, nor was he loud like Suguru's swarms of monsters. He was just blindingly, terrifyingly efficient. By the time the veils dropped and the primary sector was cleared, the final tally was undeniable. Jito had killed more curses than the other three combined. Shoko hadn't really been trying, but Satoru and Suguru had actively been competing, making Jito's silent victory a massive, unspoken sting to their pride. Back at the Tokyo High dorms after classes wrapped up, Jito tried to bridge the gap. He sauntered into the common room, a bright, high-energy grin on his face, his hands tucked behind his head. "Yo, icons! We crushed it today," Jito laughed boisterously, leaning against the doorframe. "Since we're officially a team now, how about we grab some ramen down the street? My treat. Let's get to know the guy who just beat your high scores." Satoru didn't even look up from his handheld video game, blowing a bubble with his gum. "Pass. I don't eat with people who have puddle-sized energy pools. Go practice your swings, rookie." Suguru offered a tight, polite but entirely dismissive smile as he closed his textbook. "I have to condition my curses for the evening, Jito. Perhaps another time." Shoko didn't even look up from her phone, waving a hand. "Too tired. Don't look at me." Jito's brash smirk didn't waver for a second, though his fierce red eyes hardened. "All right, more. For me then." He turned on his heel and left the dorms. He didn't waste time throwing a pity party. If they weren't interested in the rookie, he would just give them a reason they couldn't ignore. He spent the rest of the night sprinting across the rooftops of Tokyo, tracking down every low to mid-grade curse he could find, aggressively farming the residual energy. He needed thousands of points to reach his 500 across, the board goal in 6 days, and he wasn't going to sleep until he got them. The second day was a carbon copy of the first. Another joint sweep assignment, another unspoken competition engineered by Satoru and Suguru to try and re-establish their dominance. And once again, Jito won by a landslide, his balanced attributes and flawless dexterity allowing him to clear entire rooms before Gojo's Infinity or Ghetto's curses could even register the targets. "Hey, 2 for 2. Jito cheered afterward, casually slinging his arm around a visibly annoyed Suguru's shoulder. "Seriously, let's hit up an arcade or something. Hang out. We're classmates, aren't we?" Suguru smoothly shrugged Jito's arm off, his smile incredibly strained. "I'm not in the mood for games today, Jito." Satoru scoffed, crossing his arms and turning his back. "Stop barking, Zen'in. You got lucky because the curses were small. Try hanging out with someone on your own level." Jito just chuckled, entirely unbothered by the rejection. He waved a casual goodbye, walked straight out of the campus gates, and went right back to the hunt. The grind didn't stop. By the morning of the third day, the routine was practically set in stone. The classroom door slid open, and the principal began outlining the coordinates for their daily sector sweep. Satoru and Suguru were already cracking their knuckles, their expressions brooding, completely determined to break the rookie's winning streak. Jito didn't even wait for them to stand up. He grabbed his mother's katana from the side of his desk, tossing his shaggy brown hair back as a bold, razor-sharp smirk cut across his pretty features. Her philosophy echoed perfectly in his mind. "I don't run from anything. I guess it's time for me to go 3 for 3, Jito responded loudly, his voice echoing with an infectious, high-energy confidence. Without waiting for their snarky retorts or dismissive glares, he exited the classroom first this time, his footsteps light and fluid as he headed out toward the finish line they couldn't even see yet. Flashing a textbook victory sign with his fingers, Jito bounced on the balls of his feet, executing a hilariously exaggerated, high-energy party dance right in front of his thoroughly irritated classmates. He shimmy-shook his shoulders, his unbuttoned uniform jacket fluttering, completely occupying the narrow corridor outside the classroom. "That's 3 for 3, baby dolls," Jito crowed, spinning on his heel with a dramatic flourish. "At least try and stop me. Woo-woo, yeah. The rookie stays on top." Without missing a beat, he slid across the polished wooden floorboards, dropped to one knee, and began frantically strumming an invisible air guitar, his shaggy brown hair tossing wildly as he threw his head back. He looked up at the stone-faced trio through his long bangs, his fierce red eyes gleaming with unadulterated, infectious mischief. "So, what do you say, icons? Third time's the charm. Want to finally grace me with your magnificent presence and hang out. Satoru's eyebrow twitched behind his dark sunglasses, and Sugiru's hand instinctively tightened around the strap of his uniform bag. But before either of the special grades could open their mouths to deliver their daily dose of elitist rejection, Jito cut them off. He sprang back to his feet, instantly changing his posture. He slumped his shoulders, pushed his lips into a perfect, brooding pout, and pushed his hair back, doing a painfully accurate, haughty impression of Satoru Gojo. Actually, pretty boy, my 6 eyes say your energy puddle is far too shallow to sit at my prestigious ramen table. Go practice your swings, civilian. Then, he immediately wrapped his arms tightly over his chest, narrowed his eyes into tiny, calculating slits, and adapted a soft, drippingly polite, yet utterly condescending tone for Sugiru. Ghetto. My deepest apologies, Jito, but my curses are simply far too intellectual to handle your noisy antics. Perhaps when you learn to summon a real monster, we can discuss the finer points of tea. Finally, he looked towards Shoko, letting his eyes go completely dead, dropping his jaw into a lazy, slack-jawed expression and waving a limp hand through the air. Too tired. Dying. Don't look at me, newbie. Smoke break. Finishing his one-man theatrical performance, Jito snapped back into his normal, beaming, brash self. He clapped his hands together with a loud crack, letting out a boisterous laugh. See? I save us all so much time. I self-reject, you get to keep your mysterious loner vibes, and everybody wins. Perfection. In reality, Jito didn't actually have the time to stand around waiting for them to grow a conscience anyway. The ticking clock in his mind was a relentless, hammering weight. He was running out of time. His 16th birthday was rapidly approaching, and despite his absolute dominance over the last 3 days of sweeps, the sheer mathematics of his innate technique were turning against him. He was still a staggering 2,700 points away from his ultimate goal of hitting 500 points across all 12 attributes. The moment the sun dipped below the Tokyo horizon, Jito began his real hunt. He slipped out of the high school dorms completely unnoticed, the cool autumn air biting at his exposed collarbones. The routine destinations, the municipal graveyards, the sterile hospital basements, the empty schools, and the thick forest perimeters simply weren't cutting it anymore. The weak, fragile grade 4 curses he spent his nights slaughtering were only yielding pitiful fractions of points, barely moving the needle against the massive, mountain-sized deficit he needed to climb. His hunt tonight began at the edge of an overgrown, abandoned railway yard on the outskirts of the city. Stepping past the rusted chain-link fence, the atmospheric pressure shifted. Immediately, the smell of old iron, stagnant water, and human misery hung thick in the air. Jito reached under his heavy black hoodie, his fingers closing around the wrapped hilt of Mito's katana. Even before his eyes locked onto the targets, his heightened senses picked up the erratic, wet slithering sounds echoing from inside the hollowed-out train cars. To his left, a cluster of low-grade insectoid curses began to bubble out from beneath the tracks, their many-eyed faces twitching as they sensed his presence. All right, bugs, Jito whispered into the dark, a razor-sharp, unhinged smirk cutting across his pretty features as he drew the blade a mere inch from its scabbard, the steel humming with compressed blue energy. Let's see how fast I can clear this yard. I've got a birthday deadline to meet. He didn't care about the diminishing returns or the sheer, mind-numbing exhaustion threatening to lock up his muscles. He plunged forward into the dark, his movements a fluid blur of silver light. He went because his mother had died standing her ground, proving that real strength wasn't a tool for arrogant isolation. It was a shield meant to stand between the monsters and the people who couldn't protect themselves. The pain in his chest throbbed, deep and hollow, but Jito just tightened his grip on his sword, let out a sharp breath, and began to tear the curses to shreds. By the next morning, Jito looked like he had been chewed up and spat out by a tornado. His long, shaggy brown hair was a matted mess, his eyes were bloodshot, and his posture, usually fluid and effortless, was stiff, vibrating with a deep, systemic agony. The night before, desperate to break his plateau, He had aggressively dumped 300 points from his accumulated reserves. He had forced 100 points into endurance. The physical remodeling was grueling, his bone density spiked, and his muscle fibers compacted so tightly they threatened to tear his skin from the inside out. He had rammed another 100 points into technique versatility, hoping to force an evolution in unlimited progression. The strain had nearly liquefied his brain. A blinding, white-hot migraine had pierced his skull as his gray matter violently rewired itself. But the gamble paid off, unlocking a horrifying, hidden failsafe of his innate technique. New application unlocked. Samsara debt. The vessel can now actively undo their own death. Upon fatal trauma, the system will forcibly resurrect the user at the immediate cost of 200 attribute points, stripped completely at random from their current status. The final 100 points went straight into reverse curse technique. The moment the investment locked, a completely new, positive energy began to spark in his gut. The freezing, negative current of his regular cursed energy inverted, running backward through his newly forged pathways. The bleeding scratches on his knuckles and the deep, throbbing exhaustion in his muscles began to knit together and heal on their own. The physical upgrade was visible. His skinny frame had filled out, his muscles now possessing a dense, iron-like definition that stretched the fabric of his uniform. It was Friday, November 4th, 2006. He only had 3 days remaining until his 16th birthday, and he was still a massive 2,400 points away from his ultimate goal. When Gojo dragged himself into the classroom, his classmates immediately noticed the change. It was glaringly obvious. His usual boisterous, high-energy demeanor was muted, replaced by a quiet, brooding intensity. He didn't do a party dance. He didn't strum an air guitar. He just sat at his desk, his fierce red eyes staring blankly at the wood. By the end of the afternoon sweep, the scoreboard looked different. For the first time all week, Gojo didn't stand alone at the finish line. He, Satoru, and Sugura had tied. "Looks like you're about to lose your winning streak, rookie," Satoru chirped, leaning against a rusted guardrail, a cocky, testing smirk on his face as he adjusted his sunglasses. Gojo didn't rise to the bait. He didn't mimic Satoru's voice or throw back a witty insult. He just wiped a smear of black curse blood from his cheek, his voice entirely flat and deadpan. "This is a complete waste of my time." Satoru and Sugura both blinked, momentarily stunned. It was a statement shared by all of them regarding the weak, low-grade sweeps, but hearing it come from the usually playful rookie felt completely surreal. To make the drawing routine more interesting, Satoru turned to Suguru, trying to ignore the heavy aura radiating off the transfer student. "Fine. If the pretty boy is out of spirit, let's make it a real competition between you and me, Suguru." Gojo didn't look back. Leaving them to their games, he plunged straight into the Tokyo underbelly, hunting relentlessly through Friday night and all of Saturday. He was a machine, clearing entire wards, desperately trying to scrape together the remaining points, but the crumbs of grade 4s were barely moving the needle. Then came Sunday. Gojo was deep in a dense, isolated forest area on the mountainous outskirts of Tokyo, tracking the residual heat of a suspected grade 2 curse. The autumn leaves crunched softly beneath his boots. The wind rustled the canopy above, casting shifting, jagged shadows across the forest floor. Suddenly, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Shing! A flash of cold steel cut through the dim foliage. Gojo's heightened dexterity and newly upgraded endurance kicked in before his conscious mind could even register the threat. He threw his torso backward, the razor-sharp edge of a specialized, cursed energy-infused dagger missing his throat by a fraction of an inch, slicing a single strand of his shaggy brown hair. Gojo blurred backward, his boots skidding through the dirt as his hand immediately gripped the hilt of his mother's katana. Standing in the clearing was a woman. She wore dark, nondescript tactical gear, her face partially obscured by a mask, but her eyes were entirely cold, calculating, and professional. She didn't have the heavy, explosive cursed energy of a registered sorcerer. She was a curse user assassin, likely hired by a conservative faction of the Zen'in clan who had finally realized the failure was growing too fast. She didn't waste a single second on words. She lunged again, her movements incredibly fast, her dagger weaving a lethal, intricate web of strikes meant to bleed him dry. But Jito wasn't the boy from the disciplinary pit anymore. "Get out of my way," Jito growled, his fierce red eyes flashing with an unhinged, dangerous light. He didn't hold back. He unleashed the full weight of his reinforced physical strength and flawless weapon mastery. The forest clearing became a chaotic blur of clashing metal. The assassin was highly skilled, aiming for his vitals, but Jito's 100-point endurance boost made him a tank. A glancing blow from her dagger sliced his forearm, but the positive spark of his reverse cursed. Technique instantly surged to the wound, sealing the flesh before the blood could even drip. Jito parried a brutal downward slash, the impact vibrating through the trees. Utilizing his superior dexterity, he didn't just defend, he countered. He slid his blade up the length of her dagger, locking the guard, and delivered a devastating, reinforced kick straight to her sternum. The assassin gasped, her ribs fracturing under the raw physical trauma as she was launched backward into a massive cedar tree. Before she could recover her stance, Jito vanished. He reappeared directly in her shadow. His mother's katana flashed in a perfect, cold, and irreversible arc. Slick. The sound of steel passing through flesh and bone was sickeningly quiet. The assassin stiffened, her dagger slipping from her lifeless fingers as she collapsed face-first into the damp autumn leaves. The forest fell completely silent. Jito stood over her, his katana held at a rigid, perfect angle, a single drop of crimson blood running down the polished fuller of the blade. His chest heaved erratically, his shaggy hair cast a deep shadow over his face. This was his very first time killing a human being. It wasn't a grotesque, dissolving curse. It was a real person, and her blood was soaking into the earth. Beneath his boots, the hollow pain in his chest throbbed violently, a cold, suffocating weight pressing down on his lungs. But before the guilt could fully take root, the air around the corpse began to warp. Because she was a high-level curse user overflowing with refined, negative energy, her death triggered a massive, unprecedented vacuum in Jito's system. A thick, heavy cloud of dark crimson residual energy erupted from her body, violently swirling into Jito's chest like a localized hurricane. Potent human target exorcised/eliminated, absorbing refined residual life force and cursed energy. Points acquired. 1,200. Jito's eyes widened in the dark as the bleeding black screen flashed frantically before his face. 1,200 points from a single kill. It was more than he had harvested over weeks of hunting bugs. He stared at the massive windfall, his hands trembling slightly as he slowly sheathed his mother's sword with a soft click. The path to his goal was suddenly wide open, but as he stood alone in the quiet, bloody woods, the price of his progression had never felt heavier. By Monday morning, the news of the forest ambush had already rippled through the school's administrative channels. In the jiu-jitsu world, assassination attempts were practically a rite of passage. Satoru had spent his entire childhood dodging bounty hunters and curse users desperate to claim the prize on the Six Eyes. Clan politics were bloody by nature. What actually threw the classroom into a quiet, tense state of shock wasn't the attack itself, it was the result. The higher-ups had confirmed the assassin's identity as a seasoned, lethal Grade 1 rogue curse user. And Jito, the boy registered as the weakest Grade 4 in history, had walked out of those woods without a single scratch, leaving a corpse behind. Satoru and Suguru didn't chirp or make jokes when Jito walked into the classroom this time. They just watched him with sharp, evaluating eyes, recalculating everything they thought they knew about the transfer student. Principal Yaga stepped up to the podium, tapping a stack of mission files. Given the recent spike in cursed activity, we are splitting resources today. You have 3 separate high-density sectors to clear simultaneously. I'll take the Northern District, Satoru said immediately, leaning back and claiming his file with casual arrogance. Then I'll handle the Eastern Warehouse District, Suguru added, sliding his file over. That left the southern sector for Jito, a sprawling, isolated rural perimeter that sat the furthest away from the other two zones and the school. Jito stepped up, silently grabbing his paperwork, his expression unreadable. During the lunch break, the heavy silence of the morning still hung over the campus. Jito sauntered out to the courtyard boardwalk, his hands buried deep in his pockets. He spotted Shoko leaning against the wooden railing, a thin trail of gray smoke drifting from her lips. Without a sound, Jito glided into her space. His hand blurred, neatly snatching the burning cigarette right out of her mouth. "Hey," Shoko muttered, her deadpan eyes blinking in mild surprise. "Those things are bad for your health, you know," Jito said, a faint ghost of his brash, playful smirk returning as he dropped the cigarette and crushed it beneath the heel of his boot. "I also don't like the smell. More importantly, here." He reached into his uniform jacket and pulled out a small, neatly wrapped box tied with a thin silver ribbon, extending it toward her. "Happy birthday, Shoko." Shoko stared at the package, genuinely caught off guard. It was November 7th, Jito's own birthday, the anniversary of his mother's sacrifice, and entirely uncoincidentally, Shoko's birthday as well. She slowly took the box, her thumb tracing the ribbon. "You remembered." "Of course I did, baby doll," Jito smiled, his natural red eyes softening. He adjusted the strap of his mother's katana on his waist, tilting his head slightly. "Hey, would you like to team up today? I could really use the company." Shoko looked down at the gift, then up at his bloodshot, exhausted eyes. She took a slow breath. "No." A genuinely sad, heavy look crossed Jito's face. For a fraction of a second, the vibrant, high-energy mask completely slipped, revealing the profound, suffocating loneliness of a boy who had spent the last week drowning in blood, guilt, and isolation. But before she could even process the expression, it vanished. "Suit yourself." Jito laughed loudly, executing a quick, dramatic twirl on his heel before she could even think about changing her mind. He waved a hand over his shoulder as he sauntered away. "Don't open it all at once." Before the three combatants departed for the auxiliary vehicles, Satoru stepped into the center of the courtyard, clapping his hands together to lay out the terms of the day. "All right, listen up," Satoru commanded, his cocky grin firmly back in place as he looked between Suguru and Jito. "Since the rookie thinks he's a big shot now, let's establish the rules for today's competition. We're going to our designated areas, and we're seeing who can get the job done. The absolute fastest." Suguru crossed his arms, nodding. "And if the numbers are uneven?" "Simple," Satoru chirped, raising a finger. "In case there isn't a significant number of curses in a specific zone, the score will be determined by what grades they were. Higher grade wins." "And if it's just a massive horde of weak ones?" Jito asked, leaning against the car door, his voice surprisingly quiet. "In case there are a lot of low grades, we refer back to the previous two rules, speed and tier composition," Satoru explained, his 6 eyes gleaming behind his lenses. "At the very end of the sweep, we all meet up at Jito's location since his sector is the furthest away. Don't fall behind, pretty boy." Jito didn't respond with his usual air guitar theatricals. He just climbed into the back seat of his assigned car, pulling the door shut. As the vehicle pulled away from the Tokyo high gates, his fingers tightened around the wrapped hilt of Mito's blade. He had the points. He had the strength. And as he stared out the window at the passing city, he prepared to turn his isolated southern sector into an absolute slaughterhouse. The screen of Jito's phone buzzed in his palm as his auxiliary vehicle dropped him off at the edge of an abandoned, rotting concrete warehouse complex. The group chat lit up with Satoru's rapid-fire typing, checking everyone's signal before the timer officially started. "Satoru, signal check. Everyone bars?" "Suguru, clear." "Jito, good to go." "Satoru, ready Satoru. Get set Satoru." Go Jito pocketed his phone, a sharp, cold breath escaping his lips. He slipped past the rusted, hanging bay doors of the primary facility. He didn't even have time to draw his sword. Thump. The air didn't just turn heavy, it instantly ceased to exist. The familiar concrete walls, the gray autumn light filtering through the cracked skylights, and the rusted iron beams vanished in a violent, terrifying flash of dark expansion. The temperature plummeted into an unnatural, freezing void. Beneath Jito's boots, the floor warped into a grotesque, pulsing mesh of black. Calcified bones and weeping, empty eye sockets stretching out into infinity. A heavy, suffocating weight slammed into his chest, rattling his newly upgraded endurance. Warning: systemic spatial isolation detected. You have been forced into and active innate domain. Jito's fierce red eyes widened in the dark, the reflection of the bleeding black system screen casting an eerie glow over his sharp features. He didn't panic. He didn't scream. But his knuckles turned white as he slowly gripped the hilt of his mother's katana. A domain expansion. Jito whispered, his voice echoing hollowly in the vast, cursed space. Talk about a birthday surprise. Meanwhile, miles away across Tokyo, the special grades were treating the afternoon like a casual field day. Suguru Geto stepped out of his assigned warehouse district, dusting off his uniform trousers with a polite, highly satisfied smile. It had taken him exactly 20 minutes to clear an entire sector that the higher-ups estimated would take a standard team an hour to handle. He had systematically swarmed, exorcised, or absorbed exactly 82 curses, pulling in a massive haul of high-grade spirits that easily secured his victory for the day. Time, Satoru grumbled, sauntering out of the northern sector precisely 20 minutes after the start signal. He checked his phone, clicking his tongue in irritation. 82 curses on my end too, but mostly mid-grade bugs. You got lucky with the tier composition, Suguru. A win is a win, Satoru, Suguru countered smoothly. More importantly, look at the chat. The rookie hasn't posted a completion log. Satoru puffed out his cheeks, a cocky, dismissive grin returning to his face. Huh. Looks like the pretty boy finally hit a wall. Probably crying in a corner because a grade 3 gave him a paper cut. I'm just happy we finally broke his little winning streak. Shoko, who had been sitting in the back of the auxiliary vehicle monitoring the reports, stared intently at her tablet. Her brows furrowed, her lazy, unbothered demeanor completely vanishing. Stop joking around, you two, Shoko said, her voice dropping into a rare, sharp tone. Something is wrong. Suguru blinked, looking over her shoulder. What do you mean? His sector was supposed to be a routine sweep. Exactly, Shoko pointed to the screen. According to the windows and the window reports from this morning, Jito's area was flagged as the safest zone by a landslide. It was supposed to have the absolute lowest density of curses, between 5 and 25 grade 4 scurriers at the absolute most. A grade 4 sorcerer could clear it in 10 minutes. Jito handled a grade 1 assassin yesterday. There is no biological reason he should still be running the clock. Suguru's smile faded. Maybe his phone died? I'm calling him right now, Shoko said, pressing the screen. The line ran, ringing out continuously into an empty, hollow tone before dropping entirely. The signal towers in that rural district are perfectly functional. His GPS location is locked right on the primary structure. If he has service, the call should connect. The realization slammed into the trio simultaneously, a sudden, freezing dread dropping over the courtyard. If Jito's phone was on, the area had full bars, and he still wasn't answering. It could only mean a handful of catastrophic things. He was locked inside a closed barrier, trapped within a lethal domain, or his corpse was lying next to a shattered screen. To their absolute knowledge, Jito didn't possess an innate technique capable of casting a barrier, let alone a domain expansion. He was entirely blind to those advanced metrics. And after Sunday's targeted ambush by a grade 1 curse user, the implication was blindingly obvious. The traditionalists or an unknown faction had dropped a curtain to finish the execution they failed to pull off in the woods. Damn it, Satoru growled, his cocky persona entirely evaporating as his 6 eyes flared with raw, uninhibited pressure beneath his sunglasses. The higher-ups set him up. We're too far away, Suguru said, his face turning incredibly pale as he calculated the logistics. Even with my fastest transport curses, we're on the complete opposite side of the city. It's going to take us an hour of pure sprinting and cursed energy reinforcement just to reach his coordinates. And if we call the school for backup? Shoko asked, her hands tightening around the small wrapped birthday gift Jito had handed her just hours prior. Yaga and the staff are buried in meetings at the secondary campus, Satoru snapped, gripping Suguru's shoulder as the ground beneath his feet cracked from his sheer output. It would take them 2 hours minimum to even authorize a scout team, let alone reach him. If we don't go right now, he's dead. Without another word, the two special grades blurred into motion, tearing through the concrete gates of the sector at a terrifying, supersonic pace, desperately chasing a ticking clock they were already losing. 20 minutes had passed inside the freezing, bone-strewn void of the domain. Jito's breathing was a ragged, whistling gasp, his chest heaving as the positive spark of his reverse curse technique continuously stitched together deep, jagged lacerations opening across his torso. He had slaughtered 79 curses so far, his mother's katana coated in a thick, steaming layer of black and crimson gore. 60 grade 4s, 10 grade 3s, and 9 terrifyingly aggressive grade 2s had lunged at him from the weeping walls of the barrier. And yet, the true master of the domain, the source of this suffocating pressure, hadn't even shown itself. What the fuck is this? Jito spat, wiping a mixture of sweat and black curse blood from his eyes, his voice echoing hollowly into the endless dark. If it weren't for the brutal, agonizing gamble he had taken the night before, he would have been torn to shreds within the first 30 seconds of the expansion. Before entering the sector, his baseline attributes sat evenly at 250, with his endurance, technique versatility, and reverse curse technique already pushed ahead to 350. After dragging himself back to his apartment. From the woods on Sunday, he had taken the massive 1,200-point windfall from the assassin and split it evenly, ramming an additional 100 points into every single one of his 12 categories. The physical and mental remodeling had been so violently destructive that he had barely survived the screaming, full-body seizures before passing out on his blood-stained tatami. Now, trapped inside the domain's relentless meat grinder, Jito realized his current baseline still wasn't enough. The environment was suffocating him. Gritting his teeth, he tapped into his floating combat reserves mid-stride, forcefully dumping his stored points directly into his reinforcement and endurance, violently forcing them both up to the 450 mark. A heavy, explosive shockwave of compressed energy erupted from his body, cracking the calcified bones beneath his boots as the system screen flashed. Status window. Attribute. Strength. Value. 350. Classification. Grade 4. Speed 350 grade 4 endurance, 450 grade 3 dexterity 350 grade 4 cursed energy attribute value classification. Cursed energy pool 350 grade 4. Cursed energy output 350 grade 4. Cursed energy control 350 grade 4. Reinforcement 450 grade 3 technique mastery 350 grade 4. Technique versatility 450 grade 3. Barrier skill 350 grade 4. Reverse cursed technique 450 grade 3. Available attribute points 83. Buffered dynamically during active combat. To the Jiu-Jitsu world's rigid metrics, Jito was still functionally handled like a grade 4 sorcerer in almost every category. The system didn't give him any special tier shortcuts. But what made him an absolute anomaly wasn't a singular, overflowing peak of power, it was his unparalleled versatility. While traditional sorcerers only excelled in 6 or 7 specific categories, Jito was flat, balanced, and entirely self-mastered across the board. More importantly, pushing his cursed energy reinforcement and physical endurance to 450 didn't just stop his ribs from collapsing, it perfectly synchronized his physical strike timing with his cursed energy flow. The system instantly notified him that his spatial distortion alignment had stabilized, drastically increasing his probability of landing a black flash. And he knew damn well he needed one if he was going to break this barrier from the inside. He was fiercely determined not to trigger Samsara dead again. Yesterday in the woods, the assassin had caught him with a lethal strike to his vitals. He had actually died for the very first time, losing 200 random points for a forced resurrection before catching her off guard with his own raw, incomplete domain to claw those points back. He was not about to lose another chunk of his hard-earned progress today. Because of the domain's isolating structure, his senses were heavily suppressed. He couldn't track the cursed energy signatures until the monsters were right on top of him, bubbling out of the calcified floorboards like a sick joke. Squelch. Another wet, multi-limbed shadow materialized a mere 3 feet behind him, its jaws gaping open. Jito pivoted on his heel, his fierce red eyes flashing with an unhinged, exhausted rage as he slammed his blade upward, his focus hyperlocking onto the space between his steel and the curse's flesh. How many more did he have to face off against before the master of this theater finally showed its face? 50 minutes. 50 agonizing minutes had crawled by inside the claustrophobic nightmare of the domain. Jito's uniform was entirely shredded, stained with the grotesque mosaic of his own blood and the foul, oily residue of his victims. His muscles screamed under the immense, crushing gravity of the sure-hit environment, but his 450-point endurance held his skeletal frame together like tempered steel. Since his sudden attribute spike, he had carved through 4 more aggressive Grade 2 curses that had ambushed him from the blind spots of his suppressed senses. The last one, however, hadn't been a standard scurry. It was a massive, armored centipede-like monstrosity, a definitive semi-Grade 1 curse. It had taken a chunk out of his left shoulder before Jito could ride its distorted approach, but his reinforced physical dexterity allowed him to pivot midair, channeling a brutal, perfectly timed burst of energy through his katana to sever the creature's head. The positive current of his reverse curse technique immediately surged to his shoulder, sizzling like white-hot iron as it violently stitched the muscle fibers back together. 83, Jito breathed, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He wiped a streak of dark fluid from his chin, his fierce red eyes scanning the endless perimeter of calcified bones. He had killed more than Satoru and Sugiru's entire day's tally combined, all while locked in a death match. Pushing deeper into the shifting, spatial geometry of the domain, the endless landscape of weeping eye sockets suddenly stabilized. The air grew violently cold, smelling intensely of rusted iron and ancient, stagnant blood. Standing in a desolate, bone-strewn clearing ahead was a towering figure. It was a humanoid curse, but unlike the grotesque, formless bugs he had been slaughtering, this one possessed an terrifying, structured aura. It was clad in decaying, crimson samurai armor that seemed to be forged directly from hardened, clotted human blood. A jagged, oversized nodachi, a massive battlefield sword, was slung over its shoulder. The curse had no face, only a void beneath its horned helmet where a single, burning iris of pure, unadulterated malice stared back at him. A genuine, registered Grade 1 curse. The absolute master of the domain. The samurai curse didn't screech or babble. It slowly lowered its massive blade, the tip scraping against the calcified floorboards with a screeching sound that vibrated straight through Jito's teeth. The sheer pressure of its cursed energy output caused the spatial walls of the domain to ripple. "So, you're the ringmaster," Jito muttered, a slow, wild, and completely unhinged smirk cutting across his exhausted features. He tossed his shaggy brown hair back, his hands tightening on Mito's katana as he dropped into a low, fluid stance. "Nice armor. Let's see if it keeps your guts inside." The samurai moved. It didn't run, it shattered the distance. The speed was so immense that it completely bypassed Jito's suppressed sensory perimeter. The massive nodachi came down in a brutal, vertical cleave that split the air itself with a deafening whistle. Boom! Jito crossed his katana with the descending mountain of steel. The raw, concussive force of the impact shattered the bone floor beneath his boots, sinking his legs up to his shins. His 450-point reinforcement sparked violently, a bright blue flare of energy fighting against the heavy, crushing weight of the Grade 1 strike. And Jito grunted, his teeth grinding together as the sheer physical output of the curse threatened to snap his radius bones. The samurai twisted the hilt, utilizing its superior leverage to slide the heavy nodachi down Jito's blade, aiming to cleanly sever his fingers. Jito's dexterity saved him. He released his right hand from the hilt, letting his torso drop flat to the ground as the massive blade sheared through the air millimeters above his nose. Using his momentum, Jito drove his left palm into the calcified earth, flipping his entire body over in a flawless, acrobatic handstand kick. His boot, heavily reinforced with a sudden spike of cursed energy, slammed directly underneath the samurai's heavy chin guard. The impact sounded like a cannon shot. The massive curse was forced back 2 steps, its horned helmet rattling. Jito cleanly flipped back onto his feet, instantly gripping his katana with both hands, his red eyes burning. He didn't give the monster a single millisecond to recover. He lunged forward, his blade becoming a silver blur of perfectly executed, consecutive slashes, targeting the joints of the crimson armor. Clang, clang, slick. He managed to pierce the thigh guard, a jet of black curse fluid erupting from the wound. But the samurai was a battlefield veteran. Ignoring the pain, the curse let go of its nodachi with one hand, its massive, gauntlet fist blurring forward in a devastating counterpunch. The iron fist caught Jito squarely in the ribs. The sound of his chest collapsing was sickening. The sheer momentum launched Jito backward across the clearing, his body skipping violently over the bone-strewn ground for 20 meters before crashing into a massive pillar of calcified skulls. He coughed up a thick spray of crimson blood, his vision swimming violently as the system screen flashed a bright, warning yellow. The samurai curse slowly recovered its stance, lifting the heavy nodachi once more, its single burning eye locked onto the broken boy in the dirt. It began to stride forward, each heavy footstep echoing like a death knell in the quiet void. Jito leaned against the breaking pillar, his breath coming in ragged, bloody gasps. He could feel the positive energy of his reverse cursed technique desperately fighting to reinflate his punctured lung and knit his shattered ribs back together, but it was draining his pool fast. He looked at the approaching monster, then down at his trembling hands. His attributes were perfectly balanced, his versatility was flawless, and his timing was locked in. He had the tools. He just needed to find that perfect, infinite spark within the next few seconds, or his 16th birthday was going to be his last. Pushing himself up from the shattered pillar of skulls, Jito spat a mouthful of crimson blood onto the bone-strewn floor. His lungs burned, but his 450-point endurance forced his legs to lock straight. The samurai curse was already charging, its heavy crimson armor clanking like a collapsing factory, the massive nodachi raised high to deliver the final blow. With a wild, desperate roar, Jito lunged forward, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into a horizontal parry. Crack. The sound was deafening. Under the overwhelming physical output of the Grade 1 curse, Mito's katana, the last physical tether to his mother, shattered into a dozen silver fragments. The broken hilt vibrated violently in Jito's hand, the jagged remains of the blade reflecting the cold, dark void of the domain. To manipulate his shallow pool of cursed energy, Jito had always forced his mind back to a specific, agonizing place, his mother's final moments in the Zen'in disciplinary pit. When the entire world had abandoned him to the dark, she had stood between him and the monsters until her body physically couldn't anymore. And even when she was gone, her sword had been his shield. Seeing that steel turn to dust, realizing this grotesque manifestation of human misery wanted to strip away the very last thing his mother had died to give him, a blinding, suffocating wave of pure grief exploded in his chest. The sorrow didn't paralyze him, it ignited his spirit into a volatile, raging furnace. "You are not taking my life," Jito screamed internally. "And you are not taking her memory." The samurai brought the massive nodachi down in a terrifying, vertical execution slash. Jito didn't retreat. He stepped directly into the strike's trajectory, his palms slamming together with flawless 350-point dexterity. Clap. He caught the heavy blade directly between his bare hands. The raw friction charred the skin of his palms, but his 450-point reinforcement held the edge perfectly in place. With a violent twist of his hips, Jito redirected the descending mountain of steel into the dirt beside him. Using the curse's own forward momentum against it, Jito pivoted on his left foot, launching his entire body upward to drive the heel of his right boot straight into the samurai's exposed chin guard. In that microscopic fraction of a second, the universe perfectly aligned. The physical impact of his heel met the absolute peak of his compressed cursed energy within $0.000001 seconds of spatial contact. The air violently fractured. Boom! A blinding flash of black lightning erupted from the point of impact, warping the space around the curse's head. A black flash. The sheer concussive force of the distortion sent the towering samurai staggering backward, its armored chin shattered into splintered bone. Jito didn't let it breathe. Before the black lightning could even fade from the air, he lunged downward, wrapping his scorched fingers around the heavy hilt of the curse's own fallen Nodachi. The weapon was massive, designed for a giant, but Jito ripped it from the earth with absolute, unhinged ferocity. He stepped into a brutal, low-angled crescent slash. Boom! Another explosion of dark, crimson electricity rumbled through the clearing as a second consecutive black flash tore cleanly through the samurai's chest plate, splitting the clotted armor wide open. Jito spun on his heel, his shaggy brown hair whipping through the spatial distortion as he lifted the heavy battlefield sword overhead, his fierce red eyes reflecting the absolute abyss. He brought the blade down in a final, diagonal cleave. Boom! The third consecutive black flash detonated directly inside the curse's core. The sheer, multiplicative power of the spatial distortions was too much for the Grade 1 entity to withstand. The samurai's massive, armored form violently ruptured from the inside out, disintegrating into a massive cloud of heavy, suffocating black smoke that rained down across the bone clearing. Breathing heavily, Jito dropped the massive Nodachi, his knees trembling violently as the bleeding black interface flickered rapidly before his eyes. High-grade target eliminated, absorbing refined Grade 1 residual energy. Diminishing returns active due to current baseline progression. Points acquired, 575 goal status, 2,400/3,600 points remaining. The massive 1,200-point windfall he had gotten from the assassin was a thing of the past. Because his overall baseline had increased so drastically over the last 48 hours, the system was already throttling his intake. A premier Grade 1 curse was only worth half its value now. He stood there, waiting for the calcified walls to crumble, but the dark, freezing void of the domain didn't budge. The weeping eye sockets in the floorboards continued to stare back at him. What the fuck? Jito rasped out, his voice cracking as a thick trail of blood ran down his chin. The domain was still up. The master was dead, but the structural barrier was entirely self-sustaining, or worse, another wave was triggering. His cursed energy pool was completely bone dry. He had used the last of his reserves to fuel the black flashes and keep his reverse curse technique from failing. Without energy, he couldn't heal his broken ribs, and he wouldn't survive another ambush from a simple Grade 4 bug, let alone a barrier collapse. He had to gamble his life right now. With shaking fingers, Jito swiped open his status window. He didn't have the luxury of spreading his 575 newly acquired points evenly across his 12 attributes anymore. He needed a massive, definitive battery to keep his heart beating. He dumped all 575 points directly into a single category, Cursed Energy Pool. The reaction was instantaneous and horrifying. Jito collapsed face-first onto the calcified bone floor, his entire body convulsing violently as his soul's capacity for spiritual energy was forcefully ripped open and expanded. It felt like someone was pouring boiling, pressurized mercury directly into his central nervous system. His vision went entirely white, his teeth grinding together so hard they threatened to shatter as he prayed. The systemic agony would subside before the environment noticed he was paralyzed. He needed to break through the rigid, average limits of his sheet. If he wanted to walk out of this trap alive, he needed to drag his stats into the true Grade 1 territory of the jiu-jitsu world, no matter how much blood it cost him. Jito had now been trapped inside the suffocating void of the domain for a solid hour and 5 minutes. 5 of those minutes had been spent face down on the calcified bone floor, his body violently twitching as the 575-point injection tore through his spiritual pathways. He had felt as if he were going to die right then and there, though, to be fair, he had felt that way the entire time he was in this hellhole. But as the systemic agony finally began to recede into a dull, thumping roar, Jito pushed himself up. He could feel it instantly. His cursed energy pool had skyrocketed to a staggering 925 points. For the first time in his life, his spiritual reserves didn't feel like a shallow puddle. They felt like a pressurized, raging reservoir. He stood up, rolling his shoulders and stretching his neck until it popped loudly, his fierce red eyes locking onto the shattered fragments of his mother's katana scattered in the dirt. "I'm not leaving you behind," Jito muttered, kneeling down. He gathered the broken pieces of Mito's Grade 2 blade, holding them tightly in his palm. Then he turned to the massive, jagged battlefield nodachi left behind by the slain samurai curse, a high-grade, Grade 1 tool. Closing his eyes, Jito activated the hidden, twisted application of his technique, Grotesque Forge. He poured his newly expanded, massive pool of cursed energy into both weapons simultaneously. The shards of his mother's sword began to melt, turning into a liquid silver light that wrapped around the heavy, dark iron of the massive nodachi. The two entirely different histories, grades, and structures violently compressed, rewriting their physical laws under Jito's absolute intent. When the blinding flare of blue and silver energy subsided, Jito was holding a masterpiece. The weapon had adapted perfectly to him. It was a sleek, extended hilt dado, longer than a standard katana, but infinitely lighter and more balanced than the giant nodachi. The steel was a deep, shimmering obsidian, laced with erratic, silver-white veins that hummed with a terrifying, rhythmic pulse. It was a weapon far stronger than either of its components. Jito swung it once, the sheer weight of its passive energy slicing a clean, silent arc through the domain's heavy air. "Definitely a special Grade 1 weapon," Jito whispered, a sharp, dangerous smirk returning to his face as he tightly gripped the wrapped hilt. "Maybe even higher. Let's call you Mito's legacy." With his new blade in hand, Jito pushed deeper into the shifting, spatial geometry of the domain, following the newly unlocked, massive flow of his own energy. The bone-strewn landscape began to narrow, guiding him toward a grand, hollow cathedral made entirely of weeping stone and rusted iron bars. And there, sitting upon a throne of calcified skulls, was the true architect of his torment. The curse didn't look pristine. In fact, it was heavily, violently injured. Deep, jagged burns and massive chunks of missing flesh marred its torso, weeping a foul, black ichor. Someone, perhaps another sorcerer or a rival faction, had severely battered this thing before it had fled to this rural sector to hide and cast its boundary. "Welcome to my domain," a voice echoed through the cathedral. Jito froze, his eyes narrowing to razor slits as he looked at the throne. "You speak." The creature slowly stood up, towering over the clearing at a horrific 7 feet tall. It was a slender, skeletal monstrosity, completely wrapped in filthy, blood-soaked funeral bandages. Its body bent and twisted at unnatural, sickening angles, its elbows jutting backward, its spine curved like a broken branch, and yet, it stood upright with an eerie, predatory grace. But it wasn't the monster's face that made Jito's blood run cold. It was what it was holding. Clutched loosely in the creature's elongated, bandaged fingers was the limp, lifeless body of a young civilian child, no older than 7, its eyes completely blank. A fresh vessel," the bandaged curse rasped, its voice sounding like two grinding tombstones. It tilted its head, a wet, snapping sound echoing from its neck. The others, the ones who burned me, they spoke of a Zen'in failure. But you do not smell like a failure. You smell like an absolute feast. Jito didn't laugh. He didn't strum an air guitar. The high-energy mask completely shattered, leaving behind a cold, unadulterated abyss of pure wrath. He leveled his black steel dado straight at the monster's face. "Put the kid down," Jito said, his voice terrifyingly quiet, dropping into a register that didn't sound like a teenager at all. Right now. The monstrosity let out a wet, rattling chuckle, raising the child's body slightly as if taunting him. "Why do you care, little sorcerer? Hundreds of them die in the dark every single day. They fear the dark. They feed me their terror. This one was so sweet before the light left his eyes. Do you want to join him in my belly?" I said. Jito stepped forward, the obsidian blade humming a low, violent note as a heavy, suffocating wave of his 925-point cursed energy pool began to bleed into the cathedral, cracking the stone floorboards. "Put him down." So much anger for a grade 4 insect, the curse mocked, its single exposed, bloodshot eye widening with sadistic glee behind its bandages. "Look around you. This is my world. My sure hit will tear your flesh to ribbons before you can even cross this distance. You are nothing but a sacrifice to ensure my healing." "You talk too much for a corpse," Jito growled, his knuckles turning stark white against the hilt of Mito's legacy. "Yesterday, an assassin tried to take my life, and I took hers. Today, your little pet samurai tried to break my mother's memory, and I turned him to dust. You think a few pieces of cloth and a stolen domain make you a god?" The bandaged monstrosity threw its head back, its unnatural joints snapping as it barked a horrific, layered laugh. "I am the god of this space. I have consumed dozens of your kind. Your anger is delicious, Zen'in. Come then. Suffer. Die. Let me feel your despair." Despair? Jito's smirk returned, but it was completely devoid of joy. It was the face of an executioner. He dropped into a low, explosive stance, his 450-point reinforcement igniting a brilliant, wild outline of dark blue sparks around his body. "I don't do despair, baby doll. I do collections. And right now, your debt is officially due." The bandaged monstrosity didn't wait for Jito to bridge the gap. It casually tossed the child's limp body onto the pile of skulls behind its throne, like an afterthought. "Let us see if your skin is tougher than your iron, little insect." The curse roared, its voice vibrating through the weeping stone walls. The air between them violently fractured. The domain's sure-hit passive environmental effect, lethal laceration, activated. Dozens of invisible, razor-sharp localized vacuum pockets snapped into existence right against Jito's flesh. Slick. Slash. Rip. Deep, clean cuts burst open across Jito's chest, arms, and cheeks. His uniform top tore into rags as crimson ribbons sprayed into the air. But Jito didn't even flinch. His 450-point endurance kept his muscles from failing, and the massive reservoir of his 925-point cursed energy pool fed his reverse curse technique a relentless stream of positive energy. The wounds hissed, steaming with white smoke as they desperately tried to stitch closed the moment they were carved. "That all you got, mummy?" Jito yelled, his voice a wild, echoing roar. He exploded forward, his boots shattering the stone floor. He swung Mito's legacy in a devastating, horizontal arc meant to cleave the monster's midsection. But the curse didn't parry. Its slender, 7-foot frame suddenly bent backward at a completely impossible 90-degree angle at the spine. The obsidian blade passed mere millimeters above its bandaged chest, cutting only air. Before Jito could recover his stance, the curse's left leg snapped upward from a grotesque, inverted joint, its heel slamming violently into Jito's jaw. Bang! Jito was launched upward into the cathedral's vaulted ceiling, his back violently shattering a stone rafter. He fell heavily back to the ground, coughing up a thick spray of dark blood. The monstrosity snapped its spine back into an upright position with a wet, cracking sound, laughing hysterically. Inversion. Distortion. My body does not follow the rigid, pathetic geometry of a human, Zen'in. You track my shoulders, but my feet are already behind your neck. Jito pushed himself up onto one knee, using the obsidian dado as a crutch. His jaw was misaligned, but a violent surge of RCT snapped the bone back into place with a sickening pop. He spat out a tooth, his fierce red eyes widening with an unhinged, dangerous excitement. Anatomical manipulation. Fucking beautiful, Jito rasped, a bloody grin cutting across his face. You're a walking physics error. I love it. You smile while you drown in your own blood? The curse stepped forward, its elongated arms unraveling slightly, loose, blood-soaked bandages whipping through the air like living tendrils. Arrogant child. You're outmatched. You are a grade 4 bug playing in a special grade sandbox. Then let's see how much sand I can kick in your eye. Jito lunged again, but this time, he didn't aim for a clean swing. He utilized his 350-point dexterity to intentionally trigger a chaotic, erratic sequence of feints. He thrust the tip of the dado toward the curse's exposed eye, then instantly dropped his weight, sliding along the bloody stone to slice at its ankles. Predictable, the curse hissed. Its entire torso suddenly spun like a top, completely independent of its stationary hips, its unraveled bandages hardening with negative energy into rigid, iron-like whips. Crack, crack, crack. The hardened bandages slammed into Jito's ribs and shoulders like successive strikes from a wrecking ball. Even with his 450-point reinforcement, the sheer kinetic output of a grade 1 entity sent Jito skidding backward, his boots carving deep trenches into the stone floor. He was entirely on the back foot, his vision blurring as the sheer speed and unpredictable, boneless movements of the monstrosity bypassed his balanced defenses again and again. Every time he tried to time a counterstrike, the curse's limbs would bend outward or shrink inward, completely throwing off Jito's spatial synchronization. He couldn't find the perfect rhythm. He couldn't hit a black flash because the target's physical structure changed shapes every microsecond. What is the matter, Zen'in? The bandaged monstrosity mocked, closing the distance instantly, its face inches from Jito's as it unleashed a flurry of chaotic, multi-jointed punches that battered Jito's guard. Where is that high-energy confidence now? Where is the vanguard? Still right, fucking, here. Jito roared through his broken teeth. He blocked a descending elbow with the flat of his blade, but the curse's other arm instantly bent around Jito's shoulder from behind, its sharp, blackened claws digging deep into Jito's collarbone. Jito gasped as his flesh was violently torn, the dark ichor of the curse burning his skin like acid. He was losing blood faster than his RCT could replace it. His massive new pool was draining at an alarming rate, just keeping him conscious. He was trapped in a corner, entirely overwhelmed by a seasoned, terrifyingly unique executioner, and for the first time all week, the finish line felt completely out of reach. The cathedral structure of the domain groaned as the ambient pressure doubled. The weeping stone walls began to bleed a thicker, darker sludge, and the calcified bone floorboards rumbled beneath Jito's boots. The bandaged monstrosity stood 5 paces away, its slender, unraveled arms twitching in a grotesque, rhythmic pattern. The single bloodshot eye staring through the soiled linen widened, its iris vibrating with a sickening, high-frequency hum. You think you are fighting my flesh, Zen'in, the curse rasped, its layered voice echoing from every corner of the ceiling simultaneously. But inside a domain, you are fighting my will. My innate technique, anatomical anarchy, does not just belong to my body anymore. The moment my territory expanded, the space itself became my theater. Do you feel it? The air you breathe. It belongs to my design. Jito's heart hammered against his cracked ribs. The 450-point reinforcement sparked wildly around his skin like static blue fire, but it wasn't enough to block the absolute authority of a fully realized domain. Snap. Without the curse even moving a limb, Jito's left knee violently buckled backward. There was no physical projectile, no visible strike, and no surge of energy traveling across the distance. The domain's true sure-hit effect didn't just carve outward incisions, it forced the physical laws of the curse's own distorted, boneless anatomy onto the target trapped inside its boundary. Jito's knee joint had simply been commanded by the space to invert itself. NGH-AYA! Jito screamed, dropping hard onto the bloody stone floor as his kneecap shattered out of its socket, pointing entirely the wrong way. Beautiful, the monstrosity cackled, its torso elongating like a bending shadow as it glided toward him without its feet even touching the ground. Your structure is so rigid, so fragile. Let us see your arms bend like mine. Let us see your neck turn a full circle. Before the curse could close the final 2 meters, Jito snarled, slamming his fist into his own. Distorted thigh. He channeled a massive, violent surge of his 925-point cursed energy pool straight into his reverse curse technique. The white-hot, sizzling current of positive energy flooded his leg. The bone violently snapped back into place, the ligaments knitting together with a wet, heavy crunch that made his vision briefly go entirely black. Using that exact burst of agony to fuel his drive, Jito threw his weight forward, pivoting on his newly healed leg. He gripped Mito's legacy with both hands, swinging the obsidian blade in a vicious, upward diagonal slash that tore through the air. "Shut the hell up!" Jito roared, his voice cracking from the strain. "I don't care about your geometry. A throat is still a throat." The black steel dado cut a perfect arc, but the curse simply tilted its head at a sickening, impossible 180-degree angle, letting the blade slice harmlessly through the loose bandages. Trailing from its neck. While inverted, the monster's chest cavity split open like a vertical mouth, exposing a ribcage sharpened into jagged, calcified teeth that snapped shut directly on Jito's right forearm. Crunch. "Got you, little failure," the curse hissed through its thoracic maw. Jito's arm was pinned, the bone splintering under the immense pressure. But his brash, razor-sharp smirk returned through the mask of blood covering his pretty features. "Yeah? Well, I got you too, baby doll." Abandoning the hilt of his sword with his left hand, Jito formed a rigid fist, channeling every ounce of his 350-point cursed energy output straight into his knuckles. He wasn't aiming for a standard punch. He was hyper-focusing on the exact microsecond of contact, desperate to trigger the black lightning he had found against the samurai. He drove his left fist directly into the curse's exposed, weeping eye. Boom! The cathedral shook as a massive, concussive wave of dark blue energy detonated against the monstrosity's skull. It wasn't a black flash, the domain's reality-warping passive was throwing off his spatial timing by a fraction of a millimeter, but the sheer physical weight of his 350-point strength combined with his maximum output was enough to tear the curse's grip free. The monstrosity stumbled backward, its face leaking a thick, golden fluid as it let out a furious, high-pitched shriek. "Insolent insect! You dare strike the god of this boundary!" Jito skidded backward, tearing his bloody arm free and catching Mito's legacy before it could hit the dirt. His right forearm hung limply, the muscles shredded and the bone completely shattered from the bite. White smoke was already pouring from the wound as his 450-point RCT fought a losing battle against the ticking clock. His massive pool was already down by a third, draining rapidly just to keep him from bleeding out from a dozen different internal lacerations. He was entirely on the back foot. Every exchange left him more broken, his attributes struggling to keep pace with an environment where his opponent could rewrite the very definition of a physical attack. "I told you," Jito panted, his chest heaving as he dropped into a ragged, one-handed guard, his red eyes burning through his shaggy, sweat-matted hair. "I don't run from anything. You want to talk about gods? My mother died proving that real strength doesn't hide behind a curtain. You're just a broken, cowardly bug hiding in a basement because someone else already kicked your teeth in." The bandaged monstrosity's single eye turned completely blood-red with unadulterated fury. Its entire skeletal frame began to expand, the blood-soaked linens tearing open as its negative energy flared into a suffocating, black aura that filled the entire cathedral. "Then let your flesh dissolve into the foundation of my home," the curse screamed, its arms unraveling completely into 100 independent, lashing tendrils. "Die, Zen'in. Die." The auras of black, lashing tendrils filled the entire cathedral, screaming through the spatial void like a localized hurricane. Jito stood at the center of the storm, his right arm hanging limply, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the bone-strewn earth. His massive pool was bleeding out just to keep his heart beating against the sure-hit environment. He didn't lift his sword. Instead, he let out a low, breathless chuckle that slowly evolved into a loud, unhinged laugh echoing over the roar of the domain. "What is so funny, dying child?" The bandaged monstrosity roared, its multi-jointed limbs twitching as the space itself prepared to completely invert Jito's spine. "You know, baby doll. I've never told a single soul how my power actually works," Jito panted, lifting his fierce red eyes to lock onto the creature's single, bloodshot iris. "Satoru, Suguru, the higher-ups, they all think I'm just a flat, average fluke. But there's a neat little trick in our world, isn't there?" Revealing one's hand. The curse paused, its unraveled linens hovering in the air. "My innate technique is called unlimited progression," Jito announced loudly, his voice carrying an absolute, heavy authority that caused the bleeding stone walls to vibrate. "Every single curse I slaughter, every human life I take, it converts their residual energy into numbers. Cold, hard, numerical points. I can distribute those points into 12 independent categories: my strength, my speed, my cursed energy output, even my reverse curse technique. I am completely average because I chose to be. I am a self-made anomaly." A sudden, visible ripple of raw power sparked through Jito's remaining reserves. The simple act of explaining his technique, the classic jujitsu pact, boosted the density of his current energy pool. But Jito wasn't done. His smirk grew wider, sharper, completely devoid of fear. "But standard metrics aren't going to clear this room before my time runs out," Jito whispered. He closed his eyes, his consciousness diving deep into the core of his system interface, wrapping his thoughts around the very fabric of his soul. "So let's raise the stakes. A binding vow." Binding vow initiated. The vessel pledges to always distribute any and all acquired attribute points within 24 hours of reception. Failure to comply will result in systemic collapse. "That's one," Jito growled out loud, his skin beginning to smoke as the celestial laws bound themselves to his flesh. "And here's the second one, you ugly bastard. From this moment on, every single point I acquire will be distributed completely at random by the system. I surrender my choice. I give up my balance. Permanently." Second binding vow initiated. Total caster surrender. The vessel permanently relinquishes manual control over attribute allocation. In exchange for this absolute, eternal restriction, a temporary, cataclysmic burst of power has been granted. System overclock active. 7 minutes remaining. Cursed energy output, plus 600% technique versatility and mastery, plus 750% warning. Negative parameters will remain permanent after expiration. 7 minutes, Jito rasped, his eyes snapping open. They were no longer just red, they were glowing like two twin, incandescent suns of pure, volatile energy. "That's more than enough time to tear you apart." Boom. A column of blinding, white-hot cursed energy erupted from Jito's body, instantly shattering the cathedral's stone floor for 30 meters around him. The sheer, terrifying weight of $600% increase to his cursed energy output completely overwhelmed the domain's ambient pressure. The invisible vacuum pockets of the sure-hit environment snapped against his skin, but they couldn't even penetrate the dense, roaring armor of raw reinforcement now shielding his flesh. His shattered right arm violently snapped back into alignment, the bone reknitting instantly as his overclocked output forced his RCT to heal him at supersonic speeds. What is this?" The bandaged monstrosity shrieked, its slender frame trembling as the massive pressure actually forced its throne of skulls to crumble into dust. "Your energy. It shouldn't be possible for an insect to possess this level of output. Let's test the new settings." Jito vanished. He didn't just run, his overclocked physical reinforcement turned his movement into a literal sonic boom. He reappeared directly in front of the 7-foot monstrosity. Mito's legacy was already mid-swing, the obsidian blade completely engulfed in a terrifying, crackling shroud of compressed blue and white plasma. The curse tried to use its anatomical anarchy, violently spinning its spine to slide away, but Jito's $750% boost to his technique mastery allowed him to read the spatial distortion before it even manifested. Too slow. Jito roared. He adjusted his wrists midair with flawless precision. The obsidian dado cleaved through the air, completely severing 3 of the curse's unraveled, hardened bandage arms in a single, clean stroke. The wounds didn't bleed black fluid. The sheer heat of Jito's output cauterized the flesh instantly as the curse screamed in agony. The monstrosity, driven to pure desperation, unleashed its ultimate counter. It commanded the entire domain to focus its sure hit directly onto Jito's torso, trying to forcefully invert his heart and lungs from the inside out. Jito felt his internal organs twist, but he merely ground his teeth, pushing his output to the absolute limit. I told you. I don't run. He stepped directly into the crushing grip of the domain's authority, his left hand snapping forward to grab the curse by its filthy, bandaged throat. The contact was so violent it shattered the monster's collarbones. With his right hand, Jito hoisted Mito's legacy overhead, the silver-white veins of the sword pulsing like a dying star. Let's see you bend your way out of this one, baby dolls. Jito yelled, his face twisted into a wild, triumphant expression as he brought the blade down, the countdown in his peripheral vision ticking relentlessly away. The 7 minutes were bleeding away like sand through an hourglass. The cathedral was a smoking ruin. The bandaged monstrosity was panting heavily, its 7-foot skeletal frame leaning heavily against the remnants of its stone throne. The previous injuries it had carried into this fight had torn completely wide open, weeping rivers of thick golden fluid. It was utterly exhausted, its cursed energy reserves guttering under the relentless, terrifying pressure of Jito's $600% output overclock. Jito himself was a walking corpse. The temporary surge of power was the only thing keeping his heart beating. His uniform was completely gone. His skin was scorched from his own overflowing. Energy and deep lacerations covered his torso. Yet, the condescending, completely arrogant smile never left his bloody face. His fierce red eyes burned like dying stars through his matted, shaggy brown hair. Suddenly, a massive, deafening crack echoed through the domain. The sky of the void fractured like cheap glass. A blinding burst of raw, uninhibited blue space and a swarm of grotesque, swallowed spirits tore a massive hole right through the domain's outer barrier. Through the rupture stepped Satoru Gojo, his 6 eyes blazing with unprecedented fury, alongside Suguru Geto, whose hands were already tracing summoning signs, and Shoko Yeri, her eyes wide with sheer panic. They had sprinted across the entire city, their lungs burning, arriving just in time to witness the absolute slaughterhouse inside. Jito, Suguru shouted, a massive grade 2 curse manifesting beneath his feet to launch him forward. Fall back. We've got the perimeter. Step aside, rookie. Satoru barked, his fingers crossing to form the hand sign for blue. I'm wiping this thing off the map. Instead of accepting their help, instead of collapsing in relief, Jito didn't even look back at them. He tilted his head toward the ceiling, letting out a raw, echoing roar that stopped both special grades dead in their tracks. Stay the fuck back. Jito screamed, his voice dripping with an ancient, deeply rooted venom. He gripped the hilt of Mito's legacy so hard his knuckles bled, the veins in his neck bulging. This is my debt. My mother. She stood her ground in the dark when the entire Zen'in clan turned their backs on us. Her very last words to me before she choked on her own blood were, "Don't you ever give them the satisfaction of seeing you run, Jito. You stand tall or you die on your feet. I am not letting you, or anyone else, take this from me." The bandaged monstrosity didn't care about the arrival of the special grades. It didn't care that. Its barrier was compromised. Its single bloodshot iris locked entirely onto Jito with a frantic, animalistic hatred. It wanted nothing more than to rip the arrogant grin off the brat's face before it met its own end. "I don't run." Jito yelled, taking a violent step forward, the obsidian dado igniting with a blinding, crackling shroud of dark crimson electricity. "Not from people. Not from curses. Not from myself. And that's why you're going to die, insect." The curse screamed, its skeletal body bending forward in a desperate, suicidal lunge, unraveling its remaining bandages into a massive, piercing spear of negative energy. Both of them were entirely desperate. Both of them were completely drowning in the ecstatic, terrifying euphoria of a true death match. Jito blurred. With a single, blinding horizontal slash fueled by his $750 dollar technique mastery, he cleanly sheared both of the curse's arms off at the shoulders. Golden fluid sprayed across the skulls. Jito didn't stop. He became a localized hurricane of black steel and unraveled wrath, hacking away at the monstrosity's torso with absolute, rhythmic ferocity. Behind him, Satoru, Suguru, and Shoko watched in absolute, paralyzed silence. Their jaws dropped. Their minds completely failed to comprehend the mathematics of what they were witnessing. Jito wasn't just swinging a sword. He was manipulating spatial probability itself. Every other slash, the space between his obsidian blade and the curse's flesh perfectly synchronized down to the microsecond. Boom. Boom. 2 consecutive black flashes exploded in a deafening duet of dark red lightning. Jito stepped forward, his boots shattering the stone, and swung again. Boom. Boom. Another 2. He struck at the special grade curse exactly 27 times in a hyperdense flurry of steel. Out of those 27 slashes, 18 of them detonated into full-scale black flashes. 18 black flashes in a single day. It was a catastrophic, history-shattering feat. He hadn't just broken the legendary record for the most uses of black flash in a single day, he had completely rewritten the metric, matching the absolute peak of consecutive hits shared by the gods of the jiu-jitsu world, all while holding a Grade 4 classification. The dark crimson lightning was so dense it completely obscured the cathedral, blinding Satoru's 6 eyes with a sensory overload of pure, distorted space. With a final, devastating downward cleave, the 18th black flash detonated directly through the curse's skull. The bandaged monstrosity didn't even have time to scream. Its entire 7-foot frame violently disintegrated into a massive cloud of residual ash, scattering across the floorboards. The domain didn't just fade, it violently dissolved, the concrete walls of the abandoned rural warehouse snapping back into reality as the gray afternoon light filtered through the broken windows. Jito stood tall in the center of the ruined facility. He didn't drop his stance. He tightly gripped the hilt of Mito's legacy, his blood-stained face turned entirely toward the sky. His mind was completely quiet, his thoughts drifting back to the cold disciplinary pit, seeing his mother's smiling face one last time. "I stood my ground, Mom," he thought. The bleeding black interface flashed a final, massive notification across his fading vision. Highest grade target exorcised, absorbing residual life force and record-breaking spatial distortions. Points acquired, 2,000 goal status, 4,400/3,000, goal surpassed. Warning, 7-minute overclock expired, systemic crash initiated. The incandescent glow in his red eyes instantly vanished. Jito's knees finally gave out, his fingers slipping from the hilt of his new sword as his body collapsed heavily onto the concrete floor, completely passing out into the dark. The final remnants of the suffocating barrier completely dissolved, leaving only the stale, dusty air of the abandoned warehouse. The heavy silence that followed the explosion of dark lightning was deafening. Satoru, Suguru, and Shoko didn't waste a single syllable. They rushed across the cracked concrete, their boots slamming against the debris as they converged on the fallen rookie. Satoru had his sunglasses shoved into his pocket, his 6 eyes frantically scanning the catastrophic state of Jito's body. Geto was already dropping to his knees, his hands hovering over Jito's shoulders. "Hey, rookie, wake up." Satoru barked, his voice losing every shred of its usual cocky, untouchable armor. "You won, pretty boy. Get up." Jito didn't move. He lay completely flat on his back, his head tilted slightly toward the sky. Thick, dark trails of crimson blood were steadily leaking from his eyes, ears, and nose, staining his pale skin. His fierce red eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the rotting rafters above, completely unresponsive to the world around him. "Step back, Satoru. Both of you, give me room right now," Shoko commanded, her voice sharp and entirely devoid of its usual lazy indifference. She dropped beside him, her hands instantly igniting with the bright, sizzling white aura of reverse curse technique. She slammed her palms directly onto Jito's chest, forcing the positive energy straight into his collapsing system. His pulse is completely erratic. His brain, it looks like it went through a blender. The sheer stress of whatever he just did is actively trying to shut his organs down. "Can you stabilize him?" Suguru asked, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white as he kept watch on the perimeter. "I'm doing it, but it's like trying to fill a bucket with a massive hole in the bottom," Shoko hissed, sweat dripping down her brow as she pushed her technique to its absolute limits. "His body is rejecting its own energy. I can keep his heart beating, but we need the auxiliary medic support and full tactical backup here 5 minutes ago." Satoru stood up, pulling out his phone and rapidly dialing Principal Yaga, his expression turning into a mask of pure, unadulterated venom. They set him up. There's no way a localized, unlisted special grade curse with a fully realized domain just happened to be chilling in a grade 4 routine sweep zone. The traditionalists wanted him erased. "We aren't leaving him," Suguru said, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous register as he looked at Jito's unmoving form. "The higher-ups tried to pull an execution in the dark. If we leave him alone in a critical state in the school infirmary, who's to say they won't send another assassin to finish the job while he's comatose?" Shoko didn't look up, her hands still smoking with positive energy. "He needs 24-hour monitoring. I can patch his physical bones, but his brain needs time to reboot from the sheer output strain." "I'll do it," Suguru volunteered immediately, stepping closer to the stretcher as the distant sirens of the jujitsu high auxiliary vehicles finally began to wail in the distance. "I'll be his bodyguard until he wakes up. Satoru, we should establish a strict rotation. We take turns watching his room, 24/7. No staff, no higher-ups, and no unknown windows get past that door without one of us clearing them." Satoru snapped his phone shut, a cold, ruthless smirk cutting across his face. "Agreed. Let them try and walk through me to get to him. I dare them." 17 hours passed in a blur of sterile white walls, rhythmic heart monitors, and the heavy smell of antiseptics. Inside the isolated private room of the high school infirmary, the morning sun of Tuesday morning filtered through the blinds, casting long, barred shadows across Jito's bandaged chest. Sitting in a wooden chair right beside the bed was Suguru Geto. He had completely skipped his morning classes, his uniform jacket slung over the back of the chair, his sharp eyes intensely focused on the heart monitor. A sharp, ragged gasp suddenly broke the silence of the room. Jito's eyes snapped open. For a terrifying second, his fierce red irises rolled back, his fingers instantly twitching as if searching for the hilt of Mito's legacy. His chest heaved violently as he tried to sit up, his muscles locking in place. "Whoa, easy, rookie. Lay back down," Suguru said smoothly, his hand instantly pressing firmly, but gently against Jito's unbandaged shoulder, forcing him back onto the pillows. "You're safe. You're at the school." Jito blinked rapidly, the blinding white fog in his mind slowly clearing. He groaned, a massive, white-hot migraine hammering behind his eyes as he looked over at the special grade. "Suguru." "What? What time is it?" "It's been 17 hours since the barrier broke," Suguru replied, leaning back in his chair but keeping his eyes locked on Jito's face. "You've been completely out cold. Shoko spent 3 hours straight pumping positive energy into your chest just to stop your nervous system from imploding. Jito let out a weak, dry chuckle, a ghost of his condescending smile returning to his chapped lips. Heh, told you guys. I had a birthday deadline to meet. Did I hit it? Suguru didn't smile. He crossed his arms, his expression turning deeply serious. You killed a registered special grade curse, Jito. Alone. Satoru and I watched the residuals. 18 black flashes in a single day. You didn't just hit a deadline, you completely broke the historical record. The higher-ups are currently having a collective aneurysm trying to figure out how a registered grade 4 civilian transfer pulled off a miracle. Jito closed his eyes, summoning the bleeding black interface with a silent thought. The numbers swam before his vision, confirming his staggering new balance of 4,400 total points. The random distribution from his binding vow hadn't triggered yet. The 24-hour clock was still ticking down, but the power was there. They tried to execute me, didn't they? Jito muttered, his voice dropping into a quiet, cold register. They did, Suguru admitted openly, his eyes narrowing. Satoru is currently tracking down the window who authorized your sector paperwork. But don't worry about them right now. Nobody is getting into this room. I skipped Yaga's lectures today specifically to make sure no one tries to slip anything into your 4 fluid. Jito looked over at him, genuinely caught off guard by the protective intensity in the older student's voice. You skipped class for me? Wow, Suguru. I didn't know you're prestigious. Intellectual curses allowed you to hang out with noisy rookies. Suguru let out a soft, genuine laugh, shaking his head. Don't push your luck, pretty boy. You still look like you got ran over by a train. But what you said out there before you took its arms off. About your mother. And about never running. Jito's smile faded slightly, his gaze drifting back to the ceiling. She meant everything to me. She was the only one who didn't look at me like a mistake. I figured, Suguru said softly, his expression softening as he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You've got a lot of pride, Jito. A lot of strength. We aren't going to let them smother it in the dark. Rest up. Satoru takes the afternoon shift, and knowing him, he's going to bring a mountain of obnoxious sweets to brag about how he could have done 19 black flashes. Jito let out a genuine, exhausted laugh, sinking deeper into the pillows as the heavy weight of sleep began to drag him back down. Tell him if he touches my sword. I'll use his sunglasses as an air guitar pick. The door to the infirmary room didn't just open, it practically flew off its hinges as Satoru slid into the room, holding a brightly colored plastic bag filled with convenience store pastries. Shoko walked in right behind him, a fresh iced coffee in hand and a heavy shadow of exhaustion under her eyes. The rookie lives. Satoru announced loudly, throwing his arms out dramatically before tossing a cream puff directly at Suguru's face. Suguru caught it effortlessly without looking. See? I told you his skull was too thick to crack from a little brain strain. How's the view from the brink of death, pretty boy? Jito groaned, pulling the white blanket slightly over his face to shield his eyes from Satoru's blindingly bright presence. Gojo, your voice is actively lowering my HP. Turn the volume down. Shoko stepped past Satoru, setting her coffee on the bedside table before grabbing Jito's wrist. To check his pulse. The white, warm spark of her reverse cursed technique briefly flickered. Against his skin. Pulse is stabilizing. Your brain isn't leaking anymore, so that's a plus. They still look like something a cat dragged in. She let go of his wrist, crossing her arms as she looked down at him, her expression softening just a fraction. Anyway, now that you're not a corpse, I suppose I have to buy you a present. You went out of your way to hand me that neatly wrapped box yesterday, so it's only fair. When is your birthday anyway, Jito? Jito's expression went incredibly still. He let out a quiet, dry breath, his fierce red eyes staring blankly at the sterile white privacy curtain. It was yesterday, Shoko. The room went completely quiet. Shoko blinked, her hand freezing on her coffee cup. Even Satoru stopped rummaging through his bag of sweets. Yesterday. Shoko repeated softly, her brow furrowing. November 7th? The day you were locked in that warehouse bleeding out? Why didn't you say anything? Jito let out a weak, hollow chuckle, a faint ghost of his condescending smirk returning. I don't celebrate it. Never have. To me, it's just the anniversary of a funeral. A reminder of the day the world decided to start taking things from me. Before Shoko could press further, the heavy wooden door opened completely. Principal Yaga stepped into the room, his towering frame casting a massive shadow across the floor. His arms were crossed, his severe countenance entirely fixed on the transfer student. "I'm glad to see you awake," Jito Yaga said, his deep voice carrying a heavy, unyielding weight. "But we have an emergency on our hands. The higher-ups are demanding an immediate execution order based on your unregistered output spike, and your clan is claiming you stole their property. I need to hear every last detail of what happened in that warehouse. Don't leave anything out." Jito pushed himself up, ignoring the dull throb in his ribs as Suguru adjusted the pillows behind his back. "The routine sweep was a complete fabrication," Jito said, his voice dropping into a razor-sharp, serious register. "The moment I stepped past the bay doors, I was dragged into a fully realized domain. It wasn't a standard curse hiding in the dark. It was a 7-foot bandaged monstrosity. And it wasn't a random encounter either. The curse spoke to me." Siguru's eyes narrowed instantly. "It spoke." "Yeah," Jito growled, his knuckles tightening against the bedsheet. "It knew exactly who I was. It looked at me and called me the Zen'in failure. It told me that the people who had burned it before, the ones who had left it heavily injured, explicitly told it about me. It was waiting for me. Someone in the jujitsu administrative chain deliberately fed a wounded, desperate special grade curse my exact coordinates to ensure I wouldn't walk out of that sector alive. Those absolute bastards," Satoru muttered, his usual playful demeanor completely vanishing as his 6 eyes flared with a terrifying, cold pressure beneath his sunglasses. "They're using curses to handle their dirty work now. Very creative." Yaga's face turned into carved stone. "We all know you're a Zen'in, Jito, and we know how that clan handles politics. But why go to such extreme lengths to erase you now? You were registered as a grade 4. Jito let out a sharp, bitter laugh, tilting his head back against the pillow as a cold, dangerous light danced in his red eyes. "Because to them, if you aren't born with a perfect, pristine innate technique, you aren't a human being. You're garbage. You're a stain on their precious pedigree. They wanted me dead the moment my anomaly showed up." He took a slow, heavy breath, his mind violently racing back to the cold, damp concrete of the Zen'in disciplinary pit. "The only reason I am standing in this room, the only reason I am still breathing today, is because of my mother, Mito," Jito whispered, his voice trembling slightly with a terrifying mixture of raw grief and unyielding pride. "She was only a grade 2 sorcerer. To the clan elders, a grade 2 with no prized inheritance was completely expendable. When they threw me into the disciplinary pit to be executed, they released nearly 100 curses to tear me to shreds, ranging from grade 3 all the way up, and 5 of them were full-blown grade 1 entities." Shoko gasped slightly, her hand flying to her mouth. Suguru's breath hitched. "She was outclassed, but she didn't care," Jito continued, a wild, sharp smirk cutting across his face as he remembered. "I was a kid. I begged her. I screamed at her to let me join the fight, to let me die with her. But she didn't flinch. She took my entire punishment on her own shoulders. She stood in front of that horde, blood pouring from her chest, and she screamed back at me. Over the roar of those monsters. She said, 'Stay there and bear witness, Jito. Not of the world's cruelty, but of my strength. I don't run from people. I don't run from anything. Not people. Not curses. Not myself.'" The entire infirmary went completely dead silent. Satoru stood perfectly still, his 6 eyes intensely scanning Jito's form, recognizing the unbreakable, genetic lineage of pure, unadulterated willpower radiating from the boy. Jito looked directly at Principal Yaga, his condescending, arrogant smirk widening into a fierce, unhinged challenge. "So let the higher-ups order their little executions. Let the Zen'in clan send their garbage assassins," Jito rasped, his voice echoing with an absolute, terrifying conviction as he adjusted the blanket. If death wants me, it'll have to earn me. Because I won't be dying until I am good and ready. Jito threw off the sterile white sheets, swinging his legs over the edge of the mattress. All right, pity party's over. I've got classes to get to. Jito, don't be an idiot. You can barely stand, Shoko warned, stepping forward. Watch me, Jito smirked, planting his feet firmly onto the linoleum. The moment he shifted his weight, his knees completely buckled. His 450-point endurance couldn't override a nervous system that had been violently fried by 18 black flashes. He collapsed forward, slamming hard onto the floor. Suguru caught him by the shoulders before his face met the ground, sighing heavily. Fierce, Satoru mocked, leaning against the wall with a grin. Truly a terrifying display from the record holder. Shut up, Gojo, Jito growled from the floor. After his stubborn insistence to not miss a single day of training, Shoko forced him into a standard folding wheelchair. For the rest of the afternoon, the special grades wheeled him. Around the secondary campus, continuing their tactical seminars under Yaga's watchful eye, Jito spent the entire time glaring at the back of Satoru's head, but he didn't miss a single word of the lecture. Once the final bell rang, the group gathered in the courtyard. The autumn air was growing biting and cold. Look, Jito, Shoko said, lighting a cigarette and leaning against the auxiliary vehicle. You're still a complete mess. One of us needs to watch over you tonight while your body recovers. Better yet, you should just pack your things and stay at the campus dorms this time instead of wherever it is you live. 6 hours had passed since he had first opened his eyes, and the lingering mental fatigue was starting to crush his thoughts. He didn't care about the higher-ups, he didn't care about the Zen'in, and he didn't care about school. He just wanted to sleep. It didn't matter where. My place is more comfortable anyway, Jito mumbled, rubbing his temples as his fierce red eyes grew heavy. I'm going back to my apartment. Realizing the stubborn rookie wasn't going to budge, Shoko, Suguru, and Satoru accompanied him across the city. His apartment was located in a cramped, derelict concrete complex in the outer rings of Tokyo. It was a complete shit apartment with peeling wallpaper and rusted pipes, but Jito kept it meticulously clean and organized. Cozy, Satoru commented, ducking his head to avoid hitting the low door frame as Jito unlocked the deadbolt. Very minimalist. Very I live in a shoebox. Welcome to my palace. Don't touch anything, Jito rasped, dragging himself over the threshold. But the moment his bare feet touched the tatami mats, a sudden, terrifying notification screen flashed deep crimson within his peripheral vision. Warning: binding vow time limit reached 24 hours have elapsed since the acquisition of 2,000 attribute points. Initiating automatic random allocation. NGH. Jito gasped, his body instantly freezing in place. His curse technique activated entirely against his will, the celestial restrictions of his binding vow violently seizing control of his soul. He had surrendered his choice for that temporary $600% dollar output boost, and now the universe was collecting its toll. The system interface violently spun like a chaotic roulette wheel. The numbers locked in. A massive chunk of 1,200 points bypassed every other attribute and rammed itself directly into his cursed energy output, pushing it instantly past the threshold. The remaining 800 points fractured, violently scattering across his other 11 attributes completely at random. The structural remodeling was too fast, too dense, and entirely unbalanced. Jito's physical frame couldn't handle the sudden, massive spike in raw, volatile output. Jito? Suguru shouted, stepping forward as a blinding, uncontrolled flare of blue energy erupted from the rookie's skin. Jito fell heavily to the floor, his muscles convulsing in absolute agony. The sheer density of his newly elevated output caused the space around him to warp. Under the immense, sudden pressure of his body, the ancient wood and tatami mats of his apartment floor violently buckled, cracking wide open before shattering completely. With a loud crash, Jito plummeted straight through the breaking floorboards, tumbling into a dark, empty, and completely sealed-off crawl space hidden directly beneath his unit. As he fell through the darkness, his neck violently caught on a thick, discarded copper grounding wire hanging from the exposed floor joists. The wire tightened instantly around his throat, cutting off his airway and strangling him as his legs dangled in the empty dark. He thrashed wildly, but his body was completely paralyzed by the systemic pain of the random point. Allocation. He couldn't channel his energy to tear the metal free. Satoru, cut the joists. Shoko, behind me. Suguru yelled, his hands instantly blurring into summoning signs. Rushing to his aid, the three special grades had no idea what was happening. To their eyes, Jito's own body and energy seemed to be actively fighting against him, bursting with an erratic, dangerous pressure that threatened to tear his own soul apart. Satoru extended a single finger, using a microburst of blue to cleanly sever the floor beams and the copper wire in a fraction of a second. Suguru caught Jito's falling body, pulling him out of the tight, dusty crawl space as Shoko immediately flooded his throat with reverse curse technique to heal the crushed windpipe. As Jito lay there coughing and gasping for air, Satoru knelt down, his 6 eyes peering into the pitch black, hidden room beneath the floorboards. His expression turned completely cold. Tucked into the far corner of the sealed crawl space was a small, rotting wooden box painted with sealing talismans. Inside it lay a withered, mummified finger wrapped in ancient linen, a highly potent cursed lore, specifically designed to attract high-grade curses to this exact building. Well, Satoru whispered, his voice dropping into a dark, dangerous register as he stood up, holding the cursed object between his fingers. They didn't just set him up at the warehouse. The traditionalists planted a buffet right beneath his bed to make sure he gets slaughtered while he slept. Suguru looked from the cursed lore down to the shivering, broken rookie in his arms. This settles it. You're not staying here another second, Jito. This was a sign, Shoko said, her voice firm and unyielding as she packed her medical kit. We're taking him back to the Jujutsu High dorms right now. Let the Zen'in try to walk into our territory to finish this. A full month had crawled by since the catastrophic ambush in the warehouse. Under the strict, protective directives of Principal Yaga and much to the fury of the Zen'in clan, Jito was officially grounded, forbidden from taking on any solo missions while his body stabilized from the binding bows. But Jito wasn't about to sit idly in a dorm room while the 24-hour clock of his system ticked away. He had aggressively bargained with Yaga, demanding to at least be present as an observer during his classmates' assignments, acting as emergency backup if things went sideways. He wasn't doing it out of pure altruism. The system had adapted to his proximity, even if he didn't land the killing blow. Standing within the immediate boundary of an active exorcism allowed him to siphon $25% of the residual cursed energy as floating points. For 30 days, he had essentially acted as a quiet, predatory shadow behind Satoru and Suguru, vacuuming up every crumb of power they left in their wake. The Kyoto Sister School exchange event was rapidly approaching, and Jujutsu High had a problem. Their roster was too loaded. It's simple, Satoru had said earlier that morning, spinning a basketball on his finger in the courtyard. If all 3 of us show up, the Kyoto kids are going to cry and forfeit before the whistle even blows. We need to keep it interesting. Technically, the rules state the entire second-year class needs to be present, Suguru replied, a calm smile on his face as he tucked his hands into his pockets. But for the sake of their mental health, perhaps a compromise is in order. They had ultimately decided their fates the only way teenage anomalies knew how, a high-stakes, ruthless game of rock, paper, scissors. Jito had thrown rock, Satoru had confidently thrown scissors, but Suguru, reading their micro-movements with flawless precision, threw paper. Geto won. He had earned the absolute privilege of handling the entire Kyoto team completely. Solo. Don't embarrass them too badly, Suguru, Shoko had laughed from the sidelines, leaning against the vending machine. By the time the seasonal shift officially marked the transition deeper into their second year, the dynamics within the school had subtly but undeniably shifted. Shoko and Jito had grown significantly closer over the month of his convalescence. spending hours in the infirmary while she monitored the chaotic, erratic fluctuations of his permanent binding vow restrictions had broken down her usual lazy, detached walls. They understood each other's quiet cynicism, sharing cigarettes and low-tempo complaints about the higher-ups under the greenhouse overhang while Satoru and Suguru were busy breaking the sound barrier during spars. But the most terrifying change lay beneath Jito's skin. The permanent restriction of his second binding vow, total caster surrender, had been relentlessly active for the past 4 weeks. Every single point he siphoned from Satoru and Suguru's scraps had been violently, blindly allocated by the system roulette the second the 24-hour mark hit. It had been an agonizing, chaotic process that frequently left him seizing on his dorm room floor in the middle of the night, but the sheer volume of points had forced a monstrous baseline evolution. He didn't have a weak link anymore. The system had forcefully dragged every single blank space, every average metric, into a staggering new tier. He closed his eyes, summoning the bleeding black screen in the quiet of his room. Status window. Attribute. Strength. Speed. Value. 710. Classification. Semi-grade 1. 705 semi-grade 1. Endurance 740 semi-grade 1. Dexterity 715 semi-grade 1. Cursed Energy Attribute Value Classification Cursed Energy Pool 925 Grade 1. Cursed Energy Output 1550 Special Grade. Cursed Energy Control. Reinforcement Technique Mastery. Technique Versatility. Barrier Skill Reverse Curse Technique. 720. 735 710. 780. 700 to 745. Semi-grade 1. Semi-grade 1, semi-grade 1. Semi-grade 1. Semi-grade 1, semi-grade 1. Available attribute points, 0. Automated randomization protocol active. Every single one of his attributes had officially cleared the 700-point minimum. To the traditional jujitsu world, Jito's sheet was a complete mathematical impossibility. His overall physical and spiritual baseline was now firmly sitting at the absolute peak of semi-grade 1, but his cursed energy output, bloated by that initial 1,200-point systemic dump from his vow, sat at a cataclysmic, terrifying 1,550 points. His body was a loaded cannon. He had the raw, destructive output of a special grade sorcerer, entirely contained within a perfectly balanced, hyper-versatile frame. Jito ran a hand through his shaggy brown hair, a sharp, condescending smirk cutting across his face as the screen dissolved into red smoke. The higher-ups thought they had cornered him by taking away his manual choice, but all they had really done was create a monster that couldn't be predicted. Kyoto was about to get a taste of what happened when you tried to smother a fire in an enclosed room. The morning of the Kyoto Sister School Exchange event was exceptionally crisp. The traditional forest grounds of the Tokyo campus hummed with anticipation, though the atmosphere near the starting line felt less like an auspicious athletic competition and more like a public execution. The Kyoto team stood in a tight, disciplined formation, looking entirely immaculate in their dark blue uniforms. Their team captain, a towering, grim-faced third year with a massive scar running down his cheek, was already wrapping his hands in cursed seals. Standing opposite them, leaning casually against a wooden fence post, was Suguru Geto. He was alone. He was idly checking his fingernails, a soft, pleasant smile playing on his lips that didn't reach his eyes at all. Up in the observation tower, Jito sat lazily in his wheelchair, his boots propped up on the balcony railing. Shoko stood right beside him, her elbows resting on the concrete barrier as she blew a thin stream of gray cigarette smoke into the morning breeze. Satoru was perched precariously on top of the railing itself, crouching like a giant, obnoxious white cat as he peered through his dark sunglasses. "Look at them down there," Satoru snickered, pointing down at the Kyoto line. They brought full tactical gear, talismans, and custom curse tools. They actually think they're about to have a sports anime moment. It's adorable. Jito let out a dry, condescending chuckle, adjusting the collar of his high-necked uniform jacket. his red eyes tracking Sugiru's quiet posture. Suguru is going to absolutely traumatize those kids. He's been itching for a clean workout since Yaga locked down my schedule. Shoko took another drag of her cigarette, her shoulder lightly brushing against Jito's as she leaned in. Can you blame him? You've been siphoning off their scraps for a month, Jito. Every time Satoru clears a nest, you're standing in the corner like a creepy little sponge. They've had to work twice as hard just to feel like they're making a dent in the local ecosystem. Hey, 25% is 25%, Jito smirked, casting a sideways glance at her. Besides, if I didn't accompany them, who would keep you company in the medical transport? Gojo's commentary makes your ears bleed. True, Shoko smiled faintly, a rare, soft warmth flickering in her eyes before she tapped her ash over the railing. You're much better at quiet complaining than he is. Hey, I am right here. Satoru whined, leaning over backward at an impossible angle to glare at them. I am a delight. A national treasure. Anyway, the alarm is about to go off. Place your bets, children. How many minutes does Suguru give them before he unleashes the zoo? 3 minutes, Jito said flatly. He'll want to test their martial arts first just to be polite. He's a traditionalist like that. Down on the field, a massive iron gong echoed through the valley, signaling the official start of the event. The Kyoto captain exploded forward instantly, his boots tearing up the grass as 3 of his teammates flanked him in a flawless, synchronized pincer movement. They were fast, highly trained grade 2 and semi-grade 1 sorcerers executing a textbook ambush. Suguru didn't even drop his hands from his pockets. As the captain lunged, unleashing a heavy, cursed energy-infused palm strike toward his chest, Suguru simply tilted his torso back by a fraction of an inch. The strike cut empty air. With a fluid, terrifyingly graceful spin, Suguru caught the captain by his own wrist, utilizing the larger boy's momentum to violently hurl him directly into the 2 oncoming flankers. Boom! The 3 Kyoto students collided in a tangled heap of limbs and dirt. Is that the absolute peak of Kyoto's martial heritage? Suguru asked, his voice echoing smoothly through the trees. He took his hands out of his pockets, his smile widening into something dark and profoundly predatory. I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. I thought you'd at least force me to take my jacket off. Don't underestimate us, Tokyo, a second-year Kyoto girl screamed, leaping from the branches above as she uncoiled a long, iron whip coated in a corrosive cursed fluid. Suguru didn't even look up. He simply extended his left hand, his fingers parting as a massive, thick black shadow bubbled out of the earth directly beneath her. A giant, multi-eyed centipede curse, a swarm spirit he had tamed weeks prior, erupted from the dirt, its massive mandibles snapping shut on the iron whip midair and wrenching the girl violently out of the sky. The rules of the event are simple, Suguru murmured, his eyes flashing with a cold, absolute authority as 3 more high-grade curses began to ooze from the shadows behind his shoulders. Exorcise the target curse in the center of the forest, or disable the opposing team. Since I don't feel like walking all the way to the temple, let's just finish this here. Up in the tower, Satoru clapped his hands together dramatically. And there it is. The zoo is open for business. Jito watched the absolute rout unfold, his fingers idly tracing the obsidian hilt of Mito's legacy resting across his lap. Even from the tower, his newly elevated cursed energy control and massive output allowed him to feel the exact weight of every technique being deployed below. Suguru was moving like a maestro, directing a dozen curses simultaneously with surgical precision, completely dismantling Kyoto's formations without taking a single scratch. He's got great form, Jito muttered, his condescending smile returning full force. But he's too gentle. If that were me, I would have already broken their shins. That's why you're in the chair, pretty boy, Shoko chuckled, nudging his shoulder with her elbow. We're trying to prevent international diplomatic incidents, not cause them. Please, Jito laughed, his red eyes bright with an unhinged, quiet confidence. If they can't handle a little property damage, they shouldn't be playing in our sandbox. The Kyoto team never stood a chance. Within 12 minutes of the opening gong, The entire forest had been cleared of opposition. Suguru didn't have a single scratch on his uniform, standing calmly amidst a mountain of unconscious Kyoto students and his own dissipating cursed spirits. It wasn't a contest, it was a clinical demonstration of why Tokyo's second years were considered an entirely separate tier of existence. But the triumph didn't last. Before the celebratory cheers could even echo from the observation tower, the heavy iron gates of the Jiu-Jitsu High Campus swung open. 3 sleek, black sedans rolled onto the gravel path, flanked by 6 men dressed in formal, dark traditional robes. The Zen'in clan elite had arrived. And they didn't come to negotiate. They carried official administrative orders from the highest authorities of the jiu-jitsu world, stamped and sealed. Effective immediately, Jito was officially unenrolled from Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High. The paperwork claimed he was being retrieved for internal clan evaluation regarding stolen artifacts and unregistered volatile output. It was a thin, pathetic excuse, but under the rigid laws of the sorcery world, it was an absolute clan affair. Like hell he's going anywhere with you. Suguru snarled, his calm demeanor completely shattering as he stepped in front of the black cars, his cursed energy violently flaring into a dense, suffocating shadow around his boots. He was entirely ready to start a civil war right there. On the grass, Satoru slid down from the tower, landing with a heavy, concussive thud that cracked the concrete walkway. His 6 eyes flared with a terrifying, blinding pressure behind his sunglasses. You old bastards really think you can just walk onto our campus and take our rookie? Try stepping past me. See what happens to your robes. Principal Yaga and the Kyoto principal stood at the top of the pavilion, their expressions carved from stone. Both had received binding mandates from the higher-ups. Do not intervene. This is a clan retrieval. Stand down, Satoru. Suguru, Jito's voice broke through the tension. It was quiet, steady, and entirely devoid of fear. He rolled his wheelchair forward, the tires crunching softly against the gravel. He looked at his classmates, his shaggy brown hair shadowing his face, before a soft, genuinely fond smile cut across his features. It was the first time they had seen him smile without a shred of condescension. I really enjoyed spending time with all of you, Jito said softly, looking up at Satoru, Suguru, and then Shoko, who was standing frozen by the railing. Sucks the fun has to end so early. Jito, you don't have to do this, Shoko called out, her voice tightly strained as she gripped the concrete barrier. You're in no condition, it's fine, Shoko, Jito interrupted gently, catching her eye. The 3 of them caught the subtle, razor-sharp glint deep within his fierce red irises. They knew. Principal Yaga had deliberately hidden Jito's medical files from the administrative windows, keeping his miraculous recovery an absolute secret from the outside world. To the Zen'in clan, they were retrieving a crippled, broken grade 4 boy trapped in a folding wheelchair. They had absolutely no idea that every single one of Jito's attributes was now sitting at a minimum of 700. They had no idea they were putting a fully healed, hyper-versatile monster with special grade output directly into the back seat of their car. Get in the vehicle, boy, the lead Zen'in attendant ordered coldly, refusing to let any of the Tokyo students assist him. They wouldn't even let Suguru will him to the door, forcing Jito to manually roll himself over the gravel. Satoru raised a hand, a deceptive, casual wave masking the absolute fury vibrating through his infinity. Come back soon. Jito paused at the car door, looking back over his shoulder one last time. His smile turned into that classic, sharp, arrogant smirk they all knew so well. Sorry, Jito whispered. This time I can't do that. He climbed into the back seat, the door slamming shut with a heavy, hollow thud. As the black sedans slowly turned around and drove out of the mountain gates, nobody liked what they saw. Not Principal Yaga, not the defeated Kyoto branch students, and certainly not the remaining Tokyo second years. The sheer, suffocating frustration of watching a corrupt system drag their peer into the dark left a bitter, toxic taste in everyone's mouth. But as the car disappeared down the mountain road, Jito simply leaned his head back against the leather seat, closing his eyes as the red interface of his system quietly hummed in the dark of his mind. The Zen'in clan thought they were bringing a failure home to be executed. They were about to realize they had just invited the executioner inside their front door. While the sleek black sedan purred down the highway toward the traditional outskirts of Kyoto, Jito slid his phone from his pocket, keeping his hands low beneath the window line. He quickly tapped out a message to Satoru. Jito, need a favor. Have Gojo Corporation station a heavy cargo car outside the main gates of the Zen'in estate ASAP. I have some belongings that need moving. Also, my new weapon is still at the school. Don't let any of the higher-ups touch it. Only you three are allowed to handle Mito's legacy. Satoru, consider it done, pretty boy. The car will be waiting before you even get through their creepy wooden gates. And if anyone so much as looks at your sword wrong, I'll twist their space into a pretzel. Don't die before I get to see what you do to them. Jito let out a silent breath, deleting the log and pocketing the phone. The Zen'in clan estate was a massive, sprawling fortress of ancient, weathered cedar wood. White plastered walls and immaculate gravel pathways that snaked through manicured bamboo. Forests. It was an oppressive monument to the past, designed to make anyone who entered feel microscopic beneath the weight of centuries of tradition. As the car pulled to a stop inside the inner courtyard, the attendants opened the door and unceremoniously dropped Jito's wheelchair onto the gravel. Get in, one of the guards muttered, gesturing toward a long, covered wooden veranda. Before Jito could manually turn the wheels, two small figures stepped out from the shadow of the shoji screens. They were twin girls, no older than 5 or 6, dressed in identical, simple white yukatas. One of them, Maki, had a fierce, unyielding glare even at her young age, her jaw set tight. The other, Mai, was trembling slightly, her small hands clutching at her sister's sleeve. They were being escorted by the Hei elite toward the exact same meeting room. Seeing Jito's wheelchair sink into the deep, uneven gravel, little Mai broke away from her sister. She walked over, her tiny hands reaching out to grip the cold metal handles of the chair. I'll help you, Mai whispered, her voice shaking as she used all of her small weight to push the chair across the punishing rocks, navigating the dirt and uneven roots in their path. The gravel is really bad today. Jito glanced over his shoulder, his fierce red eyes softening for a fraction of a second before his characteristic, condescending smirk returned. Thanks, kid. You've got better manners than the adults in this place. Maki walked rigidly beside them, her eyes scanning Jito's bandaged frame. Are you the one they're all talking about? The failure who came back. The one and only, Jito replied smoothly as they reached the polished wooden steps of the main pavilion. The shoji screens slid open, revealing the grand meeting hall. The air inside was thick with the scent of burning incense and old tatami mats. Sitting on raised cushions at the far end of the room were the clan elders, their faces deeply lined with age and severe judgment. In the center sat Jito's biological father, a man with cold, unblinking eyes who hadn't looked at Jito since the day he was thrown into the pit. Flanking the perimeter were the heavily armed elite of the Hei unit, and sitting off to the side, looking bored, was Jito's younger brother. Nobody in this room knew the true mechanics of Jito's technique. All their reports claimed that the weakest, most pathetic grade 4 in history had somehow experienced a massive, miraculous spike in his cursed energy reserves and single-handedly slaughtered curses graded far higher than himself. They wanted answers, and they wanted them immediately. Sit, an elder commanded, his voice like grinding stones. Mai carefully positioned Jito's chair in the center of the tatami before stepping back to stand rigidly beside Maki. Jito, his father, spoke, his voice entirely devoid of parental warmth. You have disrupted the balance of the jujitsu world. A non-entity like you does not simply manifest the power to slaughter a special grade. You will provide answers, or you will be treated as a curse yourself. An elder leaned forward, a sick, predatory smile stretching across his weathered lips. Let us establish the parameters of this conversation. If you choose to run, these 2 young girls beside you will die. If you attempt to fight back, they will die. If you do not agree to a binding vow of Absolute truth for this interrogation, you will die, and they will follow shortly after. Mai let out a small, terrified gasp, her hand instantly snapping back to hold Maki's. Maki didn't flinch, but her small knuckles turned stark white. Jito looked at the twins, then slowly scanned the room full of elite sorcerers. His red eyes gleamed with a terrifying, hidden amusement. He raised his hands slightly. A binding vow of truth? Fine. You drive a hard bargain. Let's do it. Binding vow of truth. Established, the invisible weight of the celestial vow settled over the room. The elders immediately began firing their questions, eager to dissect his sudden evolution. What did you steal from the clan storehouses to achieve this output? The first elder demanded. Nothing, Jito replied honestly. I haven't stepped foot in your storehouses since I was 10. Then how did you get stronger? How did you gain a massive pool of cursed energy capable of tearing through a domain? His father barked. I have an innate technique, Jito stated, keeping his tone entirely flat and matching the strict parameters of the truth vow. Every time I eliminate a curse or stand within the vicinity of an exorcism, my technique processes the residual energy and translates it into physical and spiritual parameters. I grow stronger little by little every single day. The elders exchanged rapid, stunned glances. There was absolutely no record of a curse technique that allowed someone to artificially rewrite their baseline potential after birth, neither within the long history of the Zen'in clan nor anywhere outside of it. It bypassed the fundamental law that a sorcerer's talent is predetermined at birth. Because they feared giving him an accidental boost in strength through a binding vow of secrecy, the elders deliberately chose not to ask for the hyper-specific mechanics of his system. They kept their questions vague, focusing only on the macro results. And they absolutely loved what they were hearing. To their greedy, ambitious minds, Jito was a blueprint. If he grew stronger every single day without a ceiling, he possessed the potential to eventually rival even Satoru Gojo. The Zen'in clan had spent decades seething under the absolute dominance of the Gojo family's solitary god. They didn't see a human being in Jito, they saw their own personal weapon. Their own Satoru Gojo. Incredible, the head elder whispered, his eyes gleaming with mad ambition. A self-correcting asset. This changes everything. Jito, you will enter a binding vow of absolute submission and lifelong servitude to the Zen'in clan head. In exchange, we are prepared to sweeten the deal. We will name you the official successor. You will become the clan head when the time comes. Jito let out a loud, echoing laugh that shattered the solemnity of the room. It was a condescending, arrogant sound that made the Hei elite immediately grip the hilts of their swords. Me? A servant to a bunch of rotting fossils. Jito smirked, leaning back in his wheelchair. I decline. I wouldn't take your clan head title if it was wrapped in gold leaf. You guys are suffocating in your own dust. The father's face darkened instantly. He raised a single hand, and two Hei executioners immediately stepped behind little Maki and Mai, drawing their serrated daggers and resting the cold steel directly against the little girls' throats. You mistake this for a negotiation, boy, his father growled. Either you accept the vow of submission right now, or these children die while you attempt to make a pathetic escape. Or we simply execute you in their place right here, right now, and harvest whatever is left of your corpse. Jito didn't flinch. He looked at Mai's tear-filled eyes, then at Maki's fierce defiance. Slowly, he let out a heavy, theatrical sigh, running a hand through his shaggy hair. All right, Jito exclaimed, his voice ringing clearly through the grand hall. You drive a hard bargain. I'll agree to stop fighting back, but you're going to have to make 3 binding vows with me and these kids right now, or I swear to God I will fight like an unhinged demon, and my friends at Tokyo High will turn this entire estate into an ash heap to avenge me. The elders hesitated, the mention of Satoru Gojo and Suguro Geto making the room visibly tense. State your conditions, the head elder demanded. First, Jito said, pointing a finger at the twins. You will all agree to let these 2 children live. Second, you will never interfere in their lives or force them into servitude unless they outright attack any of you knowingly in the future. They are completely off limits to your political garbage. The elders nodded slowly. To them, two twin girls with little to no cursed energy were entirely worthless chips compared to securing a weapon that could rival Gojo. Agreed. And the third? The third binding vow is for you to not tamper with my body after I'm gone, Jito said, his arrogant smirk returning in full force. You will allow Maki and Mai to personally wheel my body outside the main gates and put it directly into the cargo car waiting for me. No one else touches me. A strange, sentimental request for a corpse, his father sneered. But acceptable. We accept these terms. Triple binding vow, engaged participants, Jito Zen'in, clan elders, Maki Zen'in, Mai Zen'in. Parameters, absolute non-resistance from the vessel in exchange for the permanent immunity of the children and the unmolested transport of the vessel's remains. The heavy, absolute golden threads of the celestial vow bound every soul in the room. The Hei executioners stepped back from the twins, sheathing their daggers. Jito sat perfectly straight in his wheelchair, his fierce red eyes looking out past the shoji screens toward the blue sky over the estate. He thought about Shoko's quiet cigarette smoke, Sugiru's masterful curse-zu, and Satoru's ridiculous antics. He thought about his mother, Mito, standing tall in the dark. Keep your eyes open, kids, Jito whispered softly to the twins, his voice completely calm. Bear witness. The lead Hei executioner stepped forward, his massive battlefield katana drawn. The steel flashed under the dim light of the incense burners. With a single, swift, and silent horizontal strike, the blade cleaved cleanly through Jito's neck. Slick. Jito's head detached from his shoulders, a heavy crimson spray painting the pristine white tatami mats as his body remained sitting perfectly upright in the chair, his face expressionless as it tumbled to the floor. Maki didn't look away, her young eyes burning the image into her memory. Mai hid her face against her sister's shoulder, sobbing quietly into the white yukata. The elders watched with cold satisfaction, completely unaware that the cargo car waiting outside wasn't for a funeral, and that the countdown on Jito's system interface was still ticking. Maki stepped forward, her small boots squelching softly in the fresh blood pooling on the tatami mats. Her face was completely blank, set in a mask of grim defiance that defied her age. She reached down, picked up Jito's severed head by its shaggy brown hair, and placed it gently back into his lap, settling it between his lifeless hands. Help me, Mai, Maki said, her voice small but steady. Mai wiped her tears, her small body shaking as she took one handle of the wheelchair. Together, the two little girls began the long, silent trek back across the estate. The heavy tires of the chair crunched loudly through the deep gravel, leaving a dark, dripping red trail behind them across the pristine white stone paths of the Zen'in courtyard. None of the Hei or the elders stopped them. The binding vow held everyone in an iron grip. When they pushed the heavy wooden gates open, they didn't just find a corporate transport car. Leaning against the hood of a sleek black vehicle were Satoru, Suguru, and Shoko. Satoru was mid-laugh, tossing a piece of sweet dango into the air and catching it in his mouth. Shoko had a lighter halfway to her cigarette, and Suguru was smiling, holding a bag of convenience store snacks. They had decided to tag along with the transport, fully expecting to break Jito out or joke about his kidnapping. Satoru's laughter cut off instantly. The dango dropped from his fingers, rolling into the dirt. His sunglasses slid down the bridge of his nose. Behind them, the crystalline blue of his 6 eyes widened in absolute, horrific shock. Suguru and Shoko followed his gaze. The smiles vanished from their faces as if struck by a physical blow. Shoko dropped her lighter into the grass. Suguru's grip on the plastic bag tightened until the wrappers loudly crinkled and snapped. There, in the center of the gravel road, were 2 tiny, blood-splattered girls pushing a wheelchair. And sitting in that wheelchair was Jito, his head resting loosely in his own lap, his fierce red eyes cloudy and unblinking. He didn't run, Maki told them, her voice cutting through the suffocating silence. She looked straight at Satoru. He stayed so we could live. I think I'm going to kill them, Satoru muttered. The air around him began to warp and twist, the absolute pressure of his infinity vibrating so violently that the pebbles on the road began to Levitate. I'm going to wipe that entire estate off the map. I know I am, Shoko hissed. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was dripping with a lethal, icy rage they had never heard from her before. Her hands were trembling as she stared at Jito's severed neck. I'll poison their well water. I'll rot them from the inside out. What exactly happened in there? Geto demanded, stepping forward. His face was entirely shadowed, his eyes pitch black with an unhinged, murderous fury. Tell me everything. Word for word. Maki and Mai didn't hold back. They detailed the interrogation, the binding vow of truth, the threats on their lives, and the final triple binding vow Jito forced the elders into before he let the executioner swing his blade. Sugura listened, his jaw clenched so hard his teeth audibly ground together. He turned fiercely toward Satoru, grabbing him by the shoulder and shaking him. Satoru. The message. What exactly did his message say? Satoru, still frozen as his 6 eyes analyzed the absolute lack of a spark in Jito's body, pulled out his phone with a numb, stiff hand. They all crowded around the screen, their eyes racing over the text. Jito, can you position one of your clan vehicles outside of the Zen'in estate? I need you to keep my possession.s safe and secret until I can revive them. Victory Hand Satoru's eyes widened as he reread his own casual reply, followed by Jito's final instruction. Jito, I need to be at the forest by 12. You and the rest of the crew can come too if you'd like. Satoru, sure, I'll bring the crew so we can all enjoy some snack later. Possession.s, Suguru whispered, staring at the strange period in the middle of the word. He didn't mean his weapons or his clothes. He spelled it like possession. As in, possessing his own corpse. Until I can revive them. He was talking about his own body parts. He knew. Shoko breathed, a sudden, desperate hope breaking through her rage. She stepped toward the chair, her medical instincts overriding her shock. He had a technique that lets him rewrite his parameters. The kid said his technique processes energy. If he knew he was going to die, he said a delayed reaction. There are historical records of ancient sorcerers using possession or soul transference to survive execution, but Jito built a loophole directly into his system. The forest, Suguru realized, looking at Shoko. Which forest? The old Tokyo campus boundary woods, Shoko said instantly. The one where he siphoned your residual energy during the month he was grounded. It's dense with leftover cursed energy. Satoru knelt down in front of Maki and Mai, his terrifying aura vanishing as he gave them a soft, serious look. You two were incredibly brave. You protected his secret, and you brought him back to us. Thank you. We'll take care of him now. They loaded Jito's upright body into the back of the cargo vehicle. After ensuring the twins were safely escorted to a secure location, the 3 second years drove in absolute, tense silence toward the deep woods of the Tokyo campus. The forest was pitch black, illuminated only by the pale silver glow of a high moon. They arrived at 11 in the evening, carrying Jito's body into a quiet clearing surrounded by towering cedar trees. Shoko didn't waste a single second. She sat on a log, pulling Jito's head up and aligning it perfectly with his shoulders. Her hands began to glow with a brilliant, soft blue light as she channeled reverse curse technique with surgical precision. Squish. Sizzle. Come on, you arrogant idiot, Shoko muttered under her breath, sweat beading on her forehead as she meticulously knitted the muscle tissue, veins, and vertebrae back together. I am putting you back in working condition. If you don't wake up after I did a textbook reattachment job on this neck, I really will kill you myself. While she worked, Satoru and Suguru stood at opposite ends of the clearing, pacing like caged panthers. Their senses were dialed to an absolute maximum, keeping a lookout to ensure no Zen'in assassins or higher-up windows had followed them. Anything? Suguru called out into the dark. Nothing. The perimeter is clean, Satoru replied, his eyes tracking the minute hand on his phone. It's 11:58. If this doesn't work, Suguru, we're flattening Kyoto. Agreed, Suguru said flatly. Inside his own mind, Jito was fully aware of everything. He was floating in a dark red-tinted Void, watching a glowing system prompt count down the seconds. The total caster surrender protocol had stored the massive residual energy from his month of observation, holding his soul in a stasis loop until the exact parameters of his text message were met. System notification, time condition, 12 a.m., midnight, achieved. Vessel condition, physical integrity restored, reverse curse technique, achieved. Initiating soul vessel synchronization, 10%, 50%, 100%. Welcome back, user. Exactly at midnight, a violent, concussive wave of cursed energy exploded outward from the center of the clearing. The grass flattened instantly, and the surrounding trees groaned under a sudden, massive spike of pressure. Jito's eyes snapped open. The cloudy glaze vanished, replaced by a brilliant, fierce, and piercing crimson glow. He took a massive, gasping breath of the cold night air, his chest heaving as his heart violently jump-started inside his ribs. He rolled his neck, a loud, satisfying pop echoing through the quiet. Forest. Man, Jito groaned, rubbing his throat where a faint, thin white scar was already fading into his skin. He looked up at the three stunned faces staring at him. That Hei executioner really didn't hesitate. Blade was sharper than I thought. Shoko let out a breath she felt like she'd been holding for an hour, falling back against the log with a tired, relieved laugh. You absolute psycho. You actually did it. Suguru stepped forward, a massive, genuine grin finally breaking through his dark expression. An artificial revival using a delayed systemic trigger. Jito, you completely played those old men for fools. They think they successfully eliminated a threat. Satoru threw his head back, letting out a loud, ecstatic cheer that echoed through the trees. He walked over, aggressively ruffling Jito's shaggy hair. I knew it. I knew the peace sign at the end of the text meant you had a stupidly arrogant plan. I am thoroughly impressed, pretty boy. You officially have bragging rights for life. Jito smirked, standing up from the chair under his own power, his stats humming perfectly at their 700-plus baseline. He shook out his arms, his sharp, condescending smile returning full force. Please, Jito laughed, his red eyes gleaming in the moonlight. Did you really think I'd let those walking corpses have the last word? The Zen'in clan just signed their own death warrants. They think they're safe because of a vow, but they have no idea what's coming for them. The group ended up sitting in a circle on the damp grass, passing around the plastic bag of convenience store pastries Satoru had brought. The sheer adrenaline of the midnight revival was finally wearing off, leaving behind a comfortable, easy warmth. Jito took a massive bite out of a cream puff, savoring the sugar before he leaned back against a cedar tree, his fierce red eyes scanning his friends. All right, look, Jito started, wiping a bit of cream from his lip. Since you guys literally just carried my severed head across Kyoto, I guess I owe you the full story. I'm going to explain my technique thoroughly, so listen up. Suguru set his snack down, leaning forward with genuine interest. Shoko pulled her knees to her chest, her dark eyes fixed on him, while Satoru sat cross-legged, a rare, quiet focus in his stance. My technique is called unlimited progression, Jito explained, his voice steady. It basically treats the world like a game. Every time I slaughter a curse or a person, my technique processes their residual life force and converts it into points. The stronger the target, the more points I get. And like you noticed over the last month, I can siphon 25% of what I would have gotten from a kill if someone else drops them. But that 25% rule only works on curses, not people. And the revival? Shoko asked, gesturing toward his perfectly healed neck. How did you pull that off? That's the high-risk mechanic, Jito smirked, though his voice dropped into a more serious register. I can revive myself, but it comes at a permanent, brutal cost to my strength. The system will violently rip away my accumulated points from a random area or multiple areas of my stats to pay the debt. It'll bring me back, but only if I have enough points in my baseline to give up. If I'm completely broke, I stay dead. He paused, letting out a dry chuckle. I've been trying to find a way to show people the interface. That lets me rebuild myself, but it's usually completely invisible. I remember back when I was grounded. Shoko and Suguru literally walked into my dorm room right while I had it open, and you both stared right through it. But let's see if it works now. With a silent thought, Jito called forth his soul's blueprint. The familiar, bleeding black screen materialized in the air right between them, glowing with erratic crimson text. Suguru blinked, squinting at the empty space. Jito, there's nothing there. You're just staring at the grass. Yeah, still invisible to us, pretty boy, Shoko sighed, taking a sip of her iced coffee. But Satoru suddenly went dead silent. His sunglasses slid completely down his nose, his blinding blue six eyes widening as he stared directly at the floating crimson numbers. Whoa, Satoru muttered, his voice dropping into a rare, stunned whisper. 1,550 cursed energy output? What the hell? Jito stuttered, entirely caught off guard. What? You can actually see it? Well, yeah. Satoru suddenly burst out laughing, his shock instantly melting back into his usual obnoxious, arrogant grin. I have the six eyes, idiot. I can see the flow of your energy parameters mapped out right there. But man, your actual physical stats are so incredibly low. 700 strength? 700 speed? Are you a turtle? Shut up, Gojo. Jito growled, though a genuine, relieved smile broke across his face. He was ecstatic that someone could finally validate the numbers he had been staring at alone for years. Look, let me explain what those numbers actually signify so your pea-brain can understand. Jito pointed at the empty space where his stats hovered, explaining the system's tier thresholds. From 100 to 300, that's your normal, baseline sorcerer level, grade 4 or standard civilians with slight awareness. 300 to 500 is what the system considers talented, which maps to grade 3 and semi-grade 2. 550 to 800 is the genius tier, meaning grade 2 and semi-grade 1. Which is where you are right now, Suguru calculated, his eyes tracking where Jito was pointing. A minimum of 700 across the board. You're at the absolute peak of the genius bracket. Exactly, Jito nodded, a proud smirk returning. 900 to 1500 is once in a generation grade 1 and special grade 1. And anything 2000 or beyond, that's a straight up monster. Special grade and above. Satoru leaned in closer, squinting at the screen like a scientist looking through a microscope. Okay, so your output is a monstrous 1550, which is insane. But your cursed energy pool is only 925. Jito, I literally have a little over triple the amount of total energy you have. Of course you do. You're a cheat code. Jito rolled his eyes. And your control. Satoru cackled, pointing an accusatory finger at the invisible screen. Your cursed energy control is only 720. Everyone in our friend group has control that's easily triple yours. Shoko, Suguru, and me, we can manipulate our energy down to the micromillimeter. Yours is just a giant, roaring cannon. Satoru leaned back, crossing his arms with a smug, proud grin. Meteoric output aside, I've got you completely outclassed in 8 of your stats. And Suguru and Shoko have you entirely outclassed in 6 of them. Hey, give me some credit, Jito protested, leaning back against the tree. It's the fact that I can work on all of them simultaneously that lets me stand on even footing with you guys. Most sorcerers are stuck with whatever hand they were dealt at birth. I can force my weaknesses to catch up. Suguru let out a soft laugh, tossing an empty pastry wrapper into the plastic bag. Which means, Jito, you've been incredibly lazy. What? Jito snapped. He's right, Shoko teased, a small, playful smirk cutting across her face as she nudged his shoulder with her boot. If you can literally add points to your strength and speed just by watching us work, you should be a god by now. You're being thoroughly outpaced because you aren't working hard enough to catch up to your seniors. I was literally grounded for a month. Jito yelled, his face flushing with a mix of frustration and amusement as his friends completely turned his historic revelation into a teasing session. Excuses, excuses, Satoru laughed, tossing a piece of candy at Jito's forehead. Next time we go on a mission, you better run double time behind us, rookie. Your special grade output doesn't mean anything if your legs move like molasses. Jito caught the candy, his condescending smirk returning full force as he looked at the three of them. For the first time since his mother died, he didn't feel like he was standing in the dark alone. He was surrounded by monsters, and he was going to make sure he ran fast enough to lead the pack. Laughing and enjoying each other's company under the silver moonlight, the warmth of the moment was undeniable. But Jito's expression shifted, his bright eyes turning serious as he looked at the three seniors. As much as I love the teasing, I have to remind you guys of reality, Jito said, tossing a twig into the grass. The higher-ups and my clan literally just watched my head get chopped off. They wanted me dead, and as far as they know, they succeeded. I have to play dead until I'm completely untouchable. If they find out I'm breathing, they'll rewrite the rules just to erase me again. The other three went quiet, the weight of his words settling in. Satoru, Suguru, and Shoko understood perfectly. The corrupt system wouldn't hesitate to deploy everything they had if they realized a self-evolving anomaly was loose. Fine, fine, go play Ghost, Satoru suddenly exclaimed, breaking the tension within dramatic. Pout. He pointed a finger right at Jito's nose. But you better at least stop by and say hi 365 times a year. Though, since you're so incredibly lazy, we expect no less than once a year. Got it? Yeah, don't go completely off the grid, Shoko added with a faint smile, tossing her empty coffee cup into the bag. Suguru nodded in agreement. Deal, Jito laughed, flashing them a vibrant peace sign. Once a year minimum. Hold me to it. With that pact sealed, the grind was officially on. Over the next 5 months, a ghost story began to circulate through the criminal underbelly and shadows of the jiu-jitsu world. An unregistered, masked sorcerer was tearing through Asia like a localized typhoon, killing curses left and right. Underground organizations sent specialized assassins to capture or execute the wild card, and the Zen'in clan, always eager to hoard power or erase loose threads, frequently sent hunting parties to track the rumor down. They all came back in body bags or didn't come back at all. Jito was everywhere. He tore through the cursed hotspots of Japan, jumped fences into Korea, blazed a trail through China, and hit everywhere else his passport-free methods could take him. He was completely unchained. Sometimes, just to be an absolute menace, he would track down a high-grade curse that a registered jiu-jitsu high team was just about to exorcise, blitz the target in a fraction of a second, and vanish into thin air. Every single time he stole a kill like that, he left behind a small, handwritten note pinned to the debris with a drawn-on peace sign. Suguru and Satoru stumbled across those exact notes a few times during their second-year deployment. Every time they did, Satoru would burst into hysterical laughter, and Suguru would just shake his head with a proud, knowing smirk. The lazy rookie was putting in overtime. The chaotic, automated roulette of his permanent binding vow had been spinning relentlessly for 5 months. With every high-grade entity slaughtered across the continent, the points rained down, and the system forcefully hammered away at his parameters. By the time the snows of winter began to thaw, Jito's status window was a monument of pure terror. Every single one of his physical and spiritual baseline stats had smashed through the once-in-a-generation threshold, sitting at a minimum of 1,300 points across the board. His cursed energy output hadn't budged an inch, still locked at that massive, cataclysmic 1,550 points from his initial overclock dump. But the real masterpiece lay in his sorcery comprehension. Forced by the endless, brutal death matches against foreign curses and desperate assassins, his technique mastery and technique versatility had skyrocketed, both reaching a staggering, godlike 2,700 points. He had completely shattered the ceiling. He wasn't just standing on even footing anymore, he was a walking natural disaster. And with that absolute, terrifying power, the defensive masks he had worn his entire life completely disintegrated. The arrogant, cynical, and condescending front he used to protect A. Fragile, average boy was gone. Jito was finally back to who he truly was at his core, a nonchalant, incredibly playful guy who always maintained a bold, high-energy presence. He was fiercely confident, brash, outspoken, and completely unafraid to speak his mind or act like a total goofball at any given moment. He wasn't manly in the traditional, rigid sense of the Zen'in clan, but he possessed an unbreakable, vibrant sense of self and expressed his identity loudly, completely reckless of what society or tradition thought of him. Even in the most bone-chilling, lethal situations, Jito's bright, lax, and high-tempo attitude remained entirely intact. Yet underneath that colorful, carefree exterior, everyone who faced him quickly realized he was a brutally hardworking, tough guy warrior who would never hesitate to get his hands dirty and bleed for what mattered. Standing on the bustling docks of a Tokyo port after sneaking back into the country on a cargo ship, Jito stretched his arms over his head, a bright, unhinged grin lighting up his sharp features. He adjusted the collar of his loose, stylish street clothes, his shaggy brown hair whipping in the spring breeze as his fierce red eyes locked onto the distant Tokyo skyline. He pulled out a small, cheap burner phone, tossing it up and catching it with a chuckle. Well, it hasn't quite been a whole year yet, Jito murmured to himself, his high energy, playful voice carrying over the sound of the crashing waves. But it is a brand new year. And I bet Satoru and the crew already missed their favorite backup. Stepping off the docks, the ghost of Jujutsu High was finally coming home. Jito whipped out his burner phone, his thumbs blurring across the screen as he tapped out a message to the one person who always kept his secrets. Jito, I know what you did last winter. It was a direct nod to the terrible late-night horror marathons the four of them used to suffer through in the dorms. Usually with Satoru throwing popcorn at the screen and Suguru trying to analyze the curse's psychological profiles. A minute passed before the text bubble popped up. Shoko, took you a long time to reach out. Have you contacted the rest of them yet? Jito, nope. I couldn't remember their numbers. I'll go spook them in person. Where are they at now? Shoko, on a top-secret mission. I take it you are ready to come out of hiding. Congratulations. Jito, I never really liked hiding anyway. Where are those icons positioned? Shoko, they're on a top-secret mission. Have you forgotten what top secret means in just 5 months? Jito chuckled, pocketing the phone as he began a light jog toward the train station. If it was a high priority assignment involving both Satoru and Suguru during this specific time period, there was really only one massive historical event that fit the bill, the Star Plasma Vessel Escort Mission, which meant they wouldn't be out in some random countryside. They would be operating right around the core of the Jujutsu world. Before he leaped onto the transit line heading toward Western Tokyo, he shot Shoko one final text. Jito, snacks and a movie? I mean, just me and you. Her response came almost instantly, short and practical as always. Shoko, only if you're buying the high-grade pastries this time, Ghost. Don't be late. Jito moved like a streak of lightning across the city, his 1,300 speed turning his casual travel into a blur that ordinary human eyes couldn't track. He headed straight for Tokyo Jujutsu High, tucked deep within the sacred barrier near the heavily forested foothills of Mount Mishiro. He didn't bother using the main gates, with his technique versatility sitting at an absolute god. Tier 2,700, slipping past the traditional Tengen barrier was like walking through a beaded curtain. He subtly adjusted his soul's frequency to mimic a standard ambient spirit, breezing right through the defensive perimeter to surprise his friends. But the moment he crossed the threshold into the inner campus grounds, his fierce red eyes widened. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, freshly turned dirt, and a staggering, suffocating amount of raw pressure. He noticed two things immediately. One, Satoru was in the middle of a frantic, high-altitude battlefield, and he had gotten exponentially stronger than the last time they met in the woods. His core energy flow was pulsing at roughly 6 times the density of his previous output. He was a fully realized god of space now, completely untethered. 2. A massive, scarred man with short black hair, Toji Fushiguro, was backed against a crumb. Bling concrete retaining wall. Satoru's fingers were snapped together, forming the precise kata. LSD for a devastating, high-density spatial distortion that was a microsecond away from completely erasing the man's torso. Jito didn't think. He didn't hesitate. His lax, high-energy grin split across his face as his hands blurred. Shing! In a fraction of a millisecond, Jito drew Mito's legacy. His monstrous 1,550 cursed energy output exploded outward, coating the long, obsidian dado in a dense, howling shroud of compressed crimson plasma. He leaped directly into the trajectory of the oncoming spatial tear, executing a flawless, vertical upward slash. Boom! The massive concussive shockwave of Jito's 2,700 technique mastery cleanly cleaved Satoru's localized space attack directly in half, dispersing the destructive vacuum into harmless static electricity that rippled across the grass. Satoru's eyes widened behind his blood-splattered face, his infinity violently fluctuating as he dropped back down to the ground. Are you stupid? Why did you just— Jito didn't even let him finish. He spun the long dado casually in his hand before resting the heavy blade horizontally across his shoulder, leaning back with a completely relaxed, carefree posture. He looked down at the sorcerer killer slumped against the wall. Toji was breathing heavily, his hands covered in blood, staring up at the newcomer through narrowed, calculating eyes. Jito guessed the man didn't remember him from his brief childhood stint in the disciplinary pit, or perhaps he just failed to recognize Jito's handsomely good looks under the current chaotic lighting. The absolute curse of being a rising icon, he supposed. Hey, you two. It's been a while, Jito called out, his voice bright, hyper, and bursting with an energetic tempo that felt entirely indifferent to the lethal death match that had just been occurring. He looked back over his shoulder at the infamous assassin, his fierce red eyes gleaming with a bold, unyielding confidence. You aren't dying today, Jito said, his lax attitude remaining perfectly intact even as the ambient cursed energy around them crackled. Believe me when I say that life is way too fun to die so young. Find a new way of living if the old one doesn't suit you. Toji's sharp eyes widened significantly. The specific, unyielding philosophy of those words, coupled with the sudden realization of the genetic willpower radiating from the kid's posture, struck a massive chord of heavy remembrance. Recognition flared behind the assassin's scarred features. You, Toji rasped, a grim, cynical smirk slowly cutting across his own face. Mito's brat. You got it in one. Jito chirped, his grin widening as he gave Toji a cheerful thumbs up. Consider your old debt to my mom officially repaid, old man. We're square. Toji let out a ragged, self-deprecating chuckle, leaning his head back against the shattered concrete wall. His body was battered, his breathing shallow. He had already accepted defeat. His pride had led him straight to the brink. He'd ignored his sharpest, most deeply rooted survival instincts just for a fleeting chance to completely discredit the jiu-jitsu society that had rejected him from birth. Looking at the sheer, distorted gravity of the attack Jito had just cleaved in half, Toji knew there was absolutely no way he could have stopped it on his own. He glanced past Jito's shoulder, his sharp eyes narrowing as he analyzed the teenager floating slightly off the ground. Hey, brat, your friend there looks completely out of his mind. Is he high? Satoru Gojo was hovering, his posture completely unnatural, his hands twitching as his blood-splattered face twisted into a wide, terrifyingly euphoric grin. His 6 eyes were wide, burning like twin supernovas, completely detached from reality. He didn't even seem to notice the debris raining around him. Jitu. Satoru suddenly cackled, his voice pitched high, vibrating with a manic, transcendent energy. You're alive. Oh man, that's great. That's so beautiful. The whole world is just so beautiful right now. But why are you standing in front of my target? You shouldn't be doing that. Jito didn't budge. He kept Mito's legacy rested casually across his shoulder, his body perfectly positioning itself to shield Toji's slumped form from Satoru's direct line of sight. He needed Toji. Breathing. A guy who could completely bypass cursed energy and dismantle the strongest sorcerers on the planet was a priceless asset. If Jito wanted to tear down the higher-ups and make himself truly untouchable, he needed a crew of lethal monsters. Toji Fushiguro was a perfect addition to the team. Come on, Satoru, tone it down a notch. Jito laughed, his voice loud, brash, and completely unfazed by the terrifying pressure radiating from the godling in front of him. I just got back from a 5-month vacation, and you're out here trying to paint the campus red. What's the deal with the scary face? The deal? Satoru laughed hysterically, pressing a hand to his own face, his fingers clawing at his hair. The deal is that I'm enlightened, Jito. I finally grasped the core of cursed energy right when this guy slid a dagger through my throat. But before that? Oh, he was magnificent. He killed the star plasma vessel Rico. Boom. Right through the head. And then he absolutely demolished Suguru downstairs. Left him bleeding out in the tombs. And he practically killed me too. Isn't that just wild? Jito's carefree grin froze for a fraction of a second, his fierce red eyes snapping open a bit wider. He looked back at Toji, then back to Satoru, a loud, genuine whistle escaping his lips. What really? Jito stuttered out a wild, incredulous laugh bursting from his chest. How the fuck did he manage that? He took out you, Suguru, and the kid? Damn, old man, you really went on a full-scale tear while I was gone. That's actually insane, right? Satoru agreed, his voice dropping into a dangerously soft, sing-song whisper as he raised his hand again, space beginning to warp around his fingertips like a gathering storm. He's a menace, Jito. A complete anomaly. So move aside. I need to finish my homework. I need to see if my new trick can erase him completely. Yeah, see, that's a negative, Captain High and Mighty, Jito said, his nonchalant attitude instantly returning as he took a step forward, his own massive, 1,550 cursed energy output flaring into a dense, protective crimson wall between them. He looked entirely outspoken, confident, and completely unafraid to defy a literal deity. The guy is under my protection now. I've got plans for him, and I don't like people breaking my toys before I get to play with them. You're protecting a monkey who murdered our client? Satoru asked, his head tilting at a grotesque, questioning angle, his blue eyes locking onto Jito's crimson aura. Are you picking a fight with me, rookie? I'm picking a fight with your current lack of chill, Jito shot back with a bright, unhinged smirk, tightening his grip on his nodachi. Suguru is still breathing downstairs, right? And your throat is fully healed. So let's take a breath, go grab some snacks, and talk about this like civilized monsters. Because if you want to paste him, you're going to have to go through me first. And believe me, I've gotten a lot harder to chew through in the last 5 months. Think about it for a second, Satoru. Jito shouted, his voice echoing loudly across the ruined plaza as he kept his body firmly planted between the floating god and the bleeding assassin. You said he demolished Suguru, right? But if he actually killed a curse manipulator like Gojo, every single one of those swallowed spirits would have been violently unleashed all at once. The entire campus would be crawling with a localized apocalypse right now. Jito gestured widely to the smoking, torn-up courtyard with a brash, theatrical grin. Look around. There isn't any dangerous situation here other than the 3 of us standing in the same place and looking ready for a fistfight. Right on cue, a heavy, dragging footsteps echoed from the ruined threshold of the main pavilion. Make that 4 dangerous situations a hoarse, deeply exhausted voice rasped. Suguru Gojo stood leaning against the shattered doorway, his hands clutching a blood-soaked tear in his uniform jacket where Shoko's positive energy had clearly just finished knitting his chest back together. He was pale, his long black hair completely unraveled, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the standoff with a mixture of disbelief and immediate tactical calculation. Jito. Suguru breathed, his jaw dropping slightly as his gaze shifted from the shaggy-haired rookie to the massive, Crimson-coated Nodachi rested on his shoulder. You're actually here. And you're shielding him. Suguru. Jito chirped, his high energy, playful demeanor snapping right back into place, as if they were just running into each other at a convenience store. Look who's back from the dead. Again. And look, I brought snacks. Well, I left them with Shoko, but the point stands. Jito, step aside, Suguru said, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous register as his eyes locked onto Toji. The memory of his absolute defeat in the tombs was fresh, a bitter poison burning in his throat. That man, he executed the vessel. Right in front of me. Satoru floated a few inches lower, the manic, ecstatic glow in his 6 eyes slightly faltering as. His attention split between his best friend's arrival and Jito's absolute refusal to back down. See, Jito? Suguru wants him gone too. You're outnumbered. Oh, please. You guys are completely missing the big picture because you're both drowning in your own egos right now. Jito barked, completely outspoken and entirely unafraid to lecture the 2 strongest sorcerers on Earth. He took a bold step forward, planting the sheath of Mito's legacy loudly against the cracked concrete. Listen to me. Jito's voice rang out with an absolute, unyielding confidence. Toji here didn't do this because he hates the Star Plasma Kid, or because he has a personal vendetta against Tokyo High. He did it because a bunch of wealthy, religious higher-up bastards paid him a mountain of cash to do it. He's a mercenary. A tool. Jito glanced back at Toji, giving the bleeding man an unhinged, sharp smirk. And right now his employers think he's either dead or about to finish the job. If Satoru vaporizes him here, those rotting traditionalists get exactly what they want. The vessel is dead, the loose end is erased, and they get to hide in their temples completely unscathed while we clean up the mess. Suguru paused, his analytical mind instantly catching the underlying political weight of Jito's words. The sheer anger in his chest didn't vanish, but the gears in his head began to turn. You want to turn him against them? Ding ding ding. Give the man a prize. Jito laughed, clapping his hands together dramatically. He looked up at Satoru, his bright red eyes locked onto the white-haired teenager. Satoru, you're enlightened now, right? You've got the power of a god. Are you really going to waste that divine new upgrade on a guy who doesn't even have a drop of cursed energy? Or are we going to use him to absolutely dismantle the people who put a bounty on a little girl's head? Satoru stood perfectly still in the air. The manic euphoria of his awakening slowly began to cool, tempered by the sheer, absurd, high-energy logic radiating from the rookie. His 6 eyes scanned Jito's parameters again, noticing the incredible 1,300 physical baselines and the flawless 2,700 technique statistics. Jito wasn't a weakling asking for mercy. He was a powerhouse proposing a paradigm shift. You really are a piece of work, Jito, Satoru finally muttered. The twisting, warping space around his fingertips slowly dissipated, the blinding blue light fading back into the natural morning sunshine. He dropped his boots back onto the grass, a tired but thoroughly amused smile cutting across his face. Fine. The enlightenment high is wearing off anyway, and my head hurts. Suguru let out a long, heavy sigh, completely slumping against the doorframe as the tension drained from his body. If Shoko finds out we let the man who stabbed us walk away because of a corporate counteroffer, she's going to dissect all 3 of us. I'll buy her the expensive pastries. She'll behave. Jito laughed, completely lax as he turned back to Toji. Toji was staring at the 3 teenagers, an expression of profound, cynical amusement crossing his scarred face. He painfully pushed himself up against the wall, spitting a mouthful of blood into the dirt. You kids are completely unhinged. You know that, right? We're the new generation, old man. Jito smirked, extending a hand to help the sorcerer killer stand. Get used to it. Now, let's get out of here before the administrative windows show up. I know a great spot for dumplings, and you're going to tell me exactly how much those religious freaks paid you, because whatever it was, I'm doubling it. Toji wiped a thick smear of crimson from his chin with the back of his hand, leaning his heavy frame against Jito for support as he stood up. He looked down at the bright-eyed teenager with a flat, deeply annoyed glare. "Hey, brat," Toji grunted, his voice rough. "Keep calling me old man, and I'm going to throw you into a wall. I'm 13 years your senior. That's not old. I'm not even middle-aged yet. Please. 13 years." Jito erupted into a loud, energetic laugh, throwing his head back completely unbothered by the blood on his clothes. "That's pretty damn old man. Just not old enough to be allowed to die just yet. You've still got plenty of miles left in the tank, so stop whining." Satoru stepped forward, his 6 eyes locking onto the cursed tool peeking out from the fleshy wrap of the worm curse strapped across Toji's torso. The manic euphoria was gone, replaced by a cool, calculated sharpness. "If we're doing this your way, Jito, I have one condition," Satoru said, pointing directly at the concealed weapon. "Give me that dagger. The one that bypasses infinity. Hand it over, and the fight is officially off the table." Toji glanced at Satoru, then at Jito, before letting out a dry, cynical chuckle. He reached into the curse's mouth, pulled out the jagged blade of the inverted spear of heaven, and tossed it carelessly through the air. Satoru caught it effortlessly by the hilt. Without missing a single beat, Satoru tossed the legendary cursed tool into the sky. He snapped his fingers together, a blinding, chaotic flash of violent violet light erupting from his hand. Hollow purple. The singular, high-density distortion tore through the air, violently singing the grass as it struck the dagger mid-flight. In a fraction of a second, the inverted spear of heaven, the single greatest threat to the Gojo family's legacy, was completely atomized into absolute nothingness, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Satoru turned back around, sliding his dark sunglasses back up the bridge of his nose with a massive, brilliantly arrogant smirk. He looked right at Jito. "Now I am truly invisible. Try and keep up, rookie." "Invincible, you idiot." "The word you're looking for is invincible," Jito corrected with a theatrical roll of his eyes, his high energy, playful demeanor matching Satoru's stride perfectly. "And please, I can already keep up just fine. You're just lucky I like you." Jito clapped his hands together, looking between Satoru and the deeply exhausted Suguru. "Well, I thoroughly enjoyed the reunion, boys, but we've got to move," Jito stated briskly, his voice dropping into a slightly more serious, but still incredibly lax register. "I know somebody from the auxiliary branch will arrive soon to check the bodies, unless the higher-ups are just sitting in their rooms hoping we all killed each other. All 3 of you are a threat to their perfect little system, after all. It would be in their absolute best interests if you icons just took each other out." He whipped out his cheap burner phone, flashing a bright, expectant grin. "But more importantly, I need your phone numbers again. I lost all my contacts when I was legally dead, and Shoko wouldn't give them to me." Satoru laughed loudly, snatching the phone and aggressively typing in his number. "Make sure you label me as the god of space, Jito." Suguru took the phone next, shaking his head with a tired but genuine smile as he put his digits back into the contact list. "Try not to lose it this time. No promises," Jito chirped, snatching the phone back and stuffing it into his pocket. He grabbed Toji by the arm, slinging the massive assassin's shoulder over his own. "All right, old man, let's make tracks before the cleanup crew gets here." Using his staggering 1,300 speed, Jito managed to quickly spirit the wounded assassin away. From the Mount Mashiro foothills, slipping cleanly past the outermost auxiliary barriers before anyone could track their residual energy. By the time the sun was high in the sky, they were sitting in the back of a dim, secluded alleyway a few miles outside the city, where Jito had patched up Toji's worst wounds with a quick application of medical supplies. As Toji leaned against the brick wall, lighting a cheap cigarette, Jito sat cross-legged on a plastic crate, his fierce red eyes bright with an intense, hyper-curious energy. "All right, come on, spill it," Jito demanded, leaning forward with an unhinged, vibrant grin. "I want to know everything about my childhood savior. While I was stuck traveling alone across Asia for those 5 months, my system tracking went wild. I kept seeing reports of an unregistered ghost killer wiping out sorcerers without a cursed weapon." "That was you, right?" Toji took a long, slow drag of his cigarette, blowing the smoke toward the sky as he looked at the teenager. You don't miss much, do you, brat? Never. Jito bragged, tapping his temple. So why do it? Why kill them barehanded? Because Jujitsu Society deserves to rot, Toji said flatly, his voice dropping into a dark, gravelly register. And because killing a sorcerer without a cursed weapon guarantees one beautiful thing, they manifest as a vengeful spirit after they die. Jito's eyes snapped wide open, a massive, brilliant smile breaking across his face as the pieces of the puzzle violently clicked together inside his head. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. Jito laughed loudly, slapping his knee in pure excitement. You purposefully created vengeful spirits. And then you hunted those spirits down too, didn't you? Man, no wonder my system was picking up massive spikes of residual energy all over Japan. You were creating your own ecosystem of monsters just to slaughter them. It kept me sharp, Toji muttered, a faint, dark smirk cutting across his scarred features as he looked at the boy's roaring crimson aura. But it looks like your little trick siphoned plenty of that meat. You're a hell of a lot heavier than you were when you were a crying kid in the pit. Tell me about it, Jito laughed, his bold, nonchalant attitude radiating through the dim alley. Every single time you dropped one of those curses, my technique processed 25% of the scraps. That little stunt of yours is the primary cause of my massive boost in strength. You basically funded my entire winter vacation, old man. Toji let out a genuine, rumbling laugh, tossing the cigarette butt into the dirt. Then I guess you really do owe me a bowl of dumplings, brat. Oh, the highest quality ones in Tokyo, Jito grinned, standing up and stretching his arms. Let's go. We've got a whole system to break, and we're just getting started. 5 hours later, the afternoon sun was beginning to dip, casting long, amber shadows across the Tokyo streets. Jito sat at a small outdoor cafe table, idly scrolling through his burner phone while Toji sat opposite him, looking significantly cleaner after a change of clothes, but still radiating a quiet, dangerous presence. Jito tapped out a quick text to Satoru. Jito, hey, what are you guys up to? Still riding that enlightenment high? A few minutes passed before the response bubble popped up, but the tone wasn't Satoru's obnoxious, high-tempo cadence. It was measured, heavy, and quiet. Suguru doesn't have his phone right now. This is Suguru. We just back from the Star Religious Facility. Satoru retrieved Riko's body from those people. They were forced to give her up. Right now, we're at a private cemetery plot near the foothills. We're burying her and Misato Kurwa. Jito's playful grin faded into a serious, sharp line. He didn't text back a long paragraph. He kept his response completely brief and direct. Jito, send the location. The coordinates dropped a second later. Jito pocketed the phone, stood up, and adjusted the heavy hilt of Mito's legacy resting securely at his hip. He looked over at the scarred assassin. Get up, old man, Jito said, his voice dropping into a rare, intensely focused register. We're going to a funeral, and you're going to help me crash it. Toji raised an eyebrow, extinguishing his cigarette. A funeral? For the girl I put a bullet through? You really are a sadist, brat. Just shut up and walk, Jito smirked, his high-energy confidence returning in a flash. You're about to see how a real icon handles a tragedy. The private cemetery was tucked away in a quiet, secluded cedar grove at the base of the mountains, far removed from the prying eyes of the jujitsu higher-ups. The air was heavy, completely silent save for the rustling of the leaves in the cool evening breeze. 2 fresh graves had been dug into the dark earth. Misato Kurwa and Riko Amanai's corpses lay, buried beneath the soil. Shoko had spent the last 2 hours using every ounce of her reverse curse technique to meticulously repair the horrific damage inflicted upon their bodies, making sure they were entirely fixed up properly and looked at peace before Suguru and Satoru placed them into the ground. Satoru stood rigidly by the edge of the plot, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, his eyes completely hidden behind his dark glasses. Suguru stood beside him, his head bowed, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. Shoko was leaning against a nearby headstone, her eyes red-rimmed and exhausted, a dead cigarette hanging from her lips. The crunch of gravel broke the solemn silence. The 3-second years snapped their heads up, their eyes widening in a mixture of shock and immediate, defensive fury as Jito strolled into the clearing. But it wasn't just Jito. Walking right. Beside him, completely relaxed, was Toji Fushiguro, the exact man who had caused this entire nightmare. What the hell is he doing here? Suguro roared, his cursed energy instantly flaring as he took a violent step forward, a massive, vengeful spirit beginning to materialize from his shadow. Jito, I don't care what kind of plans you have for him. Bringing him here is an absolute insult to whoa. Chill out, everyone. Lower the volume, Suguru. Jito interrupted loudly, waving his hands with a bright, completely nonchalant grin that looked absurdly out of place in a graveyard. He stepped right between the angry sorcerers and the assassin, completely brash and unafraid. I bring life-changing news. Jito exclaimed, his voice hyper, energetic, and completely commanding the entire clearing. He rested a hand on the pommel of his nodachi, looking at his 3 friends with an unhinged, brilliant confidence. My revival ability, it's called Samsara Debt. And guess what? It can be reversed. It doesn't just apply to me. I can cast it on others. 2. The entire clearing went dead silent. Shoko's cigarette dropped straight out of her mouth, hitting the grass. Satoru's glasses slid down his nose, his blinding blue 6 eyes flaring as they locked onto Jito's soul parameters, trying to calculate the sheer weight of what the rookie was saying. So Jito smirked, pointing a thumb over his shoulder at the 2 fresh mounds of dirt. Let's start digging them back up. Jito, don't play a sick joke right now, Shoko whispered, her voice trembling as she stepped forward, her medical mind violently racing. Revival of a completely extinguished soul? That breaks every single law of biological and spiritual exchange. It's impossible. For a normal sorcerer, yeah, but I'm an anomaly, remember. Jito laughed, his tone completely bold and outspoken as he deliberately chose to explain his ability thoroughly to everyone present. He knew the strict rules of jujitsu mechanics by explicitly revealing the exact conditions, risks, and limitations of his technique to his allies and enemies alike. The celestial restrictions would grant him a massive, powerful boost to the technique's success rate. Listen up, because the parameters are strict. Jito announced, his voice ringing clearly through the trees. The technique is a literal death structure. To pull a soul back from the flip side, the system forces a permanent, brutal sacrifice. It will randomly tear away a massive chunk of my own accumulated attribute points, whether it's my strength, my speed, or my cursed energy control, to pay the toll for their lives. And there's a hard time limit. I can only revive myself and others within 24 hours of death. Once that clock runs out, the soul is completely out of my system's jurisdiction. He looked directly at Satoru and Suguru, his fierce red eyes bright with an unbreakable, tough guy conviction. Shoko already fixed their physical vessels, meaning the body is ready to house the soul again. The clock is ticking, boys. We've got about 12 hours left before they stay dead forever. Suguru stared at Jito, a sudden, overwhelming wave of emotion crashing over his face. The dark, cynical shadow that had been settling over his heart since the tombs completely shattered, replaced by a desperate, beautiful hope. You're serious. You can bring them back. I don't tell lies at funerals, Suguru, Jito smiled, his lax attitude completely grounding the chaotic energy of the room. He turned to Toji, slapping the massive man heavily on the shoulder. All right, old man, you've got the biggest muscles here and you're the one who put them in the dirt. Grab a shovel and start digging. You're going to help undo your own mess. Toji let out a low, stunned whistle, staring at Jito like the kid was a complete lunatic. But a slow, genuine smirk crept onto his face as he stepped toward the graves. A sorcerer who can rewrite death. Man, Mito really did breed a monster. Satoru suddenly let out a loud, ecstatic laugh, his infinity violently rippling as he leaped forward, entirely energized. Oh, this is beautiful. This is the absolute best. Move aside, old man, a shovel is too slow. With a snap of Satoru's fingers, a controlled, localized burst of blue neatly hovered the fresh soil right out of the twin plots, exposing the pristine wooden caskets below. All right, rookie, Satoru grinned, his six eyes burning with absolute anticipation as he looked at Jito. The stage is set. Show us how you break the rules. Jito stepped up to the edge of the exposed graves, his playful demeanor shifting into an intense, hyper-focused concentration. He drew Mito's legacy with a sharp clack, holding the unsheathed, obsidian blade in his right hand and its heavy, lacquer sheath in his left. Bending down over the wooden caskets, he firmly pressed the flat tip of the Nodachi's blade against Riko's chest and the tip of the sheath against Misato's chest. With a fierce grin, Jito activated Samsara Debt, violently reversing the flow of the technique to force the departed souls backward through the boundary of the afterlife and straight into their mended flesh. A heavy, suffocating wave of crimson-cursed energy erupted from his body, rippling across the graveyard as the system extracted its heavy toll from his personal stats to pay for the miracle. System notification. Parameter reduction accounted. Casting cost for double soul anchoring. Samsara debt minus 3,000 points to random attributes. Toji watched the process with narrowed, analytical eyes, leaning over the edge of the plot. Hey, brat, he asked, a genuine note of curiosity in his rough voice. Is direct contact always needed for that trick? And what's with the weapon? You looked like you were trying to skewer them for a second. Direct contact is an absolute must, old man, Jito explained, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead but keeping his bold, outspoken smile intact. And the body preferably needs to be whole, too, though it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect, since my ability will automatically patch up any missing pieces during the soul-binding process. Jito then casually slid the dado back into its casing with a stylish flick of his wrist, flashing a mischievous, unhinged smirk at the group. As for the weapon and the sheath? Well, the reason I use those is simple. The only woman's chest I ever plan on touching with my actual hands is Shoko's. Satoru burst into a loud, booming bark of laughter, slapping his knee so hard it echoed through the trees. Oh man, you've got guts, rookie. Saying that right in front of her. Shoko didn't even blink. She slowly took out a fresh cigarette, lit it, and blew a thin stream of gray smoke directly into Jito's face. Keep dreaming, ghost. If your hands come anywhere near me for anything other than medical treatment, I'll let Sugiru's curses use you as a chew toy. Suguru, completely ignoring the banter, stepped forward, his eyes desperately locked onto the two girls in the caskets. His voice trembled with a mixture of hope and intense anxiety. Jito, did it work? When are they going to wake up? Before Jito could answer, Satoru adjusted his sunglasses, his blinding blue six eyes flaring as he peered into the caskets. Relax, Suguru. Look closer. I can already see the sparks of their own cursed energy violently igniting and circulating inside their cores. Their brains are rebooting right now. Give them a few minutes. Toji crossed his arms, staring at Jito with a newfound, heavy respect. The reality of what he had just witnessed was staggering. A technique that completely flips the script on death. Tell me, brat, is it possible for you to revive anybody? As long as I'm strong enough to pay the system's stat toll and it's strictly within that 24-hour window, yeah, I can bring back anyone, Jito declared, his tone full of tough guy confidence. He paused, looking Toji dead in the eye with a sharp, knowing smirk. Well, almost anyone. To be completely honest, I wouldn't be capable of reviving someone with your unique physique, old man. Since there's absolutely zero cursed energy inside you to act as an anchor, my system wouldn't have a spiritual frequency to grab onto. So do me a favor and try not to get yourself killed again. I like having you around. Well, aren't you special, Satoru remarked, leaning over the edge of the pit with his hands on his knees, his six eyes reflecting the fading remnants of Jito's crimson energy. A technique that discriminates based on a lack of magical juice. Toji, you're officially a medical anomaly that even our resident miracle worker can't fix if you kick the bucket. Sucks to be you. I've managed to survive this long without a safety net, Brat, Toji grunted, though his eyes remained fixed on the twin caskets. I think I'll manage. Jito let out a sharp, breathless laugh, leaning heavily against the pommel of his sheathed Nodachi. The sudden drain on his attributes was no joke. The automated system roulette wheel inside his mind was spinning violently, deducting the heavy toll required to rewrite a double casualty. He wiped a thick layer of sweat from his forehead, his bold, playful grin turning slightly strained, but remaining completely intact. To be completely honest with you guys, this is my first time actually trying this on other people, Jito confessed, his high-energy voice laced with a brash, unhinged amusement. It's going to be incredibly embarrassing if it doesn't work after I made that whole big speech. I've still got plans tonight, you know. I want to go watch a movie and grab some snacks with Shoko, and a failed necromancy session is an absolute mood killer. If they don't wake up, the only movie you're watching is a documentary on how I dissect a ghost, Shoko warned, though her fingers were tightly gripping her lighter, her eyes never leaving Riko's face. Right on cue, a sudden, violent gasp shattered the quiet of the cedar grove. Both Riko and Misato's eyes snapped open at the exact same millisecond. Their chests violently heaved as their lungs expanded, greedily tearing the cold night air into their throats as if they had been drowning for an eternity. Riko's hands clawed at the silk lining of the casket, her pupils dilated in absolute, primal panic. Riko! Suguru gasped, dropping to his knees instantly at the edge of the grave, his hands hovering over her, completely overwhelmed by relief. Not a moment too late, Shoko stated. She let out a long, heavy breath, her shoulders finally dropping as she tossed her cigarette into the dirt. Their vitals are stabilizing. The cellular rejection is 0. Yeah, the burning in the lungs and the overall pain in the body and soul is an incredibly life-changing experience, isn't it? Jito exclaimed, stepping forward with a wide, comforting, and completely lax grin. He looked down at the coughing girls, his energetic tone completely grounding the terrifying reality of their resurrection. Don't panic, kids. Everything is going to feel like you have to do it manually for only a brief time, breathing, blinking, even your heartbeat, until your soul finishes gluing itself back to your nervous system. Just focus on my voice, take it slow, and it'll go back to a new form of normal before you know it. Riko blinked through tears, her gaze drifting from the weeping Suguru, past the towering, grinning Satoru, and finally landing on Toji, who was standing quietly in the shadows. She flinched, her voice a tiny, ragged whisper. You're the man from the tombs. He was, Jito cut in smoothly, slapping Toji's massive back with a loud, echoey thud. But now he's our new corporate intern. He helps with the heavy lifting and digging graves. See? He's already helping undo his own bad behavior. Toji just scoffed, crossing his arms and looking away, though the tense line of his jaw had noticeably relaxed. Unbelievable, Suguru whispered, wiping his face as he looked up at Jito with a profound, unshakable gratitude. Jito, you actually did it. You changed everything. Please, I'm an icon, Suguru. Changing the world is just a Tuesday for me, Jito laughed loudly, his outspoken confidence bouncing off the trees as he turned toward Shoko, winking shamelessly. Now, since I just performed literal miracles, I believe a certain beautiful doctor owes me a movie date. Let's move, people. The dead are walking, and I'm starving. As the reality of their resurrection settled into the quiet graveyard, Riko and Misato tried to stand, only for their legs to give out instantly under their own weight. Their muscles were completely uncoordinated, twitching as their souls struggled to finish the manual synchronization process Jito had described. They aren't walking anywhere tonight, Shoko noted, stepping forward to check their pulses one last time before dropping her hands into her pockets. She looked up, her dark eyes shifting between Satoru, Suguru, and Jito. And more importantly, they need to hide and lay low immediately. As far as the higher-ups, the Star Religious Synod, and the entire Jujutsu underworld are concerned, these two are rotting in the dirt. If anyone catches so much as a glimpse of them breathing, they're going to die all over again. And I don't think Jito wants to spend his daily stat points on a third funeral. Agreed, Suguru said softly. Without a shred of hesitation, he knelt down in front of Rico, offering his broad shoulders. Hop on, Rico. Take it easy. Rico, still trembling slightly and thoroughly confused by the entire situation, meekly wrapped her arms around Suguru's neck, letting him lift her up. Jito turned his fierce red eyes toward the massive assassin standing by the tree. All right, old man, you're up. Grab the maid. Toji let out a heavy, thoroughly annoyed sigh, but he walked over anyway, effortlessly hoisting Misato onto his back as if she weighed absolutely nothing. I'm a highly paid assassin, brat. Not a piggyback service. You're a corporate intern under my protection, which means you do what I say, Jito grinned, his high energy, playful tone bouncing back full force. He waved his hand toward the forest exit. Come on, people. To the theater. The walk to the nearest commercial district took about 40 minutes under the cover of the night. Along the way, the dynamic of the group shifted into something absurdly expensive. Toji had just been paid a massive, life-changing fortune by the Star Religious Synod for completing the initial hit, and he was currently the only legal adult in the entire group. Jito, possessing absolutely zero shame and an unbreakable sense of self, ruthlessly began to guilt-trip him. You know, Toji, Jito called out loudly as they approached the bright, neon-lit streets of the entertainment district. You put a bullet through a kid's head, stabbed my seniors, and forced me to spend a massive chunk of my hard-earned genius stats to undo your mess. The absolute least you could do to show some corporate remorse is buy the group some popcorn. And by popcorn, I mean the largest luxury combo buckets they have. And the expensive pastries Shoko wants. Satoru caught on instantly, a massive, predatory grin breaking across his face. Oh, absolutely. Enlightenment makes me incredibly hungry. I want 3 boxes of those high-grade chocolate dango, a large soda, and whatever imported candy they have at the counter. Pay up, old man. Toji's jaw clenched, his eyes twitching as he realized he was being thoroughly extorted by a bunch of teenagers. You little leeches. Hey, no complaining in front of the customers. Jito laughed, entirely unbothered. By the time they reached the back entrance of the Grand Cinema, they made sure to absolutely bleed Toji's wallet dry. They ordered premium private theater tickets, mountains of snacks, and luxury drinks, spending as much of his blood money as humanly possible. But before they could slip from the dim alleyway into the private viewing corridor, Jito stopped the group. He reached into his coat, pulling out a sleek, dark fabric face mask he had worn during his 5 months of traveling across Asia. He handed it up to Suguru. Here, Jito said, his voice dropping into a brief, practical register. Give this to Riko so she can hide her face while we cross the lobby. Suguru nodded, carefully wrapping the mask around Riko's face, obscuring her distinct features. Jito then turned a sharp, expectant look toward the massive assassin. Hey Toji, give Misato a mask too. Toji blinked back at him, his face a picture of flat, cynical disbelief. What makes you think I have? A mask, brat? I don't need one. My heavenly restriction means I have 0 cursed energy. I am literally invisible to every defensive barrier and jujitsu tracking window around us already. I'm a ghost. Jito didn't move an inch. He just blinked right back at him, his fierce red eyes gleaming with an unhinged, knowing confidence. Give her your mask. Toji stared at him for 3 long seconds. Finally, letting out a defeated growl, he reached behind his back, plunging his rough hand straight into the grotesque, fleshy mouth of the inventory curse wrapped around his torso. With a wet, metallic squelch, he reached deep into the spirit's stomach and pulled out a clean, spare black tactical mask, tossing it directly at Jito's chest. Jito caught it effortlessly with a wide, brash, and entirely triumphant smirk. I knew it, Jito chuckled, handing the mask up to Misato so she could cover her face. You're an assassin, old man. You always keep a spare disguise in the stomach snake. Now stop being a party pooper and let's go. The previews are starting, and I'm not missing the high-grade pastries. The private theater room smelled of hot butter, sugary pastries, and the faint, sweet scent of Shoko's iced coffee. The 2-hour-long horror movie played out on the massive silver screen, its dramatic string music and sudden jump scares bouncing off the walls, but the real comedy was happening in the luxury leather recliners. Because their nervous systems were still glitching out from the sudden return of their souls, Rico and Misato couldn't even summon the motor skills to lift their large soda cups. Suguru. Rico muttered under her breath, staring at her straw like it was a mountain she couldn't climb. My fingers won't close. Hold the cup. Suguru chuckled softly, adjusting her position in the massive recliner and holding the oversized cup up so she could drink. Just take a sip, Rico. Don't strain yourself. A row behind them, Toji was experiencing a far less gentle version of the same service. Misato was glaring rigidly at a luxury fruit pastry on the tray. Toji sighed, a look of profound, soul-crushing defeat on his scarred face as he picked up a small piece with a toothpick and held it out. If anyone ever finds out the sorcerer killer was reduced to a personal nursemaid, Toji grumbled, his voice low and gravelly over the sound of a chainsaw on the movie screen, I'm wiping out this entire city. Shut up and feed her, old man. You're on the clock, Jito whispered loudly from 2 seats over, tossing a piece of popcorn into his own mouth with a bright, unhinged grin. Rico pouted heavily, her voice cracking with pure frustration as she struggled to shift her shoulders. Hey, Jito. You said the burning and the manual breathing would only last for a brief time. We've been out of the dirt for almost 3 hours, and I still feel like a wet sack of cement. Why am I still broken? Jito leaned his head back, his bold, playful demeanor completely unaffected by her anger. Well, it's probably because you both played zombie for too long. You guys were technically resting in the underworld for a solid 12 hours. When I did it to myself, the pain and the manual reboot only lasted 4-ish hours or so. The entire row went completely silent. Satoru, Suguru, Shoko, Toji, and even the 2 girls turned their heads slowly, staring deadpan at Jito through the dim theater light. That is not a brief time, they all stated in perfect, monotone unison. Hey, 4 hours is nothing compared to eternity. Jito laughed loudly, completely nonchalant about the horrific spiritual agony of resurrection. You guys have no sense of perspective. By the time the credits rolled and the lights clicked back on, the heavy atmosphere of the morning had completely evaporated into a wave of shared laughs and light-hearted bickering. It was exactly the kind of chaotic, loud reunion Jito had wanted. But as they filed out into the dim back exit corridor of the theater, the reality of the situation returned. It was time for them to split up and go into deep hiding. As Jito stretched his arms, Satoru, Suguru, and Shoko all silently noticed a significant change. Jito's usually roaring, suffocating crimson aura was noticeably thinner. The celestial toll of the samsara debt had violently shaved a massive chunk of points off his physical baselines to anchor Rico and Misato's souls back to the living world. He was visibly weaker than he had been when he first shattered Tingin's barrier. Yet, out of deep respect for his sacrifice and his unbreakable pride, none of them brought it up. Well, I hope you all had a great time today, except for the literal dying part, Jito said, adjusting Mito's legacy at his hip with a vibrant, high-energy grin. I know I had a lot of fun. Sucks it has to end so soon. Shoko, Satoru, and Suguru froze for a split second, a sudden, heavy chill running down their spines. They remembered the exact last time he had used that phrase. It was right on the steps of Tokyo High, right before he rolled himself into a Zen'in sedan and got his head severed. Don't say it like that, pretty boy, Satoru muttered, his fingers idly twitching. Gives me flashbacks. Relax, I'm not going anywhere near a guillotine this time, Jito cackled, waving his hand dismissively. I have to take care of these 3 until they can walk under the sun without fear of being burned by the higher-ups. Toji, carry Misato. I'll try and carry Rico. Rico, still resting against the wall, narrowed her eyes at him, her proud personality flaring up. What, do I look heavy to you? Yes. was Jito's immediate, deadpan response. Riko spat back instantly. Maybe you're just weaker than Suguru. True, Satoru, Toji, and Jito responded in a heartbeat. Jito blinked, his own bright smile freezing. Even though he knew it was a mathematical fact, and he had literally just agreed to it himself, hearing Satoru and Toji say it so naturally, as if they were simply commenting on the weather, brought a sudden, hilarious wave of irritation to his chest. He had just gotten an unintentional, bitter taste of his own brutally outspoken personality. Hey, only I am allowed to be that annoying. Jito snapped, pointing an accusatory finger at them, though his hyper, brash demeanor remained completely intact. Riko huffed, but she quickly looked back at Suguru, her eyes seeking the real answer. Suguru, tell me the truth. Am I heavy? Suguru shrugged his shoulders, a soft, teasing smirk tracing his face. Honestly, Riko, you were lighter than Jito's Nodachi. Hey, my Nodachi is pretty damn heavy too. Jito shouted in self-defense, crossing his arms like a petulant, tough guy teenager. It's pure compressed plasma obsidian. Cut me some slack. Satoru let out one last booming laugh, walking backward down the alleyway as he raised a hand in a casual, sweeping wave. The blue of his 6 eyes gleamed behind his shades, a deep promise of protection lingering in his gaze. We expect to see all of you again soon, Satoru called out, his voice carrying over the distant city sounds. Don't go dying on us, rookie. I'll try my best, god of space. Jito yelled back, a bright, unyielding peace sign flashing in the moonlight as he slung Riko over his shoulder. Keep the seat warm for me. User status window, JTOZNN. Attribute. Cursed energy output. Current value. 1,550. Tier classification. Once in a generation, Grade 1/Special Grade 1. Technique Mastery 2,700 Monster, Special Grade and Beyond. Technique Versatility. Cursed Energy Pool. Cursed Energy Control. Agility/Speed. Physical Strength. Endurance/Stamina. 2,700. 1,300. 1,300. 1,300. 40. 300. Monster, Special Grade and Beyond. Once in a generation. Once in a generation. Once in a generation. Sub-civilian, Severe Deficit. Talented, Grade 3. 40 points. Jito had shrieked in the dim safehouse kitchen that night, staring blankly at the floating red text while trying and failing to lift a single gallon of milk. A literal toddler can outbench press me right now. And my stamina is at 300? I'm going to wheeze just walking up a flight of stairs. Toji had just laughed his gravelly, mocking laugh from the couch, throwing a peanut at Jito's forehead. Looks like you're the turtle now, brat. Better get used to the slow lane. But Jito wasn't a guy to stay down for long. Over the following year, the grind resumed with absolute, unhinged ferocity. While the 4 of them laid low in a sprawling, ultra-luxurious penthouse apartment in downtown Tokyo, funded entirely by the mountain of blood money they had ruthlessly bled from Toji's accounts, Jito and Toji went hunting regularly. They treated the black market curse maps like a personal gym, since Jito still siphoned 25% of the residual points from every high-grade curse Toji slaughtered and gained full points. Whenever he managed to land the final blow with his massive 2,700 technique mastery, his physical parameters didn't just crawl back, they exploded. Meanwhile, back at the penthouse, an entirely different kind of battlefield had formed. Misato and Toji had actually kicked it off surprisingly well, though not without some severe domestic friction. Misato was 31, 2 years older than the 29-year-old assassin, and the moment she found out that Toji had a young son named Megumi and a stepdaughter named Sumiki, whom he had essentially abandoned to gamble on boat races, her maternal wrath was unleashed. You are a 30-year-old man with a fortune in your bank account, and your children are being raised by a teenager with white hair? Misato had roared one evening, slamming a wooden cooking spoon onto the marble kitchen island. You are officially the deadbeat father of the century, Toji Fushiguro. Tomorrow, you are setting up a trust fund, or I will personally poison your miso soup. Toji, a man who had stared down special grade deities without blinking, had actually held his hands up in genuine surrender. All right, woman. Put the spoon down. I'll call the kid. With Riko safely ensconced in this new life, the bond between the two girls solidified into something unbreakable. Misato truly considered Riko as her own flesh and blood, and Riko, having lost her biological parents so young, openly considered Misato as her very own mother. They were a family now. A real one. And by the time the cherry blossoms began to bloom a year later, the roulette wheel of Jito's system had finished its masterpiece. Every single physical baseline, strength, speed, endurance, and pull had comfortably smashed through the ceiling, sitting firmly in the 2,000 to 2,500 range. His output remained a lethal weapon, and his masteries were unparalleled. Jito was finally ready to stop hiding. His family could walk under the sun without a single fear of being burned by the Zen'in clan or the traditionalist higher-ups. If anyone tried to stop them, they would simply get crushed. They walked through the busy shopping districts of Tokyo and straight toward the mountain paths of Jujutsu High with absolute, radiant confidence. No masks, no false names. Jito led the pack, dressed in high-end, stylish streetwear, Mito's legacy clicking casually against his hip. Toji walked a step behind him, hands in his pockets, looking effortlessly sharp, while Misato and Riko walked arm in arm, laughing about a comedy show they had watched that morning. When they stepped through the school's primary barrier, Jito's fierce red eyes instantly scanned the training field. Well, Jito called out, his voice loud, brash, and bursting with that classic, high-energy playfulness. Look who's back from the dead for real this time. Did you guys miss your favorite icon? Sitting on a wooden bench by the edge of the dirt track was Suguru Geto. But the sight of him made Jito's smile slightly falter. Suguru looked drastically different from a year ago. His shoulders were slumped, his eyes were deeply hollowed out, and he sat in a profoundly depressed, isolated state, staring blankly at the dirt. Standing right in front of him, leaning against a wooden pillar with a casual, carefree posture, was a beautiful, tall woman with long blonde hair and a confident, motorcyclist aesthetic. Jito. Suguru's voice was a cracked, breathless whisper as his head snapped up. His eyes dilated in sheer, unadulterated shock as they slid past Jito, locking onto the vibrant, laughing face of Riko Amanai. Riko. How? Hey, Suguru. Riko waved cheerfully, but her eyes instantly locked onto the new blonde woman standing entirely too close to her favorite sorcerer. The playful atmosphere around the 14-year-old girl vanished in a microsecond. Riko immediately stood her ground, stepping forward to claim her territory. She marched right up to the bench, puffing out her chest and sizing the older blonde woman up with a fierce, intensely territorial glare. And who exactly are you supposed to be? Riko demanded, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes at the stranger. Why are you hovering around our Suguru while he's sad? Shoo, find your own depressed sorcerer. The blonde woman blinked, a slow, highly amused smirk stretching across her face as she looked down at the teenage girl. Oh, our Suguru? Well, aren't you a feisty little ghost? The name's Yuki Tsukumo, kiddo. Special grade. And I was just having a very fascinating conversation with your friend here about the state of the world. Special grade? Please, everyone's a special grade these days. Jito laughed loudly, stepping into the space with an unhinged, confident grin. He rested a hand on his sheathed nodachi, his massive 2,000 plus attribute pressure subtly rippling through the air, making Yuki's eyes instantly sharpen in surprise. Hey, Suguru. Jito chirped, completely ignoring Yuki as he gave the depressed boy a bright, high-tempo grin. Get off the bench, man. You look like a deflated balloon. We came all the way up this mountain to pick up the remaining crew, and we're not leaving until we grab Satoru and Shoko for a massive celebration. The family is back under the sun, so wipe that miserable look off your face and let's go buy some premium sweets. Suguru stared up at Jito, his expression a complex maze of relief, shock, and a deep, lingering exhaustion. He looked at Riko, then at Misato, and finally back to Jito, letting out a heavy, ragged sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the entire past year. Satoru isn't here, Jito, Suguru said, his voice flat and drained. He's barely ever here anymore. Since he mastered his automated infinity and long-range teleportation, the higher-ups have been running him ragged. He's constantly sent on solo missions across the country. To be honest, I have no idea what he's even up to half the time. We've drifted. Jito's fierce red eyes narrowed slightly, the playful grin on his face tempering into something sharper. And what about Shoko? Don't tell me she's out on the field too. Suguro looked down at his clenched fists. No, but things have been getting worse. Shoko actually got injured in one of our joint fights a few months back. Some curse user ambush. She used her reverse curse technique, so she's fine now, completely healed, but he trailed off, his voice dropping into a dark, cynical register. It made me realize how fragile all of this is. We put our lives on the line, we bleed, we watch people die, and for what? To protect non-sorcerers who will just keep unconsciously leaking cursed energy and breeding more monsters? It's an endless, sickening cycle. Yuki Tsukumo crossed her arms, shifting her weight as she watched the exchange with intense curiosity. Suguro looked up from the dirt, his hollow eyes locking onto Jito's vibrant, unyielding gaze. Jito, Suguro asked, his voice trembling with a desperate, heavy need for answers. What do you honestly think about this jujitsu world? How would you even venture to improve a system that's fundamentally broken from the roots up? The clearing went completely still. Even Toji stopped leaning against the tree, his sharp eyes sliding over to the rookie. Jito stood tall, his hand resting casually on the hilt of Mito's legacy. The high-energy, joking persona melted away, replaced by a profound, terrifyingly grounded gravity. When he spoke, his voice didn't have a shred of doubt. It was his genuine, true philosophy. All debts deserve to be repaid, Suguru, Jito said, his tone carrying the weight of a man who had looked into the abyss and forced it to blink. That includes debts of kindness as well as debts of absolute cruelty. Even though being a jujitsu sorcerer might lead me to a horrific, lonely death, and keep in mind, I have literally died that way twice already. I am who I am to protect. And the only way I know how to protect is to enforce my own intent onto the world itself. He took a step closer to Suguru, his presence completely overwhelming the lingering dread in the air. If there is a law I do not like, I will rewrite it, Jito declared, his eyes flashing with an unhinged, beautiful confidence. If there is a fate prewritten by the higher-ups or Tengen or the universe itself, I'll tear the paper to shreds and allow for uncontrolled decisions to be made. I don't care about their cycle, Suguru. I care about my people. And I have the power to enforce that reality. Suguru's breath hitched. He had been drowning in the absolute certainty of a tragic fate, yet here was a guy who treated fate like cheap scrap paper. Yuki Tsukumo let out a low, fascinated whistle. She stepped forward, her eyes locking onto Jito. With sharp intensity. An impressive speech, kid. Truly. But let's look at the grand scheme. Suguru and I were just discussing the root cause. If you're so eager to rewrite the world, let me ask you, how would you create a world where curses don't exist at all? How do you solve the human problem? Jito didn't even hesitate. He looked Yuki dead in the eye and let out a sharp, blunt laugh. I wouldn't. And I couldn't, Jito stated simply. Yuki raised an eyebrow. Oh? Giving up already? It is impossible to do something like that alone, no matter who you are, how strong your stats are, or what kind of grand title you claim to have, Jito said, his brash, outspoken smile returning full force as he threw an arm around Suguru's slumped shoulders, violently pulling his friend into a side hug. Satoru can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. And you certainly can't do it alone, lady. Jito shook Suguru slightly, forcing the boy to look at the group assembled before him. Although, it is 100% possible when you aren't alone. Just look at us, Suguru. Look right in front of you. Suguru blinked, his vision blurring slightly as he looked. He saw Riko, glaring defensively at Yuki like a protective little sister. He saw Misato, smiling warmly with a mother's gentle grace. He saw Toji, the ultimate apex predator, standing quietly as a guardian in the shadows. And he felt Jito, radiating a massive, terrifyingly high parameter of cursed energy, yet completely warm and alive. We are standing here right now, being rowdy and lively, Jito grinned, his voice booming with an infectious, unshakable energy that shattered the last remnants of Sugiru's isolation. The world is only lonely if you let the dead stay in the dirt. But we're breathing, we're rich, and we're entirely too loud to be ignored. So stop overthinking the universe, get off this stupid bench, and come eat some food with your family. A long, heavy silence pulled over the courtyard. Then, slowly, the dark, suffocating fog that had clouded Sugiru's mind for the last 12 months began to violently crack. A small, trembling laugh escaped his lips, quickly turning into a genuine, full-hearted smile as he shook his head. "You really are a piece of work, Jito," Suguru muttered, wiping a sudden tear from his eye as he stood up, his posture finally straightening out. The crushing weight on his shoulders felt lighter than it had in a year. "Fine. Let's go grab Shoko. If we're going to crash Satoru's solo missions and rewrite the laws of jujitsu, I'm going to need a lot of sugar. That's what I'm talking about." Jito laughed loudly, slapping Sugiru's back. "Now let's move. I'm paying with Toji's money." The crew paraded through the pristine wooden corridors of Tokyo Jujitsu High as if they held the deeds to the property. Jito walked right at the front, his hands tucked into his pockets, his nodachi swaying casually at his hip. Right as they rounded the corner of the main courtyard, Principal Masamichi Yaga stepped out of an administrative building, a half-finished cursed corpse in his hands. Yaga stopped dead in his tracks. His dark sunglasses practically slid down his nose as his jaw dropped. His gaze darted from Jito's unmistakable, vibrant face, down to the very alive Riko Amanai, and finally over to Toji Fushiguro. "You," Yaga stammered, his booming voice completely failing him for the first time in his career. "Jito Zen'in? Amanai? What is the meaning of, 'Hey, Principal'?" Jito interrupted with a loud, incredibly energetic wave, flashing a brilliant, unhinged grin. "Don't choke on your spit. We're just here on a casual rescue mission for our favorite doctor. Keep up the good work with the plushies." Before Yaga could even process the sheer administrative nightmare standing in front of him, Jito turned a corner, leading the loud, rowdy procession straight toward the medical wing. They found Shoko instantly. She was sitting at her metal desk, charting reports. But the moment the door swung open, the familiar click of a lighter didn't echo through the room. Over the last year, Shoko had completely stopped smoking, replacing the habit with a sleek, polished silver pen she was currently twirling through her fingers. It was the exact custom-engraved fountain pen Jito had smuggled to her via a burner courier for her birthday last year, a subtle hint that he was still watching over her from the shadows. Shoko looked up, her dark eyes widening slightly before a soft, deeply relieved smile cut through her usual tired expression. She stood up, tossing the pen onto her desk. "The family's back together, Shoko stated, crossing her arms as she scanned the crowded doorway. Her eyes lingered on Riko and Misato, a wave of professional and personal satisfaction washing over her. "All we are missing now is a white-haired idiot." "Yep." Jito popped the P loudly, leaning his shoulder against the doorframe with a thoroughly lax, confident posture. "So where is that invisible icon? Is he hiding from me because he knows my stats finally caught up to his cheat codes?" "I wish he was just hiding," Shoko sighed, her face clouding over with a sudden, sharp gravity. She walked over to a high-grade security monitor on the wall, tapping the glass screen. "He's currently deployed on an emergency hotspot suppression. And honestly, it's turning into a complete disaster." Suguru stepped up beside her, his newly restored focus instantly sharpening. "What do you mean, Shoko?" "Satoru can handle any curse on the planet now." "It's not just a curse, Suguru," Shoko explained, zooming in on a live digital map of a rural district just north of Tokyo. The higher-ups finally realized that Satoru is effectively untouchable, so they've shifted their strategy. They deliberately sent him into a dense, heavily populated residential valley where a massive Grade 1 curse outbreak was triggered artificially. Satoru is trapped in the center of it. Trapped? Toji snorted from the back of the room, leaning his massive frame against the wall. The kid can teleport. He can flatten a mountain. Not without flattening the 3,000 civilians packed into the valley grid, Shoko countered sharply, looking directly at Jito. The higher-ups designed this mission as a sick psychological cage. They threw a web of low-level, highly volatile curse triggers into crowded apartment complexes. If Satoru uses blue, red, or purple, the collateral spatial distortion will vaporize hundreds of innocent people. He's been forced to fight entirely by hand, manually suppression evaporating curses for the last 14 hours without sleep, just to keep the human casualty count at 0. Sugiru's jaw clenched, his eyes dark with an immediate, furious understanding of the political malice at play. They're trying to break him. They want to prove to him that despite his godhood, he can't save everyone without their precious, restrictive laws. Oh, please. Those wrinkled old bastards really have zero creativity. Jito suddenly burst out, laughing, his voice echoing loudly down the sterile medical hallway. He gripped the hilt of Mito's legacy, a monstrous, suffocating wave of his 2,000 plus cursed energy control flaring to life, vibrating the glass cabinets in Shoko's office. His playful attitude remained intact, but his eyes were completely cold. They think they can box Satoru in because he's a single point of absolute power, Jito smirked, his outspoken, brash confidence filling the room. But they forgot that a single point doesn't make an army. Hey, Suguru, Toji, get your coats. We're going to go show those traditionalist fools what happens when you try to suffocate our crew. Riko stepped forward, tugging at Jito's sleeve, her face set in a determined pout. I'm coming too. I can hide in the shadow curses. Absolutely not, kiddo, Jito laughed, gently ruffling her hair. You and Misato stay with Shoko. Protect the base. The heavy lifters are going to go clean up the valley. Satoru's had his turn being the solo god. It's time he remembers he's got a team that can run just as fast as him. The three of them moved through the dense forests surrounding Mount Mashiro like ghosts, keeping their pace just beneath a sonic boom to avoid alerting the auxiliary windows patrolling the perimeter. Jito was casually leading the pack, hands behind his head as he practically glided over the uneven terrain, his newly minted 2,000 plus agility making the trek look like a casual stroll in the park. Hey, Suguru, Jito called out over his shoulder, his voice bright and bursting with its usual high-tempo energy. Since we've got a few minutes before we hit the valley grid, spit it out. What exactly have you been up to for the last year besides sitting on that depressing wooden bench and staring at the worms? Suguru let out a faint, slightly dry chuckle, though the heavy slump in his shoulders from earlier was completely gone. I wasn't staring at worms, Jito. But to answer your question, I've mostly been consuming, day in and day out, absorbing every rogue spirit the higher-ups threw at my desk. Boring. Jito ranted, tossing a pebble into the trees with a brash, theatrical roll of his eyes. That's just the basic job description, man. I'm talking about real improvement. Sorcerer or non-sorcerer related. Did you pick up a hobby? Learn to cook something besides gross-tasting curses? Master a secret martial art? Give me the details. Toji snorted from a few paces to their left, effortlessly keeping pace while carrying a heavy tactical duffel bag over his shoulder. The kid's got a point, Ghetto. If your entire life is just swallowing sludge and moping, it's no wonder you looked like a corpse back there. Even I have a social life now. You have a woman holding a wooden spoon over your head, old man. Don't play tough, Jito cackled, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Shut it, brat, Toji grunted, though a faint smirk crossed his face. Suguru smiled a bit more genuinely this time, adjusting the collar of his uniform as they cleared the tree line. Actually, Jito, I did change up my approach. After you vanished, I realized that relying solely on the raw numbers of my curse arsenal made me predictable. If someone fast enough, like Toji here, bypasses the spirits, I'm left wide open. So, I spent the last 10 months thoroughly mastering close quarters martial arts. Specifically hand-to-hand combat utilizing cursed energy reinforcement in short, explosive bursts. Oh, Jito's fierce red eyes gleamed with absolute, unhinged excitement. He violently spun around to face Suguru while still running backward at full speed, completely nonchalant about the terrain. A physical brawler upgrade. Now that is what I'm talking about. That's an icon move right there. What else? And on the non-sorcerer side, Suguru added, his eyes softening as he thought of the penthouse, I've been studying political philosophy and systemic structures. I wanted to understand why the higher-ups are so desperate to keep us contained. I wanted to see the blueprint of the cage we're in. Perfect. Jito cheered, clapping his hands together loudly. Because once we pull Satoru out of this stupid trap, we're going to use that exact knowledge to violently tear that blueprint to shreds. I'll be the muscle, and you can be the brain. It's a foolproof corporate strategy. And what about you, brat? Toji interjected, his sharp eyes scanning the shifting air currents as the scent of burning rubber and thick, ambient curse grease began to waft from the valley. Ahead. You spent 5 months playing dead and another year piggybacking off my kills. What did you improve besides your massive mouth? Please. My mouth is perfect, old man. Jito bragged, popping his collar with an unbreakable sense of self. But if you must know, my technique versatility is sitting at a glorious 2,700 points now. I can manipulate my soul's frequency so fast I can practically mimic standard background static. I can walk right up to a curse, look it in the eye, and it won't even realize I'm a sorcerer until I've already sliced it in half. My control caught up to my output, which means I'm not just a giant roaring cannon anymore. I'm a sniper rifle and a cannon. Suguru looked at Jito, a profound sense of awe and comfort settling deep into his chest. A year ago, he felt like he was walking a lonely, tragic path toward a horrific end. But looking at the unyielding, bright, and brash teenager running beside him, he knew the rules of the world didn't matter anymore. They were going to rewrite them together. The trees suddenly gave way, and the three of them halted at the absolute crest of the ridge. Below them lay the residential valley grid. It was an absolute mess. The sky above the apartment complexes was choked with a thick, pulsating black curtain of low-level curse miasma. Down in the streets, hundreds of small, volatile Grade 1 swarm spirits were skittering across rooftops and walls like massive, glowing locusts, deliberately pinning down the frantic, screaming civilians trapped inside their homes. And right in the dead center of the main intersection stood Satoru Gojo. His uniform was torn, his white hair damp with sweat, his fists coated in raw cursed energy as he manually blitzed 3 curses at once with precise, physical strikes, deliberately suppressing his destructive spatial techniques to keep the surrounding windows from shattering onto the families below. He looked completely exhausted, but his 6 eyes were burning with a stubborn, silent fury. Jito's face split into a massive, unhinged, and completely joyful grin as he drew Mito's legacy from its sheath, the obsidian blade instantly humming with a massive, roaring wall of crimson plasma. Well, look at that, Jito chuckled, his hyper, high-energy voice cutting right through the ambient dread of the valley. The invincible icon looks like he needs a serious rescue flair. Hey! Suguru, Toji, let's go show these pests how the family does a cleanup crew. The coordination was terrifyingly flawless. With Jito's 2,700 technique versatility allowing him to mask his frequency, he slipped through the swarm like a ghost, his crimson-coated Nodachi bisecting curses before they even registered his presence. Suguru moved with explosive, newly refined martial arts precision, his close-quarters cursed energy reinforcement shattering the carapaces of the Grade 1 locusts with dull, heavy thuds while his own spirits shielded window panes and balconies. Toji was a shadow of pure lethality, carving a path through the miasma with mechanical efficiency. Within minutes, the suffocating black curtain choking the residential valley grid was entirely dismantled. The ambient curse grease dissolved into static air, leaving the apartment complexes completely untouched and the civilians safely inside. Jito casually flicked Mito's legacy, sending a stray drop of curse residue flying into the asphalt. Before sliding the blade home, he strolled right up to the center of the intersection, leaning back. With a brash, high-energy grin. "Yo, Satoru. What's up with this tragic solo act?" Jito called out, his voice loud and echoing through the cleared streets. "You look like a drowned rat, man. Is this what enlightenment gets you?" A 24-hour shift doing manual labor for a bunch of wrinkled higher-ups. Satoru stood there, his chest heaving as his automated infinity slowly stabilized. He pulled down his dark sunglasses, just enough for his blazing blue six eyes to lock onto the three of them. Despite his exhaustion, a familiar, fiercely arrogant smirk cut across his face, though it lacked its usual warmth. "Oh, please, I had everything perfectly under control," rookie, Satoru scoffed, waving a hand dismissively as he adjusted his damp white hair. "The higher-ups are just testing the waters. Besides, if I don't handle these specific setups, who will? Siguru's got his own plates to spin, and frankly, I'm the only one who can run these marathons without breaking a sweat. I have to do it alone. It's the only way to ensure zero casualties." "Look, man, I get it," Jito said, his nonchalant posture settling into something deeply grounded and intensely sincere. He took a bold step forward, his fierce red eyes boring straight into Satoru's hidden gaze. "But what you are doing isn't healthy for you or the people you care about. It isn't even healthy for the people you claim to be protecting. To act on your own terms, prioritizing personal growth over collective action, is a foolish endeavor that I have sadly practiced for a long time myself." Satoru's smile tightened, his posture stiffening as the space around him faintly vibrated. "I'm pushing my limits, Jito. Doing solo missions is the best way to develop my abilities and see how far this infinity actually goes. It's practical. No, it's a trap and you're walking right into it." Jito fired back, his voice outspoken and completely unafraid to challenge the strongest. "You think you're proving something, suggesting that standing alone is the pinnacle of strength. But standing alone does not make you the strongest, Satoru. It makes you the weakest. It makes you a single thread that they can pull until you snap." "You don't know what you're talking about," Satoru retorted sharply, his voice dropping into a dangerous, defensive register. "I have to be the one. If I'm not, people die. If I'm not at the absolute peak, the system wins. I need to do this. Just look at me." Jito suddenly snapped, his voice exploding with an absolute, raw intensity that violently cut Satoru off. He extended his arms wide, his crimson aura flaring into a massive, vibrant halo that lit up the dark street. "Look at me. Do you remember what you saw when we first met?" The question hung heavily in the air. Satoru, Suguru, and Toji all stood perfectly still, the memories violently rushing back. They had all met Jito at entirely different, fractured stages of his life. Toji looked at him from the shadows, remembering a tiny, broken brat locked deep in the dark discipline area of the Zen'in clan, a child covered in his own blood, tears, and piss, left to rot by his own bloodline. Satoru and Suguru remembered a kid who arrived at Jujutsu High physically weak, trailing behind their monstrous baselines, yet carrying a brash, unyielding spirit that absolutely refused to lag behind them. "When I fought the assassin they sent after me 5 months ago, she killed me because I was alone," Jito stated, his voice dropping into a gravelly, fierce tone of complete candor. "That was my first death. And it wasn't swift either, boys. I felt like an absolute failure and a damn disappointment. I laid there in the dirt, crying, unable to move a single muscle as my vision blurred and the blood violently drained from my body into the grass. I thought to myself, nobody would care, and nobody did care." Suguru took a sharp breath, his fists clenching tight as he listened to the raw truth of his friend's passing. "I had no idea at the time that my system would let me come back to life," Jito continued, a wild, unhinged, yet deeply emotional smile cutting across his face. "I literally thought to myself, good, it's finally over. I meant nothing anyway, and nobody would even care. but right when the darkness was about to swallow me whole. I felt it. I felt my mother's arms wrap around my soul, and her voice screaming at me to live. I heard Toji's voice from my childhood, echoing in my head, telling me that I needed to find a new way of living if the old one didn't suit me. My mother then screamed at me even louder to stand up and fight. Jito gripped the hilt of his nodachi, the metal clicking loudly against the sheath as his 2,000 plus parameters rippled through the concrete beneath their boots. My ability activated because of those voices, Jito said, looking directly at Satoru, his bold, high-energy presence entirely restored. I clutched my mother's sword in my hand as tightly as possible before rewriting the shitty hand I was dealt. I didn't survive because I was a solo god, Satoru. I survived because the people who impacted my life forced me back onto my feet. If you try to carry the entire world on your shoulders without us, you aren't an icon. You're just a tragic target. A heavy, profound silence pulled over the intersection. Suguru stepped up beside Jito, placing a firm, supportive hand on the rookie's shoulder, his eyes locked onto his best friend. He's right, Satoru. We're done letting the higher-ups divide us. You aren't alone anymore. Satoru stared at them, his 6 eyes wildly processing the sheer, unyielding willpower radiating from Jito's words. Slowly, the rigid, isolated tension in his shoulders completely dissolved. He let out a long, exhausted breath, a genuine, tired, but beautiful smile finally breaking across his face. Man, you really know how to ruin a dramatic solo streak, rookie, Satoru muttered, sliding his glasses back up with a faint laugh. Fine, let's go home. My feet hurt anyway. Brooding lone hero act. I was starting to think his face was permanently stuck that way. Satoru scoffed, tossing a crumpled candy wrapper at her. Hey, I was never brooding, Shoko. I was broodingly handsome. There's a massive tactical difference. Don't look at him for the credit, Toji grunted, tossing his heavy tactical duffel bag onto a nearby steel table with a dull thud. He crossed his massive arms and nodded toward Jito, who was already rummaging through Shoko's desk cabinets for snacks. The brat gave him one of his famous, unhinged speeches down in the intersection. Completely choked the kid out with sentimentality. Shoko let out a soft sigh, looking thoroughly bummed out as she rested her chin in her hand. Seriously? Man, I am incredibly disappointed I wasn't there to hear it. Jito's dramatic monologues are usually the highlight of my week. Trust me, Doctor, you didn't miss much, Toji muttered, though a faint, cynical smirk cut across his scarred features. He glanced back at Jito with a rare look of begrudging respect. Though, I will admit, it was incredibly touching. Borderline flattering, even if the brat claims it wasn't explicitly directed at me. He's got a loud mouth, but he knows how to swing it. Hey, my speech was a god-tier masterpiece. Jito yelled from across the room, proudly popping his head out of a cabinet with a box of premium crackers. It was tailored to hit every single one of your emotional vulnerabilities. You should all be thanking me for the free therapy session. Meanwhile, out in the adjacent courtyard lounge, Yuki Tsukumo was still lounging on a wooden bench, her long blonde hair catching the afternoon sun. Riko and Misato were sitting nearby, though Riko was still keeping a fiercely territorial eye on the special grade woman. Over the past hour, Yuki had been thoroughly interrogating the girls, desperately trying to dig up more information about the shaggy-haired rookie who had casually rewritten death. She had already asked Riko and Misato how they would describe Jito and what they truly thought about him. But now that the heavy lifters had returned, Yuki's sharp eyes lit up with intense, predatory curiosity. She stood up, brushing off her leather pants, and walked straight over to the entrance of the medical wing where the 3 men stood. All right, boys, glad to see you survived the cleanup, Yuki purred, her voice dripping with absolute fascination as she leaned against the doorframe, her gaze locking onto Satoru, Suguru, and Toji sequentially. The girls gave me their piece, but now it's your turn. I've been trying to wrap my head around this little anomaly all day. She pointed a long, manicured finger toward Jito, who was currently trying to balance a cracker on his nose while Shoko watched in silent judgment. How exactly would the three strongest men in the jujitsu underworld describe Jito Zen'in? Yuki asked, a sharp, challenging smile stretching across her face. What do you all honestly think about him? The room went quiet for a moment, save for the sound of Jito successfully catching the cracker in his mouth with a triumphant, crunchy grin. Suguru was the first to step forward. He leaned against the doorframe, a relaxed, peaceful expression on his face that hadn't been seen in a year. How do I describe him? Suguru murmured, looking at Jito with a warm, steady gaze. He's a clean slate. In a world where every sorcerer is born weighed down by the history of their clan, their inherited techniques, or the tragic expectations of society, Jito just exists on his own terms. When I was drowning in my own head, looking at the jujitsu world like a cage with no exit, he didn't give me a lecture. He just grabbed the cage bars and ripped them apart because he thought they looked ugly. Suguru crossed his arms, his voice growing entirely firm. To me, Jito is the anchor. He's the proof that we don't have to accept a pre-written tragedy. He's the guy who reminds you that you have a family worth fighting for, even when the rest of the world tells you to stand alone. Yuki's smile widened, her eyes shifting to the white-haired teenager next to him. And you, Satoru? What does the invincible god think of him? Satoru slid his dark glasses down to the tip of his nose, his twin supernovas of 6 eyes burning as they locked onto Jito. The mock arrogance was gone, replaced by a deep, lethal pride. He's an absolute pain in my ass, Satoru stated bluntly, letting out a loud, sudden chuckle. He's loud, he's obnoxious, he completely ruins my solo streaks, and his ego is almost as massive as mine. But mathematically speaking, Jito is a literal reality check. I spent the last year thinking my enlightenment meant I had to transcend human connection to protect it. I thought being the strongest meant being a solo act. Satoru snapped his fingers, his infinity humming a low, vibrant tune. But Jito's the only rookie on the planet crazy enough to run right up to my face, scream at me, and prove that his sheer willpower can match my pace. He doesn't look at me like an untouchable god or a weapon to be used by the higher-ups. He looks at me like a friend who's acting stupid. He's the only person who makes me feel like I don't have to carry the sky by myself. Yuki let out a low, fascinated whistle. 2 rave reviews. What about you, Fushiguro? You've known him since he was a kid. Toji didn't move from his spot against the wall. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a loose toothpick, and slid it into the corner of his smirk. The brat is a monster, Toji said flatly, his gravelly voice carrying a heavy, undeniable weight. I met him when the Zen'in clan had him locked in a pit, bleeding and broken. Any other kid would have broken permanently. They would have grown up to hate the world, or they would have curled up and died. But Jito? He took every ounce of that misery, processed it through that weird system of his, and turned it into pure, unadulterated spite and ambition. Toji glanced over at Misato and Riko, his expression softening just a fraction before returning to his usual cynical sharpness. He's an anomaly. I've spent my whole life being an invisible ghost, rejecting jujitsu society because it rejected me. But Jito doesn't reject it, he commands it. He bought my loyalty, he fixed my messes, and he forced a deadbeat like me to look my own kids in the eye. He's a brat who rewrites reality because he's too damn stubborn to let anyone he likes die. If you're looking for a savior to fix your little curse problem, Tsukumo, you're looking at the wrong guy. But if you're looking for an icon who's going to violently tear down the old world and build something rowdy in its place, he's your man. Yuki stood perfectly still, looking between the 3 of them, before bursting into a loud, thoroughly delighted laugh. She shook her head, her long blonde hair swaying. Unbelievable, Yuki smiled, looking over at Jito, who was now proudly bowing to an imaginary audience while Shoko clapped deadpan. A clean slate, a reality check, and a monster. You kids really are something else. The higher-ups have absolutely no idea what's coming for them, do they? Not a single clue. Jito cheered, slinging an arm around both Satoru and Suguru's shoulders, his fierce red eyes flashing with an unbreakable, tough guy brilliance. Now enough with the interviews. The family is back, my stats are peak, and we've got a mountain of Toji's money left to spend. Let's go cause some trouble. System notification. Attribute record fully comprehended. User status window. JTOZNN. Stat name current value tier classification. Strength 2040 monster. Special grade and beyond. Speed 2300 monster. Special grade and beyond. Endurance 2100 monster. Special grade and beyond. Dexterity 2500 monster. Special grade and beyond. Cursed energy pool 2100 monster. Special grade and beyond. Cursed energy output 1550 once in a generation. Grade 1/special grade 1. Cursed energy control. Reinforcement. Technique mastery. Technique versatility. Barrier skill. Reverse curse technique. 2400. 2200. 2700. 2700. 2800. 2380. Monster, special grade and beyond. 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 Apex Legend, domain mastery and beyond. Monster, special grade and beyond. Show us the stats, rookie. Satoru demanded, leaning over Jito's shoulder with an obnoxious, intrusive grin. You bragged the whole way up the mountain about your peak parameters. Let's see if you're actually heavy or if you're just full of hot air. Fine. Prepare to be absolutely blinded by my brilliance, Jito scoffed, waving his hand to manifest the glowing red hologram of his user interface. The crimson screen hissed to life in the center of the room. Suguru blinked, staring blankly at the empty air directly in front of Jito. He couldn't see a single thing. But for some completely unexplainable reason, perhaps a bizarre glitch in the system's tracking mechanics, Satoru's literal god-eyed perception, or an unintended side effect of Toji's complete physical detachment from cursed energy, the white-haired prodigy and the scarred assassin could see the full status window perfectly clear. Toji stared at the floating numbers, and then a slow, deep, terrifyingly mocking rumble started in his chest. Satoru pointed straight at the screen and burst into a screeching, breathless bark of laughter. Oh my god. Look at this. Your physical strength and speed are barely scratching over 2000. Satoru cackled, wiping a tear from his eye. Sure, your barrier skill and reverse curse technique are total monster numbers, but look at those baseline physicals. What did you spend the entire year doing while you were hiding out? Just daydreaming about Shoko. Hey, 2000 across the physical baselines is an elite spread. I was at 40 strength a year ago. Jito yelled in self-defense, his face flushing with a sudden, comical irritation. Toji walked over, towering over the rookie, and tapped the empty air where the dexterity stat floated with a heavy, calloused finger. Brat, your weapon handling and magical healing might look pretty on paper, but I'm still at least 3 times stronger and faster than you. My baseline doesn't even use cursed energy, and I could still loop you around this mountain like a track star. Suguru, completely locked out of the visual, looked between them with an annoyed, highly suspicious glare. An overpowered curse technique that literally rewrites death, and you two are treating his sheet like a weakling? Jito, whatever your stats are, I'm teasing you anyway. You look like you spent the year slacking off. I was running for my life and funding your pastry budget, you ungrateful leeches. Jito snapped, aggressively swiping the comprehensive status window away into thin air. Only I am allowed to be the critic around here. The light-hearted bickering didn't last. A sudden, suffocating drop in atmospheric pressure rippled through the school's outermost barriers. The casual, chaotic energy in the medical lounge vanished in a fraction of a second. Toji's hand instantly dropped to his tactical duffel bag. Suguru stepped smoothly in front of Riko and Misato, his eyes turning dangerously cold, while Satoru's automated infinity hummed a low, defensive frequency. They walked out into the main courtyard, and the sheer scale of the ambush became clear. The higher-ups hadn't just sent a cleanup crew. They had mobilized an absolute army. Standing at the forefront were Masamichi Yaga and the principal of the Kyoto sister school, looking deeply conflicted. Surrounding them was a dense phalanx of elite jujitsu sorcerers, flanked heavily by the high-ranking authorities of the three great sorcerer families. The Gojo clan representatives were positioned rigidly at the left flank, their eyes locked entirely on Satoru, ready to exert political and traditional pressure to make sure their golden goose would stand down. The Kumo clan stood on the right, their blood manipulation seals prepared to suppress the group if a drop of blood was spilled. The independent jujitsu high elites were tightly clustered, targeting Toji and Riko. And straight down the middle, dressed in their traditional, arrogant Haori robes, was the Zen'in clan elite force, and their eyes were fixed solely on Jito. "Step aside," Satoru, an elder from the Gojo clan commanded, his voice cold and echoing through the courtyard. "This does not concern the limitless legacy. Stand down." Satoru didn't move an inch, his fingers idly twitching near his pockets. Sugiru's shadow widened as several massive, ancient curses began to coil beneath the dirt, completely shielding Riko from view. Toji simply cracked his neck, a feral, terrifyingly calm smile crossing his face. He wasn't about to be killed or captured by a bunch of robed traditionalists. Before the tension could violently snap into an all-out war, Jito stepped right to the front of the line. He rested his hand casually on the pommel of Mito's legacy, his bold, high-energy presence entirely unaffected by the army of elites. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Relax, guys." Jito called out loudly, his outspoken voice cutting right through the suffocating pressure of the clans. "We can use our words for things other than casting curses, and we can use our hands for things other than fights. Let's not ruin the nice weather. What is it that you all actually want?" A representative from the Zen'in clan stepped forward, his expression twisted in bureaucratic arrogance. "You three upset the natural balance of the jujitsu world. The girl was meant to be erased. The sorcerer killer is an unregistered executioner. And you, Jito, are a rogue element. If Fushiguro and yourself were acting under the strict command and ownership of the Zen'in clan, this could be overlooked. But as it stands, the three of you are too much of a dangerous setback for humanity and sorcerers alike. Hand them over." Jito let out a loud, theatrical sigh, rolling his fierce red eyes. "All right, look. Cut the bullshit," Jito stated flatly, his tone dropping into a sharp, brilliant clarity that completely exposed their hidden motives. He pointed a finger at the elders. "First of all, let's talk about the kid. The Tengen merger process is a strict, one-time event entirely tied to the candidate's personal choice and Tengen's immediate spiritual needs. Riko cannot be a vessel for Tengen now because she never accepted the merger in the first place. And the former label you keep throwing around only reflects her past candidacy, not an ongoing or future possibility. She's irrelevant to your system now." He shifted his gaze to the independent elites. "Second, Toji here was hired by several people, including members of the clans and the higher-ups themselves. You all know damn well he's entirely too useful of a political tool and an assassin to lock away in some dark basement when he can easily be handled or bought off if need be. You don't want him dead. You just want his contract." Jito then clapped his hands together, a massive, unhinged smirk breaking across his face as he gestured to his own chest. "Which leaves me. I have absolutely no idea what you traditionalist bastards want from me. My stats are apparently too low according to my friends here, so what's the issue? Are you really that afraid of a guy who just wants to go to the movies?" The silence that followed Jito's brazen speech was deafening. For a few long seconds, none of the traditionalist elders quite knew how to process a rookie talking down to them like they were bickering children on a playground. A few of the Zen'in elites clenched their fists, their knuckles whitening beneath their Haori sleeves. "Insolent brat," the Zen'in representative hissed, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and wounded pride. "You speak of global systems and clan politics as if you aren't just a stray dog we allowed to run free. Your stats, whatever nonsense you are whispering about, mean nothing. You are a Zen'in by blood, which means your life, your technique, and your power belong to the family. Yeah, see, that's where you're wrong. Jito shot back instantly, not losing an ounce of his high-energy grin. He casually hooked his thumbs into his belt. I belong to me. And honestly, if you guys actually knew what I was capable of, you'd be bringing me tea instead of an army. Behind him, Satoru let out a low, amused hum, his 6 eyes shifting slightly behind his dark sunglasses as he tracked the subtle movements of the surrounding sorcerers. He's not lying, old men. I can see it. If you guys try to force a fight here, half of your elite vanguard isn't going home to Kyoto. Suguru stepped up right beside Jito, his posture relaxed, but his eyes completely lethal. The massive shadows pooling at his feet began to ripple like water, teeth and claws catching the daylight from within the darkness. We've given you a peaceful out. Turn around, go back to your pristine little estates, and tell the higher-ups that the star plasma vessel case is closed. The Kyoto principal stepped forward, his expression deeply somber as he looked at Yaga, then at the teenagers. Mazamichi, if they do not submit, we have our orders. The balance must be maintained. A rogue special grade-level threat cannot be tolerated. Yaga didn't speak immediately. His arms were crossed over his chest, his stern face unreadable. He looked at Satoru, who was practically vibrating with anticipation for a fight, then at Suguru, who was entirely prepared to unleash an army of curses, and finally at Jito, who stood at the absolute epicenter of the storm with unshakable confidence. Stand down, Yaga said finally, his voice booming across the courtyard. For a brief second, the clan elders thought he was speaking to the students. But Yaga was looking directly at the Zen'in and Gojo representatives. The Jujutsu high authorities will handle the internal evaluation of these students, Yaga stated. Flatly, stepping firmly between the execution squad and his kids. If the great three clans wish to wage a civil war on school grounds against the strongest sorcerers of the new generation, you will do so without the backing of the school. The Zen'in elder's face contorted. Yaga, you dare, I dare protect the future of the Jujutsu world from your ancient bureaucracy, Yaga snapped back, his aura flaring with sudden, heavy cursed energy. Toji let out a sharp, mocking whistle from the back, resting his hand on his tactical bag. Looks like your army just lost its legal shield, old men. So, what's the play? Do we start cutting, or are you all going to go back to your meetings? The tension in the courtyard reached an absolute boiling point. The Gojo clan representatives looked at Satoru, realizing that their golden boy would genuinely obliterate them if they pressed forward. The Kumo clan hesitated, their blood seals remaining unactivated. And the Zen'in vanguard looked at Jito, who simply gave them a polite, incredibly disrespectful little wave. Realizing they had entirely lost the tactical and political advantage, the lead Zen'in elder took a slow, rigid step back. This is not over, he threatened, his voice dripping with venom. The higher-ups will hear of this treason, Mazamichi. And Jito, the Zen'in clan always collects its debts. Yeah, put it on my tab. Jito shouted cheerfully as the elite army slowly, stubbornly began to break formation and retreat down the mountain steps. As the suffocating pressure finally lifted from the courtyard, Jito let out a massive breath, stretching his arms behind his head. Man, talking down a bunch of angry boomers really takes it out of you. Who's buying pancakes? Satoru, you're paying. With the clan elites shuffling back down the mountain like a bunch of scolded schoolboys, the oppressive weight over Jujutsu High completely vanished. Pancakes? Absolutely not, Satoru scoffed, though the manic, fight-ready grin hadn't left his face. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets and kicked a loose pebble across the dirt. I only sponsor high-quality sweets for people who actually respect my genius. Right now, you're all on my list. Oh, cry me a river, 6 eyes, Jito laughed, letting his hand drop from Mito's legacy. He turned back toward the lounge, completely changing his vibe from defiant rebel to bored teenager in a split second. Yaga-sensei, you are majestic out there. Seriously, 10 out of 10. I might actually listen to you in class next week. Yaga didn't laugh. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking like a man who had just aged a century in the span of 5 minutes. Don't push your luck, Zen'in. All of you get inside. We have to figure out what to do with Rico and Ms. Otto before the higher-ups try a more underhanded approach. Inside the clinic, the mood shifted to a strange, exhausted quiet. Rico sat on the edge of the examination bed, her hands gripping the sheets, looking between Satoru, Suguru, and Jito with wide, watery eyes. So, that's it? Rico whispered, her voice trembling slightly. I don't have to merge. I can just go to school? Live a normal life. Suguru smiled gently, stepping forward to give her a reassuring nod. You're completely free, Rico. If anyone tries to come after you, they have to go through us first. And as you just saw, they aren't exactly eager to try. Damn right, Jito chimed in, leaning against the wall. He couldn't resist a small smirk, his eyes flickering briefly to the empty space where his status window had just been. Besides, with a crew like this, we're basically untouchable. Even if my baseline physicals are apparently sad, according to the resident blind guy. They are sad, Toji grunted from the corner of the room, completely ignoring the emotional weight of the moment as he cleaned under his fingernails with a small pocket knife. But your barrier skill at 2,800? That's the only reason I didn't let Satoru throw you off the cliff earlier. You've got a decent shield, kid. Just don't get cocky. Suguru looked between them, his eyes narrowing in genuine, localized frustration. Seriously, what are you two looking at? Jito, open the window again. Let me try to see it. If Satoru can see it because of his eyes, and Toji can see it because of whatever his deal is, there has to be a cursed energy frequency I can match. Nope. Denied. Jito popped the P, crossing his arms over his chest. Suguru, your lack of faith has officially revoked your viewing privileges. You'll just have to wonder how truly magnificent I am. Satoru slung a heavy arm around Suguru's neck, leaning his weight onto his best friend with a malicious grin. Don't worry about it, Suguru. I'll summarize it for you every day. Next time he struggles to lift a vending machine, I'll remind him that his strength stat is barely keeping him alive. I am going to poison your next order of Kakufuku Machi, Jito warned flatly, though his fierce red eyes were shining with amusement. As the group continued to bicker, Jito took a quiet, deep breath, looking out the window at the sunny sky. The immediate threat was gone, the timeline was officially shattered, and they had managed to pull off the impossible without a single casualty. But as he glanced back at his friends, he knew the peace wouldn't last forever. The jiu-jitsu world was changing, and they were right at the center of the storm. A higher price? Toji let out a short, dry bark of a laugh, his scarred lips twisting into a jagged grin. He didn't look angry. He looked like a predator that had just been offered a very fat, very stupid lamb. They really don't get it, do they? They think everything in this world runs on their little accounting books. Jito, on the other hand, was not laughing. His fierce red eyes were practically burning holes through the parchment. As his eyes scanned down to the final paragraph, the part explicitly threatening the two kids from the bounty group who had dragged his corpse back to Jujutsu High, Jito's grip tightened. His knuckles turned stark white. One of those kids had a heavenly restriction just like Toji. They were just children trying to survive the absolute worst parts of the Jujutsu underworld, and the Zen'in clan was already treating them like pieces on a chessboard. Clack. With a sudden, violent flare of concentrated cursed energy, the piece of paper in Jito's hand burst into brilliant crimson flames, turning to a handful of drifting black ash before it could even hit the floor. And I thought my family all had sticks up their butts, Satoru remarked, leaning back against the desk with his sunglasses slid halfway down his nose, his blue eyes flashing with a mix of amusement and genuine disgust. Sighing deeply, Jito rubbed the bridge of his nose to keep his temper from blowing the roof off the room. Some people have sticks, Satoru, while others have whole trees stuck up in there. Satoru choked on his own saliva, bursting into a sudden, loud bark of laughter. Suguru covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently as he tried and failed to maintain his usual polite, composed demeanor. Even Shoko, who had been quietly blowing smoke rings near the open window, let out a sharp, amused snort, nearly dropping her lighter. "Whole trees," Shoko muttered, shaking her head with a lazy smile. "Accurate. Extremely accurate. They're a bunch of miserable, decaying old corpses who can't stand the fact that the world doesn't bow to them anymore," Suguru added, his voice dropping into a smooth, dangerous purr as the amusement faded, replaced by his usual cold disdain for the traditionalist higher-ups. "Let them threaten whoever they want. If they step foot near this school or those kids, we'll give them a live demonstration of the new power balance." "Anyway," Jito said, smoothly pivoting the conversation away from his infuriating bloodline before he ended up marching down to Kyoto to personally uproot those trees. He hopped up to sit on the edge of the examination table, kicking his legs back and forth. "I am curious to know if you have created an ultimate attack yet, Suguru. I know Satoru has red, blue, and purple. I have a cool, super secret domain ability. I am also curious to know if Shoko has one yet." Shoko rolled her eyes, tapping her cigarette against the windowsill. "My ultimate attack is surviving you idiots every day without taking up heavy drinking. If you want a super move from me, try not getting stabbed through the chest next time. Healing a dead guy once is my limit for the century." Satoru immediately puffed out his chest, completely preening at the mention of his hollow purple. "Hey, don't lump my absolute artistic perfection in with whatever Suguru's working on. My techniques are flawless." Suguru ignored Satoru entirely, though a small, competitive smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he looked over at Jito. He folded his arms, a deep, calculating light shining in his narrow eyes. "An ultimate attack, huh?" Suguru murmured softly. "I've actually been experimenting with something. With the sheer volume of curses I've ingested over the past few years, simply releasing them one by one or in small swarms is starting to feel inefficient against truly high-level targets." He raised a hand, a tiny, condensed whirl of dark, volatile cursed energy swirling just above his palm. "I'm working on a concept to compress them," Suguru explained, his eyes locking onto Jito's with an intense, quiet focus. "To take hundreds, maybe even thousands of curses, and condense their entire collective cursed energy into a single, localized maximum output. A super-dense, kinetic blast of pure, unadulterated negative energy. I haven't perfected the compression ratio yet, but when it's ready, it will quite literally change the landscape." Trying to uncover where everyone was currently at, he asked Shoko if she has been working on anything similar like an ultimate ability. "What about you, Shoko?" Shoko stopped blowing into her plastic wand. She held it still, letting a half-formed bubble wobble precariously on the loop before she slowly turned her gaze toward Jito. She blinked once, completely deadpan, before letting out a soft, dry sigh. "I just told you, Jito. My ultimate attack is my patience," Shoko said, her voice dripping with its usual lazy, sarcastic charm. She leaned back against the windowsill, twirling the bubble wand between her fingers. "You boys are out here inventing moves called purple and condensing armies of monsters into laser beams. I'm a doctor. My job is putting you back together after you blow yourselves up trying to look cool." "Oh, come on," Jito whined, leaning forward on the examination table with a dramatic pout. "Don't be like that. You have a massive 2,380 parameter in reverse cursed technique. That's literal monster tier healing. You've got to have some secret, high-level medical cheat code up your sleeve." Satoru grinned, leaning down into Shoko's space with his sunglasses completely slid down his nose. "Yeah, Shoko. What happens if you pump positive energy into someone until they pop? Like a reverse curse technique overload. Call it whiteout or something. If I pump positive energy into you, Satoru, it's just going to fix your personality defects, and frankly, I don't think I have enough energy for a miracle that big," Shoko retorted without missing a beat, causing Suguru to abruptly cover his mouth to hide another laugh. She tapped the wand against her palm, her expression softening into something slightly more serious, though the lazy smirk remained. If you want a real answer, my ultimate attack isn't meant for a battlefield, Shoko explained, looking at her custom-engraved birthday pen sitting on the desk. Standard reverse cursed technique is hard enough, but applying it externally to heal other people at a distance, or regenerating entire vital organs in a fraction of a second, that's my peak. I'm working on a way to expand my positive energy output into a localized zone. No incantations, no barriers. Just a clean slate where death physically isn't allowed to take hold while I'm standing there. She looked back up at Jito, blowing a tiny, sharp gust of air to finally launch a cluster of small bubbles straight at his face. So, no flashy explosions for me. But the next time one of you idiots tries to test your stats against a special grade curse and loses an arm, you'll be begging for my ultimate move.
That's it for today. Remember to show your support to the creator of this story if you enjoyed it. If you would like more parts of the story to be uploaded, leave a comment and subscribe to get notified when the story continues. Bye-bye for now, and I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your day.